Good morning, members of the House of Representatives. I now take this opportunity to recite the Belize National Prayer. Let us pray. Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let your light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors, so that with your help, we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in peace, which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Good morning, honorable members. With the consent of the House, I propose to vary the order of the sitting today to allow the introduction of bills at item 12 on the order paper to be taken after the Committee of Supply at item 14. This is to allow the introduction of the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2022-2023, number 1 Bill 2022, which according to Standing Order 71 of the House cannot be introduced until the proposals have been approved by the Committee of Supply and agreed to by the House. I therefore propose that the House resolve into a Committee of Supply under item Government Business. Is it the wish of the honorable members that the order be varied as suggested? All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Papers.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional papers number HR 113A/1/13, the supplementary appropriation number 1, scheduled for fiscal year 2022-2023. Also, sessional paper number 113B/113, Central Bank of Belize 40th Annual Report and Statement of Accounts for the year ending 31st December 2021.
Honorable members, sessional paper number HR 113A/1/13 is referred to the Committee of Supply for examination, consideration, and report. And sessional paper number HR 113B/1/13 is ordered to lie on the table.
Presentation of reports from select committees.
I recognize the Honorable Chairman of the Finance and Economic Development Committee.
report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Central American Bank for Economic Integration, expansion and rehabilitation of the Philip Golson Highway Loan Motion 2022. Thank you.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairman of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. I rise to lay on the table sessional papers number HR 115/1/13, which is a report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the Defamation Bill 2022, and sessional paper HR 116/1/13, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the Married Persons Protection Amendment Bill 2022. Thank you.
Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairman of the Natural Resources and Environment Committee.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional paper number HR 116/A/1/13, report from the National Resources and Environmental Committee on the Trade in Endangered Species CITES, Bill 2022.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairman of the National Security and Immigration Committee.
Table sessional paper number HR 117/1/13, report from the National Security and Immigration Committee on the Belizean Nationality Amendment Bill 2022. I thank you.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table.
Questions to ministers.
I recognize the Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pleasant good morning to all of my colleagues. Welcome back to the former Leader of the Opposition, member from Collet. Wonderful to have you here. And to the wonderful people in Mesopotamia. Will the Prime Minister and Minister of Economic Development please update this Honorable House as to what his ministry is doing to find solutions to the problems that are stalling the Waterloo Port Project proposal, which, if approved, will bring tremendous economic development to Belize?
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Economic Development and Investment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And since we're into the welcoming spirit, welcome back to the member from Collet, the former leader. I see he's coming closer to the front, right? So, good move, good move. You know, step by step, as instead of baby steps. Been down that road, you know. So, you've been saying a lot of times you've studied what I have done. So, Madam Speaker, I have to confess that this is a curiously worded question by the leader of the opposition. I say curious because the question is not particularly well worded. You know, I mean, and if I recall, how much you? If I recall, this is the man that said that he's paid for putting words together. He said he has made millions of dollars putting words together. And even get a Grammy, and he's a multi-millionaire. He just not spending money by a party, but that's another matter. I mean, he won a Grammy for rapping, but yet he can't put together one simple question to the host. I mean, so I'm still trying to grapple, and trying to, what is it? What is it that he's behind this thing, no? It's quite straightforward, of course, because everybody knows that you're trying to sing for your supper, but in this case, rap for your supper, because obviously somebody.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, members should not impute improper motives on other members. You reviewed those questions, you made alterations to those questions, and he needs to answer the question straightforward, no speculations, no elucidations. Answer the question. I wrote it good for you, man. Answer with your speechwriter, right?
Prime Minister, can we please address the question? Indeed, I did review and I did make alterations as it did not comply originally. So the question now complies with standing order.
After they fix your question, it's still badly worded. My God, I imagine what you may send. Anyway, but as I was trying to make the point, Madam Speaker, I mean, this is a question that purports to address this stalled projects, but yet it's talking about one project. There's stalled projects, but it's only one project. And the question refers to the problems with the man is rapper's delight, the man the rap. Anyway, the question that refers to problems and solutions and fails to identify any specific problem or specified solution. And the questionnaire, with neither cause nor caution, makes this arbitrary link between the unspecified problems and solutions and what he calls, quote, tremendous economic development. Of course, I am compelled to note that this is not the first time that the piper or the rapper, the questioner that is, has played this tune before. He has raised the issue of the port of Belize on a previous occasion, if you may recall, Madam Speaker. And here he is once again using his privileges of questions to raise a matter that could have easily been addressed with a call to the Minister of Sustainable Development or the Minister of Logistics, who is responsible for ports. But let me provide a concise response, repeating information that has been aired publicly. The National Environmental Appraisal Committee, an independent body charged with assessing and approving environmental compliance plans, continues to review the environmental plans for the proposed cruise ship terminal at the port of Belize site in Belize City. In the most recent update to Cabinet, indicated that certain critical information from the applicant remained pending, and the absence of that information, approval or disapproval could not be given. Nobody is above the law. Once again, government's position is simple. The law requires a NEAC approval for a project of this nature and magnitude. No less than the health of the Belize Barrier Reef is at stake. The approval process is therefore squarely a matter between the applicant and the NEAC. Government will not prejudice this process one way or the other. Let me emphasize that my administration has placed investment facilitation on a high pedestal. Because Belize is open for business, our economy grew by 5.5% this year, this first quarter of this year. Belize exports continue to grow. SMEs are proliferating. Confidence has returned. Our pro-business approach spurred a 17% economic bounce back during 2021, one of the highest rates of economic growth in the entire hemisphere. Multiple projects in tourism, manufacturing, real estate, agriculture, business processing operations, among other key sectors, have begun, and others are on the cusp of commencement, with many thousands of new jobs in tow. If you have attended yesterday's presentation of the National Implementation, the NIPS, National Investment Policy and Strategy, you would have heard about some of the good work that this government is doing. Contrast that UP record with the quarter after quarter, year after year, term after term of the UDP recession, UDP job losses, UDP borrowing and budget busting, and I literally have to question the lens through which the leader of the opposition can sum up this shamelessness to ask this question in the first place. I am neither a rapper nor has been rapper, Madam Speaker. So let me say it plain. There are no
Speaker, Madam Speaker,
I have a point of order.
on a
Prime
point
Minister.
of order, the Prime Minister should not use his podium to insult members of this honorable House. It is clearly written in the standing order.
Madam Speaker, how am I insulting? Weren't you a rapper?
Indeed.
Aren't you?
Let me handle the point
No,
of order.
I am the
Prime
leader of the opposition, the duly elected leader of the United Democratic
Members.
Party.
Mr. Prime Minister, can we please answer the question specifically? I believe the question was worded in a manner that it met the standing order and can be addressed concisely. Please conclude.
Madam Speaker, I'm coming to my conclusion. But the point that he is the one that boasts that he is a rapper or a has-been rapper, because now you're the leader of the opposition. Although some people in your party question the entry votes, you know. Remember, I never have a recount? But we leave that as that. Madam Speaker, there are no massive projects that this government has stalled. If the Port of Belize project is a good one, this government will support it. But before we do that, they need to follow the law and they need to go through the NIAC process. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the
I
honorable...
have a follow-up question, Madam Speaker, if I may.
Let me hear it.
Why is it that the Prime Minister saw it fit to intervene for Diana Chi, but not for
That is
Waterloo,
not a follow-up question.
where this is a
Member,
$400 million
Member,
project?
you may take your seat. That is not a follow-up to the question.
Problem
No,
in
Mr. Prime
answering
Minister,
that, Madam Speaker.
I did not allow the follow-up, therefore there will not be an answer to the question.
You fight for the big man, but you don't fight for the leader.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and I recognize the Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will the Minister of Rural Transformation update this honorable House as to any flood mitigation plan to address this urgent problem in the rural areas, as evidenced by recent flooding in Corozal, Orange Walk, and Toledo?
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Rural Transformation, Community Development, Labor.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Good morning to my honorable colleagues in the House here this morning. Madam Speaker, I want to start off by reminding the Leader of the Opposition that the village council's elections are over, sir. And if you were trying to gain some points for the village council elections, you and your party took a beating. So let me remind you of that.
I note the point of order relevant to the
But Madam
question being
Speaker,
asked.
yes, I'm getting to the point because it's obvious that in this quest to try to gain some points,
Speaker,
the
he is
Leader of the
He's
Opposition...
imputing improper motives.
But
I
improper
have a
motives.
responsibility as the Leader of the Opposition
But
to
improper
advocate
motives.
on behalf of the Belizean people. That is why we have question to ministers. Answer the
So I have
question.
give me
Leader
a
of
chance, I will
Opposition.
answer. Exactly, that's what I'm attempting to do. So, Madam Speaker,
Yes, Minister, let us hear the answer to the question.
I want to say, Madam Speaker, that the Ministry of Rural Transformation, Community Development, labor, and local government works collaboratively with all ministries in the government, Madam Speaker, and specifically with the Ministry of Disaster Risk Management, as well as the Ministry of Infrastructure and Housing, as well as the village councils and the town councils, where applicable, Madam Speaker, whether it is the urban or the rural area. So the responsibility in terms of flood mitigation, Mr. Leader of the Opposition, does not fall squarely on the Ministry of Rural Transformation only, but rather we have several ministries that work together to address the area of neglected infrastructure in these areas where flooding has severely affected those communities. But I want to say to you, Mr. Leader of the Opposition, that it seems that you have conveniently forgotten. You seem to have amnesia, sir, that your party, your government, your father was in charge. They were in charge of the rural area for 30 long years. No, it's relevant. It is relevant.
Madam Speaker, the question is straightforward. Not what Dean Burrows, Said Musa did. What are you doing? What is your government doing?
Mr. Leader of the Opposition, I need to hear the response. It is a bit...
And I am being straightforward too.
Speaking...
Sorry, Madam.
Minister, may you please take your seat? No, Minister, I will allow you to continue, but please allow me to just make a few words. I realize it's been a while since we've been in this house. I can appreciate the banter that goes across the aisle. I will do my best not to be overly strict, but I also will do my best to get us through this agenda today. Mr. Leader of the Opposition, I can only do that task while respecting your right to stand on a point of order. Allow me, Mr. Leader of the Opposition, the respect to call on members, whether they're members of the government or the opposition, to rein it in. That's all I ask. Minister?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, over the last 19 months that we have been in government, significant work has been done in the rural areas as never before. As never before. That is why I want to remind the Leader of the Opposition, 148 villages, 148 to 23. Historic meeting. If the people were dissatisfied, if the people did not approve of Plan Belize as being executed, would we have gotten that overwhelming support? Please.
Mr. Minister.
So it is clear, what have we been doing? We have been working on roads, Madam Speaker.
He's addressing.
We have been working on repairing the infrastructure, putting in place drainage where that is necessary. That is what this government has been doing. And I want to remind the Leader of the Opposition that we are experiencing, we are witnessing, we are living the effects of climate change. And that is a factor that we have to take into account. There is far, far more rain, and we are getting far more floods that are very severe. Can we stop the rain? No, we can't. Can we stop the flooding? No, we can't. But we can put in place mitigation factors as we are doing to address that, Mr. Leader of the Opposition. So for you to try to use your privilege, sir, for you to try to use that privilege, obviously with an intent to try to derail the voters of this country, I want to say to you, you have failed. We have been on track. Plan Belize is on track to address the rural infrastructure of this country and to make life better for all Belizeans. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize members Members, I recognize the Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, thank you. I respect the chair, you know, I respect the speaker. I try to obstruct the speaker like, you know. Will the Minister of Public Utilities update this honorable House as to the plan to ensure that all rural areas, including the most remote, have access to electricity and internet?
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Public Utilities and Logistics and E-Governance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Leader of the Opposition for this question, but I cannot, it does not escape me, Madam Speaker, that this is the typical hypocrisy of the UDP. For 13 years, they mismanaged this country, and now they pretend to care about the people of our rural communities. They splurge on the millions from Petrocarib.
Madam Speaker, I just like a point of clarity, Madam Speaker. I was not in cabinet for 13 years.
Doesn't matter.
So my question is relevant for today, Madam Speaker.
He referred to the previous government administration. I don't believe he pinpointed yourself.
I am the one that is asking the question.
Yes, Madam Speaker. He needs to sit down and listen.
Referring to the past government administration and not a particular member.
Madam Speaker, they spent the Petrocarib money on tacos and bibil. Ask your former leader, Mr. Leader of the Opposition, how that money was spent. Under 13 years of UDP mismanagement, approximately 21 villages across Belize remain without electricity. But not only did they abandon these rural communities, they also abandoned San Pedro, Madam Speaker, which is our major tourist destination. And now we must get in there and do the work that they have not done. But he wants to know what we are doing. Let me show him what a government at work is doing. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Public Utilities, Energy, Logistics, and E-Governance is currently working with BL and various international organizations to bring energy services to our remote communities. In September 2022, GOB will inaugurate a state-of-the-art 400-kilowatt microgrid powered by solar and batteries that will serve the communities of Indian Creek, Medina Bank, and Golden Stream. Through our partners in Germany and the CW Foundation, a 110-kilowatt system will be installed in the village of Corazon Creek. This system will power the homes and high schools of over 300 students. Our partners in the EU have donated 4.5 million euros, which will have matching funds from BEL to electrify an additional 5 villages, which will include Jalacte, San Vicente, Indian Church, San Carlos, and San Benito Poite. This ministry, Madam Speaker, is currently developing a proposal along with the Caribbean Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency to seek funding to build a similar system in Otosha. In collaboration with the Central American System for Integration and the Central American Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, we are exploring funding opportunities to replicate the successes we've had in these villages. In addition to the work being done by this PUP government, BL continues to expand their network to connect rural areas to the national grid. In 2021, BL connected 11 rural communities, including Petville, Capabanc, San Esteban, San Roman, Gardenia Village, Blackwater Creek, and San Joaquin. In Kikaka, 1.2 miles of high voltage was installed. Unlike the UDP, this government is working. This ministry is working. We are moving forward with Plan Belize. Madam Speaker, but not only did this government, under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister, commit under Plan Belize to rural electrification, but also to improve connectivity. Unlike the UDP, and even in the most difficult of times, Your PUP government has made it a priority to bring services to the underserved communities that the UDP abandoned for 13 years. Areas that will be receiving improved or new internet and telephone coverage by Digi this fiscal year will include Santa Familia, Hope Creek, Pomona, Red Bank, Belmopan, Caledonia, San Juan, Barranco, Ranchito, Esperanza, San Felipe. You want me to continue? Yes. ICSL, Ontario, Westar, Pomona, Hershey, Mile 4 Southern Highway, Valley Community, Las Flores, Democracia, Boston, Mountain Pine Ridge, Crooked Tree, Jaguapa. In addition, new rural sites have been established in St. George's Key, Coco Plum Key, Glover's Reef. This, Mr. Leader of the Opposition, is Plan Belize at work. This is a government working. Last year, we brought fiber connectivity to Armenia, Barranco, Middlesex, and Big Falls. This, Mr. Leader of the Opposition, is Plan Belize at work. As well, 12,500 Belizeans will see their communities receive fiber connectivity this year, and those will include Silkgrass, Argas Pine Ridge, Libertad, San Felipe, St. Matthews, Yo Creek, Crooked Tree, Pachacan, Concepcion, and Mascal. This is Plan Belize at work. Madam Speaker, I am proud to have been part of the launching of Connect Ed, the Connect Ed program, which was launched yesterday at the EP York High School. And I want to pause to commend the Honorable Minister Fonseca, CEO Mejia, and the entire team at the Ministry of Education, Culture, Science, and Technology. This program that has been made possible through an agreement with BTL will see Wi-Fi being supplied to some 197 schools all over this country. But we are not putting Wi-Fi only in the principal's office or only the IT labs, as the UDP did when they were so-called rolling it. But now, today, we are bringing our students into a new area of connectivity. These schools and students will have connectivity in all their classrooms as well, thanks to the commitment of the Minister of Finance and Prime Minister, and to the commitment of the Honorable Francis Fonseca. This is Plan Belize at work. This government, this PUP government, understands the key role that ICT plays in the development of our nation. We understand that in today's digital age, strengthening our citizens' access and capacity to leverage ICT is central to transforming their lives by providing new opportunities for economic growth. We know that in this digital environment, marginalized communities face the danger of being excluded due to lack of access to ICT, digital literacy, and awareness. In Belize, this gap is particularly prevalent, as according to the International Telecommunications Union, in 2019, only 58% of households had access to the internet and 36% had a computer at home. You see, Madam Speaker, in the 13 years the UDP was in government, the people in our rural communities were abandoned. To address this, the Ministry of Public Utilities, Energy, Logistics, and E-Governance has established partnerships with key partners to develop its first digital inclusion program. This program will facilitate access, adoption, and application of information and communication technology for marginalized communities as a means for socio-economic prosperity. As part of the digital inclusion program, there will be the creation of computer and technology labs within communities to deliver not only digital skills for adult education, vocational training, and continuing education, but also to facilitate remote access to basic services offered by the government of Belize. But we are not only focusing on rural areas, we are also looking at the creation of inner city labs, which are envisioned to support disadvantaged city youths with educational opportunities and employability skills training. Statistics show that more than 60% of these young people will not get to advance their education beyond a high school level. We expect that by September, we will start seeing these digital centers being rolled out across the country in places like Bully Tree, St. Matthews, San Esteban, Lake Independence, and Corozal Bay, to name a few. You see, Madam Speaker, this is a PUP government at work. We are moving ahead with Plan Belize. Thank you very much.
Madam Speaker, I have a follow-up. I wasn't clear on exactly when all of those villages that he listed will receive those services. Can you clarify if that is this year? What is the timeline for them to receive those services?
I will allow the follow-up, Minister.
We have some of the villages with their grids will be inaugurated starting in September of this year and continuing.
I recognize the
Statement by Minister.
I now recognize the Honorable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm always grateful to my people of Orinjoa East, because without their support and confidence, I would not be here in this honorable house today to update the nation on significant developments in the Ministry of Health and Wellness. We are grateful also to the Prime Minister of Belize, our Cabinet, and our regional and international partners in health. Their consistent support has allowed our ministry to recognize unprecedented health strides in a short period of time against the backdrop of the global pandemic and the economic devastation we met when taking office just about a year and a half ago. Our government, Madam Speaker, and the ministry have placed emphasis on health infrastructure. It was critical because our health system had been so neglected. To put it simply, Madam Speaker, in a lot of communities, there were so-called health centers where I would not even want to put my pet. The past year has seen, Madam Speaker, the retrofitting of the Ladyville Health Center, Belmopan Polyclinic, Cleopatra White Health Center, a new health center at Kukitri, as well as one at Kikarka, Santa Teresa, and San Pablo. Smart facilities retrofitting is ongoing for the Punta Gorda Community Hospital, Southern Regional Hospital, the Corozal Community Hospital, and the Northern Regional Hospital. Through the support of the EU, the UK, and PAHO WHO, upgrades have been made in districts where upgrades were critical, with a focus on primary health care services and public health services, while not forgetting the importance of curative services at the secondary and tertiary medical facilities. We also recognize, Madam Speaker, that our facilities are only shells without the people inside. Building capacity in our teams is one of our steadfast priorities. Training is ongoing in many areas in health, from administrative and management training for administrators and middle managers to training on advanced life support, basic emergency services, monkeypox surveillance, infection control and prevention improvement, gender-based violence training, PCR and genomic sequencing training, all are ongoing. The field epidemiology training program, being done in partnership with the Council of Ministers of Health of Central America, COMISCA, concluded the basic level training of personnel. These individuals will now strengthen our surveillance system. 12 of these persons will pursue the intermediate course. Radiographers are currently being trained in Taiwan to support the rollout of digital X-ray services and computerized imaging at the KHMH, the Western Regional Hospital, the Northern Regional Hospital, and the San Ignacio Community Hospital. Specialists in pediatrics and internal medicine have been trained on the care and management of severe acute respiratory infections and COVID-19. We have implemented training for the rollout of pre-exposure, prophylaxis, and self-testing for HIV. This was done with the assistance of PAHO, the Caribbean, MedLife, and countries such as Barbados, Guyana, Ecuador, and Guatemala. The mental health team has been able to successfully train primary care staff through the MH Gap, training on how to address common mental health illness in primary care and secondary care settings. This has now been extended to community health workers all over our country so that mental health concerns can be addressed in rural communities, including those most remote. Refresher training, Madam Speaker, is being conducted in many areas, including updates in COVID testing and management protocols, and the sensitization of our technical team on monkeypox, with the distribution of protocols having been completed. Madam Speaker, laboratory testing for HIV, tuberculosis, and COVID-19 has now been decentralized. These tests being now done in each region, allowing for a timely response to patients demanding these diagnostic tests. Collaboration continues with the Baylor College of Medicine regarding SARS-CoV-2, genotyping, and sequencing for Omicron variants, as well as the acute febrile illness that we have seen countrywide. Necessary upgrades to medical equipment in health facilities countrywide is ongoing. New X-ray equipment has been installed over the past month in the Northern, Western, and Southern Regional Hospital and the San Ignacio Hospital. 3 oxygen generators should be received shortly as a donation from the U.S. Southern Command. These will enhance oxygen therapy for persons with COVID-19. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Health and Wellness recently acquired new first-line and second-line antiretroviral regimens and post-exposure prophylaxis drugs for persons with HIV infection. The Ministry has embarked on a supply chain management project with PAHO WHO. This will enhance the forecasting and acquisition of drugs to treat HIV, tuberculosis, and malaria. It will include medical technology and accessories used in surveillance and diagnosis. The introduction of pre-exposure prophylaxis medication for HIV has begun and is geared towards the reduction of HIV infection in vulnerable groups. Likewise, Madam Speaker, nurses are the backbone of our health system, and this does not go unrecognized. Priority has been placed in ensuring the filling of many vacancies in the primary and secondary care facilities in our country. The nursing department is currently focusing on enhancing nursing practice by ensuring an adequate cadre of nurses is available to provide care. Therefore, filling all the vacant posts for nurses is important. And to date, approximately 95% of the vacant posts for registered nurses and 98% for practical nurses have been filled, inclusive of the 75 newly created posts on April 1st, 2022. The areas where it is challenging to fill vacant posts is San Pedro Town. Thus, the ministry is currently working on updating the compendium of allowances with a focus on nurses and other essential healthcare personnel as part of its retention strategy. In March of 2022, Madam Speaker, 19 nurses completed the specialization training in midwifery at the University of Belize. Of these 19, 18 were successful in the midwifery licensure examination and are waiting promotion to nurse specialist 2. We must congratulate our frontline workers. On June 20th, 2022, 16 nurses started training in midwifery at the community level at the University of Belize. An estimated cost of $350,000 plus relief replacement at $250,000. To strengthen primary health care, public health nurses are essential. Therefore, the ministry, in partnership with the University of Science and Technology in Jamaica, will be providing training for 9 nurses in public health nursing at the bachelor degree level, an estimated cost of $450,000. Investing in nursing education and practice is critical to providing essential quality health services and universal access to health. Of note, Madam Speaker, is that Belize has recorded 3 consecutive years of no malaria cases in country, and we have written to the Director General of the World Health Assembly requesting an assessment to be conducted. Once successfully completed, Belize will be declared malaria-free. This, Madam Speaker, has only been achieved by 3 other countries in the region of the Americas. The Health and Education Unit has been instrumental in conducting necessary training for over 200 community health workers in both rural and urban areas in Belize, aimed at improving accessibility to healthcare services. Our public health units, nutrition, environmental, vector, HIV/TB, HECOPAB, ENDAC, have been visiting schools, workplaces, and communities with an aim to improve health literacy and to promote disease prevention, conducting many parallel programs and projects to improve the health status of Belizeans. The Maternal and Child Health Unit has rolled out the Pfizer pediatric vaccine for children ages 5 to 11, with over 10,000 children receiving 1 dose and almost 5,000 children receiving both doses already. I am pleased to announce, Madam Speaker, that Belize has 50.5% of its population fully vaccinated and 69.09% of the targeted population 12 years and over completing the primary series of vaccination, with 61% being the global rate of completed series. We must commend the hard work of the people at the Ministry of Health and Wellness for achieving this, and the people of Belize. Madam Speaker, in closing, I want to state that the Ministry of Health and Wellness has dedicated, hard-working, motivated teams at all levels, striving to improve accessibility to quality healthcare services for all in an equitable and affordable manner. We continue to work to improve infrastructure, equipment, supplies, and medical services countrywide, while ensuring that the health and social needs of our health workers are met as best as possible. Every aspect of our lives is impacted by health, and every aspect of our health impacts our lives. We recognize this and continue to improve on building a resilient, sustainable, robust health system delivering unplanned Belize. But before I close, Madam Speaker, I also want to take this opportunity to congratulate our many Belizean students studying abroad and who are returning pretty soon from Cuba and Taiwan with their degrees that will help to continue improve the health system in Belize. I thank you.
Personal explanation.
Honorable members, the item on the personal explanation will be deferred to the next House meeting, as the members whose name it is in was unable to attend today's session. That would be member for Orange Walk South.
Public Business, Government Business, Committee of Supply.
Honorable members, the House will now resolve into a Committee of Supply under the chairmanship of the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment. In accordance with Standing Order 65, the deliberations of this committee shall not take place in public. I must therefore ask the visitors in the galleries to leave. They may, of course, return after the Committee of Supply has concluded its business.
Motions.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Committee of Supply has met and approved the proposal set out in the sessional paper number HR 113A113, supplementary appropriation number 1, scheduled for fiscal year 2022-2023. I now seek the indulgence of this Honorable House to agree with the proposal approved by the Committee of Supply.
Honorable members, the question is, be it resolved that this Honorable House agrees with the proposal approved by the Committee of Supply for supplementary appropriation number 1 scheduled for fiscal year 2022/2023, motion 2022. All those in favor, kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the Central American Bank for Economic Integration, Expansion and Rehabilitation of the Philip Golson Highway Loan Motion 2022. With your permission not to repeat the recitals, I move now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied with the loan proceeds, that the loan proceeds would reduce transportation costs and accident rates, increase access to services, increase employment opportunities, and improve climate resilience, approves and confirms that the Government of Belize may enter into a loan agreement with the Central American Bank for Economic Integration on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan agreement and all other documents associated with. Madam Speaker, as you know, this we had already presented this at the previous House meeting, but just to quickly again to remind members, in particular those on the other side, that basically CABEI has committed to assist Belize with the funding for the expansion and rehabilitation of 25.75 kilometers, or approximately a 16-mile section of the Philip Golson Highway between miles 8.5 to mile 24. It is important to point out that the highway has been improved and paved from Belize City all the way to the entrance of the Philip Golson airport. And then when we got in, we had to quickly repair and redo another how long was it, Julius? Sorry? About 4 miles that we had to redo. Now we are working now from mile 24 going north all the way to the border. And so it's just this section now that for some reason it seems that it was, I don't know if overlooked or wasn't done. We believe it is our responsibility to finish the entire work. And that is why today we are again asking the approval of the Honorable House to be able to get the funding to be able to do that. Again, this will be resealing approximately 25.7 kilometers of highway, improve the base failure. Well, we have base failure repairs. We're going to be construction of new paved shoulders to the it's 1.5 meters wide on both sides. In effect, that's 3 meters, which will be approximately a little over 9 feet wide, that will be expanding the highway, the entire area. We're going to be improving both vertical and horizontal alignments to address and improve road safety. You also have the revision and enhancement of drainage infrastructure to reduce the vulnerability of flooding. There are some areas that are prone to flooding, so we have to put bigger culverts, and with the kind of rains that we have, as we saw just a few weeks ago up north, where I had several inches of rain in just over 1 or 2 hours, obviously the drains that are there cannot, they're too small to be able to allow the volume of water to run out. And also the installation of road safety furniture, which includes pedestrian crossings, signs, road markings, and stud guardrails and lighting. The approved financing will also, Madam Speaker and colleagues, include the procurement of consulting services, engineering software, and project vehicles. Details to the terms and conditions of the loan are set out in the loan motion, which I have already read. I urge, Madam Speaker, that everyone supports this worldwide project. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is, remember, do recall that this was already, we've dealt with this, it was debated, it has gone, we're literally going through the full process with this motion, and today's adoption on this one. It was dealt with at the previous meeting. Honorable members, and just for clarity, what I allowed, as it was asked prior, was the Prime Minister just gave a reminder, given the space of time between that process and this one. Honorable members, the question is now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would reduce transportation costs and accident rates, increase access to services, increase employment opportunities, and improve climate resilience, approves and confirms that the government of Belize may enter into a loan agreement with the Central American Bank for Economic Integration on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan agreement and all other documents associated therewith. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, loan commitment under the Bilateral Cooperation Program of US $75 million loan motion 2022. With your permission, and not to repeat the recitals of the motion, text of which has been circulated to all members, including the members of the opposition, I move, now therefore be it resolved, that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds will be utilized for the purpose stated above, approves and confirms that the government of Belize may enter into a loan agreement with the Export-Import Bank of the Republic of China, Taiwan, on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver this said loan agreement and all other documents and agreements connected thereto. Madam Speaker, to give a short explanation, the government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, brought through its 2021-2025 bilateral program with Belize, has committed to provide financial support to the government of Belize in the form of US $75 million loan. So we've already agreed to that in when we got in and negotiated with them. Now, this loan that we are talking about, Madam Speaker, is this loan is being granted on the highly concessionary terms from the Export-Import Bank of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and it is to be used for general financing purposes. The total loan proceeds shall be disbursed over a 4-year period, starting with the $42 million US in 2022, and thereafter 11 million US annually from January 1st, 2023 to December 1st, 2025. Further details as to the terms and conditions of this loan is set out in the loan motion that we have already presented to the members. The proceeds of the loan will be used for general budgetary support, as I had presented in, as I had stated in my presentation of the budget earlier this year. So we've already said that this loan was coming. It's not nothing new, but we couldn't present the loan motion then because we're still working out the legal documents. So this loan, this $42 million is the first disbursement of the $75 million total that Taiwan has agreed to lend Belize for budgetary support. So again, the first disbursement from this loan for this year now has been committed to finance the overall budget deficit for fiscal year 2022-2023 budget. Again, this is no news. You can go back to the records on my presentation and you will see that I did announce it. It will not be used to fund any new recurring budget spending or fund any new capital programs. Let me take the opportunity, Madam Speaker, to publicly thank our friends in Taiwan, Madam President Tsai Ing-wen, the government and the people of Taiwan for their continued solidarity and support to the development of Belize. Taiwan is indeed a true friend and a lasting friend of Belize. Madam Speaker, this motion has the recommendation of the Cabinet, and now we can debate.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, certainly the opposition appreciates the friendship of the Taiwanese. They have been extremely generous to Belize under both administrations, Madam Speaker. But I have to highlight the hypocrisy of this Prime Minister, who, when he was in opposition, and even when he became Prime Minister, would lament over and repeatedly about borrowing. That we, the UDP, were saddling generations upon generations with public debt. And the Belizean people have to appreciate that this Prime Minister and this government is doing the exact same thing that they criticized the Barrow administration for doing. I would hope that you would send Prime Minister Barrow an apology. Have the decency to recognize the error of your ways. Because I know that, I guess when you're in opposition, your job is to just criticize everything. But then you don't have any integrity or decency because you get into this government and you started by saying all of the terrible things that the UDP did for 13 years. But you turn around and do the same thing. You have, Prime Minister, you and your government have borrowed almost $400 million since you have taken government. And it hasn't even been 2 years. So you need to explain to the Belizean people, how is it that you keep having these epiphanies? You had an epiphany with infrastructure. That project that you just spoke about started under the UDP. Yes, the Taiwanese have loaned to both governments. But for some reason, when they lend to the UDP, oh, we're borrowing. That the Aldine Barrow and the UDP know how to do. So what you know how to do, Prime Minister Briceño? And what should give the Belizeans massive concern, unlike the UDP, who restored the Belizean government back to its rightful status in the international community with the IFIs. It was this government, yes, you from Fort George, your father, under the Musa Briceño administration, who brought our country and government to disrepute by taking the Taiwanese loan and misusing it, which led to that prime minister being arrested. So I am very concerned when I see these monies coming in. You say to supplement the budget, and you spoke about it. Your speech was so ghastly boring that I totally missed it because I was asleep listening to whoever wrote that speech for you. But again, Madam Speaker, the people of Belize need to see this PUP government for what they are. Hypocrites who had no plan. Plan Belize, them is scam Belize. All you wanted to do was have your turn to follow the Barrow playbook, right? Which was the best thing that ever happened to this country, Madam Speaker. Infrastructure. We use those loans. We have to show for those loans. You look at that beautiful civic center. You look at all of the schools, the infrastructure that the Minister of Education, the former Minister of Education built around this country, the sports complexes. We have to show. PUP administration led by the Musa Briceño government had nothing to show for the 659 million in public debt that you added from 98 to 03, and another 793 million from 03 to 08. So, Madam Speaker, I am alarmed. You know, bless the hearts of the Taiwanese, but I do not trust this government with any responsibility for the finances. They have proven in the last government, in the last budget reading that they had, where they provisioned and kept coming back and coming back, supplementary after supplementary. And again, Madam Speaker, we are not even at the 2-year mark. And this government has already borrowed almost $400 million, Madam Speaker. So we are headed on a dangerous path to burden grandchildren, great-grandchildren with public debt. And I am guaranteeing this country that this government will have nothing to show for it at the end of the day, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
I recognize the member for elect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I join. Thank you, sir. Thank you, and thank you for all of you who have welcomed me back. It is good to be back, Madam Speaker. Let me join with my two colleagues, the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition, in offering gratitude to the government and people of Taiwan and President Ing Tsai, who is wonderfully a fan of Belize and, of course, supports Belize's development every opportunity she gets. But it is not only the current president. We've enjoyed a long history of support from Taiwan. But as my colleague said, Madam Speaker, we have to be concerned sometimes because we don't see where these proceeds go all the time. Remember, Madam Speaker, there was an incident where monies were allotted, and at that time, things were not as transparent as they are now. And I will give some credit to the Prime Minister in terms of bringing these supplementaries to the House, albeit sometimes after the spending. He has tried as well to do some of it even before the spending takes place. But back in those days, we did not hear of some of these monies that were being borrowed. And the Leader of the Opposition has a right to be concerned because there was an occasion where
monies that were allotted for a particular purpose was diverted to pay for a private hospital. And it was under the leadership of the UDP that we were able to regain that $20 million and put it to its rightful use, which was for housing. My friend, the member from Lekai, will remember, because the very generous member from Mesopotamia, not you, brother, the one that preceded you, the very generous member from Mesopotamia at the time, who was the Minister of Housing, in fact, who was the Minister of Housing at the time, in fact, when we received the money back, he distributed the monies, rightfully so, to constituencies, because the money was dubbed from Taiwan for housing. But before he could even satisfy his UDP colleagues, he gave to divisions like Lekai and Fort. You remember? And you will remember, Madam Speaker, that, or maybe others don't remember, so I am trying to share just to bring back some of what these younger fellows in the House might be missing. Not younger in age, Madam Speaker, younger in tenure. There was another 20 million before. In fact, it was 20 million US. That was how the game was played, you know, Madam Speaker. It was 20 million US, and the then Prime Minister wasn't altogether truthful with the nation and told us that it was only 20 million Belize. And this was just before the 2008 elections. And in fact, he proceeded to give all his candidates a bazaar. I remember I won't be unkind to her, Madam Speaker. She's our colleague in the National Assembly now, but the person who was my opponent at that time got a fat, tidy sum to give to people in my constituency. Still didn't help her to win, but she was given hefty sums of those monies to assist people at the time. So it was when the UDP came to power, and in fact I was acting Prime Minister when we received back in the Central Bank the $20 million, and then my colleague from MESOP dispersed the monies to all constituencies evenly, fairly, even those constituencies that were not UDP. I raised that to remind people, Madam Speaker, that while we have no quarrel with the generosity of Taiwan, in fact, I'm sure that even at that time, the leadership of Taiwan had the best interests of Belize. They wanted our people to get housing. But it was those individuals from that party over there, Madam Speaker, that concocted schemes to divert the money, and so we have to be very careful. I was pleased to hear the Prime Minister explain the $84 million in support from the 2022 tranche of the money that will be used for budget support. But again, this is the problem. He complained, Madam Speaker, I remember when they took office in November of 2020, he complained that the Prime Minister's budget of March 2020 was bogus and that everything was not proper, and so he had to fix things, which led him to bring supplementary appropriation bills to the House. Now we see that he was in charge of presenting the budget in March of this year, and today we received a supplementary of some $68 million. So it is either, Madam Speaker, that he does not know what he's doing in terms of being the Minister of Finance, and that could well be the case. As my colleagues continue to remind him, he has good advisors who write these speeches and come up with ideas for him, and he falls short of making those presentations in a proper way in the House. I got you, brother. But what is it that causes us to have these big supplementaries? It must mean then either that you have...
What's the point of order?
Madam Speaker, we will be speaking about supplementary shortly, so he'll have his time to grandstand later. So let's keep it to this loan right now.
Madam Speaker, much obliged, Prime Minister. I hear you. But, Madam Speaker, you will agree with me that the Prime Minister just explained that, in fact, $84 million, the first tranche of this money, which is $42 million, will be used for budget support. And so it's an appropriation an appropriation sum. So we have all rights to talk about this now and later on.
Well, we really ought not to debate the bill that is yet to be introduced.
I am not doing that,
so
Madam Speaker.
Let's be careful and keep it within the content of the motion.
Much obliged, Madam Speaker. But my point is that there must be something wrong in the way that the Prime Minister is. And this has us concerned because then we're getting monies now, borrowed monies, and again, this has been done by both administrations, so that's not the problem. But when you borrow these monies to fill the budget gap, and then you come back with these huge supplementary appropriations, we wonder what is going on. And we have to be concerned even more, Madam Speaker, because why is it that you have to go and borrow these monies when, in fact, according to the Prime Minister, everything is rolling smooth? Everything is rolling smooth. So maybe what we should do, given what he has expressed, and it has to be running smooth, Madam Speaker, if gasoline is $17.60 a gallon, the taxes are very, very lucrative coming into the government, so they don't have no problems. That is why they could pay back the 10% to the teachers and public servants and all of that. They have a lot of money because they're taxing the Belizean people to death. So if you're benefiting in that way, no problem. It's a problem to the people who are paying, and that is all Belizeans because they can't handle the pinch anymore. But if you have to give the people some relief, some way, somehow. And rather than doing that, the Prime Minister could have tell Taiwan, you know, this $42 million that is for 2022, let's wipe that off because the taxes from gasoline alone more than covered that. So we don't really want to burden the country with these heavy loans again, although these rates, as the Prime Minister pointed out, are very concessionary loans, and I can't quarrel with the terms of the borrowing, Madam Speaker. But really, the Prime Minister needs to show some respect to the Belizean people. And again, we can't quarrel with the terms and the generosity of Taiwan, and so we place on record once again our gratitude to them. But we ask also, as the watchdogs of the democracy and of the finances of this country, we ask Taiwan to be a watchdog as well. Because the truth is, if back when that scenario happened when the monies were diverted, and we can't blame the Taiwanese government altogether, but if watchful eyes from their government had looked at the situation and know that the monies were not being used for what they were earmarked for, tagged for, we would have had a different situation. So I'm asking even those lending agencies, and we know how that is, lending agencies also have, or bilateral partners also have their ways of making sure that the monies that we borrow go to what they are to be spent for, albeit this particular allocation for budget support is very wide. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Belize is in deep trouble, as is many countries in this region. Escalating inflation rates and also the ever-increasing costs of commodities, fuel being on top of that list, makes this a difficult time for all of us, Madam Speaker. And so, like my colleagues on both sides of this honorable House, I too wish to acknowledge the support of the government and people of Taiwan to ensure that as a government, we can deliver goods and services to our Belizean people. Madam Speaker, for my count, we have, since April of 2021, the government has brought 13 loan motions to this House, amounting for $390 million. And this does not include, Madam Speaker, the refinancing of the blue bond. You see, Madam Speaker, in opposition, the Prime Minister criticized the Barrow administration for borrowing more than $1 million a day, borrowing $1 million a day. If you look at where we are today, Madam Speaker, 1.5 years into this administration, they are borrowing more than $1 million a day. And when the UDP administration was borrowing at the rate of $1 million a day, Madam Speaker, the public servants did not have a cut in their salaries, Madam Speaker. And the safety net programs were intact. Food pantry, education assistance helped to keep particularly our young boys in school through the subsidy program. Madam Speaker, when the UDP was borrowing $1 million a day, fuel prices were less than $9 a gallon. And so, Madam Speaker, as this administration continues to borrow at alarming rates, I would like to urge the Prime Minister and his cabinet to ensure that the money is used to serve the people. I hope, Madam Speaker, that this accelerated funding from Taiwan will be used for the focal areas that the Prime Minister mentioned in his budget presentation back at the beginning of this fiscal year. Food, Madam Speaker, particularly for those who are living on the margins. I heard the member from Fort George in a recent interview, and also the Prime Minister, speak of these grocery bags that are being given to families living on the margins, Madam Speaker. Well, there are no grocery bags for the residents of Albert, and none for the people living in Colette or Queen Square. And so I urge the Prime Minister to remember, particularly on the south side of Belize City, where we see the crime rates escalating, Madam Speaker, that we pay attention to the needs of the people as it relates to food, as it relates to shelter, as it relates to access to health care, as it relates to education, as it relates to the delivery of public services. The Prime Minister has spoken that this loan motion for $150 million Belize will be used for over a 4-year period. Just a gentle reminder, Prime Minister, that it is the job of the government to serve the people and not the other way around. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member, before we proceed, may I just do the 12 o'clock hour?
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 12.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour due opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour though opposed. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. Thank you for your indulgence, Member for Fort George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess it's afternoon now. Good afternoon, everyone. Madam Speaker, a few brief points. I wasn't planning to contribute this morning on this particular motion, but I think after listening to the members of the opposition, I think it's critical to clarify some points that they have made. First of all, Madam Speaker, I noticed that the three of them are saying how much they love Taiwan and how glad they are that Taiwan is our good friend. I believe that they are trying to make up for all the times when the leader of the opposition has continuously attacked and insulted our friends internationally, Madam Speaker. He has gotten up in his house, he has gone in public.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order.
Madam Speaker.
What's the point? I'm trying, let me hear what the members about.
He's imputing improper motives. What international partners have I attacked, Madam Speaker? Huh? Maybe the Prime Minister attacked the United States of America.
Mr. Leader for
not
the
me.
opposition, Mr. Members, allow me to hear the statement from the member for Fort George before I can determine if he is referring or bringing improper motives or reputational impute.
Madam Speaker, I can't understand how the leader of opposition is so... He catch F fast, man. I don't understand it. Madam Speaker, all I wanted to point out was I'm glad to hear the opposition finally saying thank you to our friends. That's all I was trying to say, leader. Because really for the last few weeks and months, you have gone on an attack on different entities, different countries, but I don't understand where that is coming from. You know? I wonder if that's the position of his party, but thanks for acknowledging Taiwan, and certainly we want to thank the government and people of Taiwan for their continued assistance and friendship with Belize. Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition spoke about the IFIs recognizing Belize in the previous administration. But how is that even possible when it was the same IFIs, Madam Speaker, in their 2018, 2019, 2020 reports that condemned the action of the previous administration? As a matter of fact, they said that the country was on the brink of economic disaster because of the policies of the previous administration. Madam Speaker, I believe the term that they used was, it was a generational mess that the previous administration left this country in. A generational mess, meaning that it will take a generation, 20 years, for Belize to get out of the economic disaster that the UDP left this country in. Yet, after only 20 months, Madam Speaker, we are seeing this economy turn around, thanks to the People's United Party government. Madam Speaker, maybe they live in a different world, I don't know. I have to commend the member from Albert for giving a sober presentation this morning. The member from Collet, well, he's been away for a long time. Maybe he has forgotten what was happening. Maybe he's living the good life over that side for a little while. But Madam Speaker, if things were so rosy under the previous administration, how is it that the poverty level, when they had the Helicon days of Petro-Carib and BNE oil and everything else, the Helicon days of that, poverty level in this country went from 40% to 52%, and that was in 2018, Madam Speaker. That's a 30% increase, Madam Speaker. This was before COVID, before inflation, before everything else. This was under a UDP administration that were just, let me be nice today, let me be kind. The member from South says I'm getting soft, but I just want to be nice, Madam Speaker.
Well,
because
just let's stick to the standing order,
of
shall
course,
we?
of course,
Thank you.
of course, of course. But I just wanted to remind this nation exactly because they get up and they say things that are not true. I heard the member from Albert speak about borrowing more than $1 million a day. I'm not sure where that figure is coming from. If you look at the figures, it's not that. You know? Just now, the leader of the opposition said, oh, well, we can borrow $1 million a month. Well, $1 million a month is far less than $1 million a day, Mr. Leader of the opposition. But certainly, Madam Speaker, there's a difference between just having to borrow because you can't pay your bills, like what happened under the previous administration when there was talk about not being able to pay Mexico for life, when there was talk about not being able to pay salaries. I think when the member from Collett was campaigning for leader, they asked him a question about will he look at retrenchment, and he said, well, he have to look at everything. You forgot about that, member from Collett? You forgot about that? Well, Madam Speaker, the recommendation coming out of the IFIs following the UDP administration was that this government would have had to send home public officers. But we said that would never happen under a PUP administration and under the Prime Minister, John Briceño's leadership. So, Madam Speaker, we had a homegrown plan to rescue this economy, a homegrown plan to make sure that we put this economy, this country back on the right economic footing. And that's where we are right now. And yes, responsible borrowing is needed. Using that money for productive purposes is responsible in the development of any nation. And that is what this PUP government is doing. That is why we will support this motion, Madam Speaker, and that is why I'm proud to say that we continue on the path of development. Thank you very much.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, these, what is said all over the place. Whenever somebody tell you that something is boring, you know it's boring? Because they can't understand it, you know. They can't comprehend what they tell them. And so I am offering the leader of the opposition, you know, come to my office, sit down and I'll give you the ABCs and 1, 2, 3s, so you could understand. We could understand what we talk about. Now this is the man.
Members,
this
please,
is the man, the same one.
I need to hear the member who's on his feet. Please remember the standing order.
This is the man. This is the man that claimed that to make tens of millions of dollars, yet he broke, you know. Yet he broke. He broke. Trust me, he broke. And that's why. Because he broke. Anyway. So, but I am, in all seriousness, I am offering you to come over and then we could sit down and I could explain to you so that you don't have to come and embarrass yourself publicly. So, the offer is there, my friend, but I'm saying seriously, so you could stop embarrass yourself. The former leader and still wanting to be leader of the opposition, the member from Collett, again, you, from how long did you live in the U.S.? From last year, December, when you got hired? That last year, no? And so you talk about making all the money on fuel. If you would have been here, you'd have realized that we have removed almost all the taxes on fuel. The last SI, and I will WhatsApp it to you, still have the same number? I will WhatsApp it to you. The WhatsApp, the last one, statutory instrument of 2020, you know how much you would charge of excise duty on 1 gallon of diesel? You want to know? Or do you want to know? Do you want to know how much? 1 cent. 1 cent to the charge. The reason we have decided, for instance, again, if you were here living in Belize, you'd have understand what has been the strategy of this government when it comes to fuel, that you all, when during your time,
Members,
during your time, you were collecting approximately $200 million in taxes on fuel. At that time, the barrel of fuel of oil was approximately about $60. At one time, it went up to over 100 and close to $110 a barrel. So obviously, the cost of fuel is going to go up. That are ABC 123 economics, which it seems that you cannot comprehend. And likewise, I'm offering to you, just like him, come over and we could sit down and I could explain you these things. The reason, that is why, if you're so smart, you'd have been sitting there and not over there. So, let us finish, but let me finish with you, Speaker. The point is that we're making when it comes to fuel, we realize that the fuel consumption, 80% of the fuel consumption comprises of regular and diesel. 20% is premium. So we decided to let the tax remain as is on premium. That is why premium is at what, $15 and $18? Okay, at $18. I have a vehicle that drives the diesel. So, personally, bought by me. I'm not as rich as you claim.
Members,
Right?
there's a standing order. Prime Minister, 1 second, please. There's a standing order 42B. It's probably the standing order throughout the life of this Parliament, dating decades, that has rarely been a trouble to rein in. I ask you, please, if I'm to listen carefully to members, I do need a serious measure of silence. The banter, bring it down a bit for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. When you were speaking, we were listening to them. That's why I could make some notes to be able to answer some of the misinformation. I'm putting it nicely, the misinformation that they're giving out here in the National Assembly. The point is that we have deliberately left the tax on premium, but managed to try to control as best as we possibly can the pump price on diesel and regular, because that's what 80% of the market consumes. So whilst they were collecting $200 million, we are giving up tens of millions of dollars right now in taxes because we understand how difficult it is for people. We are out there with them. Yes, if we were not out there with them, we'd not won how much villages again, Oscar? 143 villages. And how much UDP we win? 23 villages. Because we are on the ground working for the people of this country. If you are not working for them, then they may vote for us. That is the best report card you could get when the people continue to vote for you. Now, a slight correction to the honorable member from Albert. Madam Member from Albert, it was not that you were borrowing $1 million a day. You were spending $1 million a day more than what you are collecting, including the monies that you were borrowing. Big difference. Big difference. Now, I would give you more credit. You understand a little bit more about budgeting than the other two gentlemen. You could put them together and you know better more than them. So I will give you some, probably misspoke, but it's just a correction. What we received is that the government was spending $1 million a day more that was being collected, which includes what you were already borrowing. So it includes revenues and borrowed money. You're still spending $1 million a day more, and you know that what we had to do with that. And when you talk about the blue bond, I think you should be I think you should be commending this government with what we have done with the blue bond. No, because she said we come and borrow another $360 million US from on the blue bond. What we did, remember now, in 13 years under the UDP, under the super bond, you paid over $700 million towards the blue bond in interest rates. How much did the bond gone down? Not by a single cent. Not a single cent. Yet they paid almost about $750 million. $750 million. And it was gone down. We come in, and in 6 months, we negotiated that, and we saved the Belizean people $500 million. $500 million. We could talk about that on another day, my brother. We could talk about that on another day. And I could show you all of the work that the People's United Party government did between 1998 to 2008, which was more than the work that you all did in your 13 years in government. So, and in this super bond, Madam Speaker, what is important, and we need to repeat, because of that, what we did, we've set up a trust fund that by 2040, we are going to have a trust fund for marine conservation for approximately $100 million US. Never ever done in the history of Belize, thanks to a PUP government. And on top, because of the super bond, every year we are getting another $8 million from the super bond, of which is going to be used for marine conservation. Again, thanks to the work of this PUP government, something that you all could have never conceived. They brought it to them how many times? 3 times, and you rejected it because they never have the mental capacity to be able to work it out and understand what was being done. And we did. We did. The intelligence, the ability to understand. That is why the leader of the opposition continues to embarrass himself and talking at the basic who say, I'm a board, we cannot bloody understand what they say. That is the problem. Anyway, Madam Speaker, let me continue.
Members,
They like to talk
42B.
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. I need to remind them. Why is it that we have to, for instance, in this issue, that we need to borrow to get this budget support? If you did not leave us at a point where you were spending $1 million a day more than what we were collecting, we never made this mess. You were not even paying your bills, the post office. Remember from Kayonar, we were at a point of the International Post Office Organization to shut down the services to the post office for Belize because you don't pay your bills. How much? More than 4 years you don't pay on the bills. The ILO, you don't pay your bills. You know? Which other one? They have a whole list of bills that, they put out a hard pay. I know we have to pay. Yes. We are at the verge of an economic collapse. The economy shrunk by over 16%. We were the worst performance during the COVID years, more than any of the other countries in this region. 16%, thanks to the UDP government. And then we need to remind you that it was during your time. You spent approximately $13 billion. $13 billion. And yet poverty increased. It increased from 40% to 52% by 2018, and by the end of 2020, it was estimated to be at 60%. We should have shame on ourselves. You got $500 million from Petro-Caribbean, the same people you insult up, just because you want to keep your US visa. You go and you insult up the poor people from Venezuela who stood by us of which your government and which your then Prime Minister then gone and they went on a drunken splurge. They even used that money for the 2015 election. And we know what happened. We need to remind them. That's why I said the bonanza and refer to it and let it roll. Remember when they went to, I remember they had a meeting in Cayo, Northeast. Remember which village? Dokron. Yes, I remember when the then Prime Minister said, so what is it that you need? Oh, we need one school. You'll get a school. You need more streets. You'll get more streets. He said, we need culverts. You'll get more culverts. And he said, and by the way, he said, I will give you one bridge. And then he reminded about we don't got a river right here. Then they give for a bridge, they want to give you another river. And the thing is, that they promise their poor people, oh, they didn't think that. I didn't get it. Nothing. The rural area don't get nothing. Everything in a Belize city. Huh? Yes, that's why you have to say they cry for Belize. And that is the same leader, because you don't know the leader, you know. Dean Barrett are the leader of the UDP. Yes, he's not still the leader. He is still call the shots. I'm sorry to tell you. And sir, my brother from Colette, boy, you will never be leader, my brother. Because Dean Barrett are the real leader of the UDP. But he is the same one. He is the same one that just went on TV, what was it, about 2 weeks ago, and said, I know my UDP government was corrupt. Now, he said that, everybody said that. He knew that his ministers were corrupt. But what he did not finish saying is that I knew they were corrupt, but I continued to defend their actions. Yes, he was covering it up. He should have been firing people, man, and get rid of them if they are so corrupt. No. Huh? Yeah?
Members, Prime Minister, may I? It's clearly going to be a day where I'll be interrupting. As the presiding officer, it is my obligation and it is my responsibility to remind all members again about Standing Order 42B. And all Standing Order 42B is, members, for those who may not recall it, is that while a member is on his feet or her feet giving a presentation, other members must be quiet. I can tell you from this chair, it's very difficult. So I'm focusing on the member who is speaking. And I will stop focusing on that member when I hear a point of order. But the bantering that goes on across the aisle and at the decibel levels that it seems to be increasing at makes it a bit challenging. So while I will be here for the duration of the day, however long you want to be here, I'm prepared to do that, but it will probably come with some interruptions. So please, Prime Minister, my apologies, but I must remind members of
Thank you, Madam Speaker, but I do believe that the Minister of Mesopotamia owes the honourable member from Cayo North for showing improper motive. I mean, and be a man and apologize. That's what you need to do. I am asking you for an apology because you create improper motive against the Minister of Health. So,
are you standing on a point of order? I just
yes,
want to
Madam
be clear.
Speaker, I ask on a point of order.
What is the point of order?
That he threw an improper motive against the honourable member from Cayo North.
May I ask for clarification on what reference in particular?
Well, he was alleging that as Minister of Health, when I was talking about how his father admitted that the UDP was corrupt and said, why is it that I moved the honourable member from Cayo North? He was imputing improper motive. So he needs to give an apology to the member from Cayo North and withdraw his comment.
I take the point. It is an improper motive, indeed, if that was stated. Mr. Leader for Opposition, and just for clarification, statements that have been aired publicly on the media has been entered in the House before. That's not the issue. The issue, I believe, is the statement you made in reference to the reason why the former Minister of Health. I hear your reference. I'm acknowledging the formal point of order. I'm asking you to withdraw it.
Speaker, I did not say what the Prime Minister said. I asked him why did he move the former Minister of Health.
It's about imputing.
Why did he move? Why did he move? He could answer the question. He could answer the question.
Are you going to withdraw, member? I'm asking you to withdraw because...
Withdraw what?
Your statement that you made about why the Prime Minister, he knows why the Prime Minister...
I asked a question. I did not make a statement.
No. I will suspend. I'm asking you to withdraw. If you will not withdraw, then I'll quickly check the records. Then I'll do that. Thank you. I will suspend shortly. Thank you.
You know.
Members, thank you for indulgence. I reviewed, and to be fair, it really is not audible. So I will not take the point of order. What is happening, members, is a continued disregard for Standing Order 42B. What is happening is I am listening to the member when he or she's on his feet or her feet, and then there's a lot of cross banter. Some is picked up by the mic. Other references are not. So for me to make a determination, I have to hear it in full within the context, the bantering, if I am to honor the point of order. Now I will say this to you. If members, all members, disregard Standing Order 42B, it will require me to have to do these frequent checks. If that becomes simply too tedious for the chair, I will then have to suspend and adjourn proceedings. I will ask members kindly to respect 42B. Now I am reminded, and I will say this, and don't take it in jest, because I do not mean it in jest, of the conversation I have or had with former Speaker, the Honorable Sylvia Flores. And I take her counsel as I am reminded of her wisdom and her words. As she was an educator, this House must be able to operate better than a group of kindergarten students. I am being kind. She was a little bit more specific in her counsel to me. Now, I will ask all members, I have no issue in suspending, checking, coming back. But I don't think that's what we want to do. It's the people's house. There's business to be had. Let's get on with the business. Thank you. Mr. Prime Minister, you were concluding on that debate?
Yeah, Madam Speaker, let me just wrap up, and supposed to wasting time in some of the. I just want to, as I explained, Madam Speaker, that this was already presented in the budget. We'd already explained that it was coming, and that, but at the moment, the loan papers were not fully. The full details were not worked out, and so now that it's worked out, we're bringing it here because it is a part of the budget that we presented earlier this year. With that, Madam Speaker, I move the motion and hope and ask everyone for their support.
Honourable members, the question is that this motion be taken through all its stages this day. All those in favour, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. Thank you. The clerk has just corrected me on just a procedural matter. Forgive me, so I will now, before we go to that question, it is that we must refer it to the committee. Therefore, honourable members, that motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I seek the indulgence of the Honourable House to have this motion taken through all its stages this day. It's a straightforward loan motion. Thank you.
Yes, I got ahead of myself. Forgive me. Now I'll put the question, honourable members. The question is that this motion be taken through all its stages this day. All those in favour, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Introduction of bills.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce and move the second reading of a bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service for Belize for the financial year ending on 31st day of March 2023. Madam Speaker, this bill has a recommendation of the Cabinet, but it's important, Madam Speaker, that I can give some further information and clarity, especially for those on the other side that when they don't understand, they talk about boring. So I will take my time and I will explain it in simple words so that they could understand what is it that we are trying to do. I know the first thing that they're going to shout, well, why is it seems that you never have your numbers right in a budget? I took my time to go to the dictionary to explain, and I'll recommend, say a budget is the estimate of income and expenditure set for a particular time. It is an estimate. Things change. And if you were to talk to people in the private sector, they will tell you every day that their budget change when circumstances change. And for instance, in the time of high inflation and so forth, you have to make adjustments to your budget. Unlike the previous government, they just used to spend and had total disregard to this National Assembly and to the law. I remember we took them to court, and for over $1 billion that was spent illegally, and in one instance, $100 million was referred to as slippage. We want to follow the law, Madam Speaker, so it is important for us to come and to have supplementary budgets so we could explain to this National Assembly, respect the laws, and have respect to the Belizean people, explaining to them why is it that we have to make adjustments to our budget. But, Madam Speaker, these supplementary appropriations largely reflect four broad themes. The first one is the impact of inflation on recurrent expenditures. Two, the cost of the referendum on cannabis. Three, the now expeditious implementation of funded projects by the relevant line ministries. Remember many times that the IFIs used to complain that the previous government did not have the capacity to implement many of these projects. So a lot of these monies that we're bringing here for loans was because these were programs that were started under the UDP, but because of the lack of capacity, they could not move these projects. And I will give you some examples, remember, from Albert. And four, the enhanced access to grant assistance by this hardworking PUP administration recognized by the international community as being fiscal, responsible, and committed to good governance. Now, let me speak on inflation. It is no secret that inflation in Belize has been on the rise. The Statistical Institute of Belize has reported that year-to-date inflation rate in the first 5 months of the year stood at 5.3%, with roughly half of that increase explained by the increase in prices in the transport category due to the rise in fuel prices. As a small and open economy, Belize is directly and uncontrollably impacted by external factors and who it conducts business with. Belize's major trading partner, the United States of America, just 2 days ago reported that its inflation rate stood at 9.1%, also driven by rising food and fuel prices. Our administration has sought to temper that level of increase in the U.S. by fixing the pump price on diesel and regular gasoline for the past 3 months by reducing excise taxes thereon to almost zero, to almost just a little. As I mentioned, in diesel, it's 1 cent per gallon. We have also introduced targeted subsidies to the public transportation sector and tour operator businesses. So the social programs continue. because this has a direct impact on people. Such efforts have cost the government roughly over $5 million already. The rate of inflation at 5.3%, which still above where we all would prefer it to be, is still markedly lower than the US's 9.1%. Nonetheless, the government itself is not immune to these rising costs in the provision of essential public services, particularly in education and health. Accordingly, $2 million will be required to enable bus operators with school contracts with the Ministry of Education to be able to continue providing school transportation services to students in public schools for the remainder of the fiscal year. I think one of you members from the other side brought it up that some bus people, some of these bus operators did not want to operate. Well, rightly so, because the cost of fuel was so high. So we had to sit with them, the technical people, and under the leadership of the honorable member, the Minister of Education, to try to rework and as best to hold on the cost, but it is still costing us another $2 million. Secondly, $9 million in additional funds will be required by the Ministry of Health to purchase competitively bid essential pharmaceuticals and other medical supplies. The process for the acquisition of these medical supplies and medicines were put to open tender. As you are well aware, Madam Speaker, both prices and shipping costs have gone up significantly. And thirdly, roughly $250,000 is required to cover increased fuel costs for both the Ministry of Home Affairs for the police and the Ministry of Agriculture. Both ministries require a lot of moving around. A further $400,000 is separately required by the Ministry of Home Affairs to cover costs associated with securing additional police recruits with a view to ramp up citizen security. Now, as to the matter of the referendum on cannabis, as it has been widely reported, the Elections and Boundaries Commission has determined that the petition for the referendum on cannabis has reached the requisite legal threshold. Unlike the previous government, when there was a recall for the member of Cayo Northeast, you know, they had them trying to scratch out a lot of the names that were being writing to influence the result of that recall. We did not interfere. We promised the churches that we are going to support and to respect their request, and that if they were to have met the threshold, that we would then have a referendum. We promised, and we are complying with their request. So in accordance with the requirements of the Referendum Act, our referendum now must be held no later than September the 4th. Now, in full support of this democratic process, we must therefore fund the cost of the referendum, including all costs of the Elections and Boundaries Commission, logistics, and mobilization costs. It is estimated that this will amount to $5 million, so that we hereby seek the authorization of the supplementary appropriation of such sum. We now turn to proposed supplementary capital expenditures. At the inception of my PUP administration, we soon came to learn of some of the woeful mismanagement of the Barrow UDP administration in public sector investment. With $1.5 billion in committed project funds, due to lack of timely and effective implementation, roughly $1 billion of those funds remained undisbursed. On top of that, the government was throwing away hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in commitment fees for those long undisbursed funds. Once you don't sign up, you have to pay fees, and every year you have to pay a fee if you're not using these funds. And the larger the amount, the more you have to pay in commitment fees. Some egregious examples include the $60 million Cabay loan from 2015 for the Belize Integral Security Program. Now, you would have thought that the government then, who was going through some serious challenges when it comes to citizen security, would have done everything possible to move this loan forward for its implementation so we can improve the security of our citizens. But they did not do so. This project entails investments in infrastructure and equipment for national security institutions, including the rehabilitation of some existing buildings. I think it includes a new headquarters for Belmopan. Where's the member from? Yes. New civil works. Yes, here in Belmopan, for the police headquarters. New civil works and the provisions of equipment for the police department, for the Belize Defense Force, for the Belize Coast Guard, and the National Forensic Science Services. When we took office, after 5 years after the loan signing, only $1.1 million of this $60 million was disbursed. Now, if you may say, I borrow the 1.5 million because, you know, I hire more police, or I buy boots for the BDF. Because remember when you come in and even I had boots. You could understand. But this $1.1 million was used for what? For salaries and rent, but nothing on the investment or implementation of this loan. Similarly, there is also this experience of the $40 million International Fund for Agricultural Development, or IFAD, loan and grant for Resilient Rural Belize project. This project seeks to address constraints and improve the profitability of the value chain process within the context of developing climate-smart agriculture while reducing the financial, economic, and climate-related vulnerabilities small farmers face. Providing necessary drainage and irrigation infrastructure and reduce the physical vulnerability of public infrastructure through retrofitting and rehabilitation of the existing rural infrastructure. Now, check this out. This project included a $16 million in grant funds from the Green Climate Fund. Grant, free money. Free money. The IFAD loan was signed in 2017. By the year 2020, by the end of 2020, when we got in, only $4 million was disbursed. And you want to use the $4 million for? Used for salaries and for the purchase of 4 vehicles and furniture, but there was no investments and no implementation of this loan. This lack of implementation on this loan risked the complete loss of funding for this project, including the entirety or all of the $16 million free money, grant funding that they were giving us, just because they lack the mental capacity to implement this loan motion. And you know what happened? IFAD was at the point of telling us, you know what, we are going to shut down this loan program because obviously Belize not serious. And it is only through the efforts of my office, Dr. Marcelino Avila, and the Minister of Agriculture and their people, and also the intervention that we did with our meeting with IFAD and the GFC in Glasgow at COP26, that we were able to rescue the funding for this project. $16 million free money, man. Since then, the implementation has progressed with an expedited basis. Thus, the recent launch of the roadworks under this project at Nagobank in the Belize district. Through this project, we will now be able to improve rural infrastructure in locations such as San Carlos in Orangerock, Valley of Peace in Cayo, Copen in Stan Creek, Trio Village and San Jose in Toledo, among other villages. Effective and expeditious implementation of public sector investment projects across all priority sectors areas, including education, health, and other social services, poverty reduction and social protection, infrastructure, security, agriculture, and other economic services is now underway under this PUP administration. Madam Speaker, we the work, we not the play, we get their things going. In 2021, public sector investments increased by 25%, or $41 million, to $221 million, from $180 million in 2020, and more than 30%, or $52 million, over the 2019 figure of $169 million. We are investing in the economy, and we are investing to improve the lives of the Belizean people. The increased implementation continued in the first quarter of 2022, with $57 million in public sector investment compared to the $42 million in the first quarter of 2020 and $43 million in the first quarter of 2019. The heightened level of project implementation has continued this current fiscal year. This in turn translates into additional project loan disbursements and government counterpart funding. In this regard, additional project loan disbursements amount to over $18.7 million, while government counterpart funding amounts to $2.5 million. Together, these public sector investments amount to over 30% of the proposed supplementary appropriations. On grant assistance, we are most pleased to report that donor support for our partners in development is getting even stronger. Taiwan continues to step up for Belize with an initial grant of $10 million, of which we seek supplementary authorization. This grant will be used primarily towards the numerous Ministry of Education initiatives, including the National Healthy Start Feeding Program and the BTLDG Connect ED initiative, which was launched just yesterday to broaden and deepen internet access in schools for students. How many years did the former Minister of Education come here, house meeting after house meeting, talking about they are going to implement it, and here it takes no less than the Minister of Education, the honorable member from Freetown, and this People's United Party government to make it a reality. You see, Madam Speaker, we not just spend taxpayers' money on tacos, parties, and excursions. We are investing in the development of our children and our young people's future. Connected to the earlier mentioned Rescued Resilient Rural Belize program, the Resilient Rural Belize program, a $5 million grant from the Green Climate Fund has been committed to rural infrastructure works at the Valley of Peace. Free money, you know, $5 million. Other grants have been secured from numerous agencies, including the IDB, the CARICOM Development Fund, the UNDP, the UNICEF, the International Labour Office, the ILO, the International Organization for Migration, the British High Commission, the Commonwealth of Learning, and even the University of Thailand. You want me to repeat this? These grants amount to a total in excess of $17.1 million, or 25% of the total proposed supplementary appropriations. Just so that you never may bored and you never understand, I will repeat it. These grants amount to a total sum of in excess of $17.1 million, or 25% of the total proposed supplementary appropriation. On other material expenditures across ministries, they include $2 million for the Ministry of E-Governance to commence the digitization of the vital statistics and civil registry. We met with the experts and technical people from E-Governance. They came to Cabinet to make a presentation on digitizing vital stats, something that you all knew that should have been done a long time ago. But we didn't get it done. But they were saying that, well, they're going to go, and the IDB has also offered to loan us the money. But if we were to do that, it is going to take us between 3 to 4 years by the time we get the loan and do the implementation. So what we are going to do, Honorable Member from Colette, we are going to front-end the money. We are going to today do a supplementary from our own money to pay for to start the digitization, because we tell them we need to finish this now. People use this every day, so we're giving them no more than 2 years to do the entire digitization of this unit. And we expect that before then, the loan for the IDB will come in place, that then we can repay back ourselves the $2 million that we are using. I know you kind of look puzzled, that's why, but later I could sit down with you and explain it to you in greater detail. Number two, we are spending, Madam Speaker, $1 million for the Ministry of Infrastructure Development for the renovation. We're spending $1 million for the renovation. I lose hope with your present leader, and also I think more you could understand, member from Colette. Number two, we are putting up $1 million for the Ministry of Infrastructure Development for the renovation of the Charles Bartlett Hyde building to accommodate the Vital Statistics Unit and the Family Court. The UDP should have never put Vital Stats in that small office they have on Queen Street. It's way too small that people have to be standing up outside in the sun and sometimes in the rain to be able to get in there to get the work done. I have visited the installations, and you have the poor people where they work in almost on top of one another. You know where they have the printer? They have it under the steps. You know, they have one step to go to the third floor, right under, they put one table where they try to print the birth certificates, etc. So we're spending $1 million to fix that, and also for the family court, so that they could have a bigger space to be able to serve the people. 3, there's a $1.6 million to the Ministry of Finance to cover numerous costs, including the maintenance and repair costs of the Eleanor Hall building, the Civic Center, and the Customs Headquarters building. As you all know, the Customs Headquarters building, the roof, the leak from ages, and again, the UDP spent up the money and never got fixed. The biggest revenue earner, and they still not fixed the roof. Well, we are setting aside $1.6 million to be able to do all of this. Number 4, we are setting aside $900 million to the Ministry of Health and Wellness for the Cuban Medical Brigade. We have increased the stipend that we have been offering these Cuban doctors, rightly so. They have been working in many of the areas where some of our doctors don't want. We don't have enough. When we have enough, we're not there yet, and we're moving to get there. They're working into the deepest corners of this country where a lot of our local doctors would rather not go. 5, we're setting aside now another $1.5 million to the Ministry of Health and Wellness for COVID relief measures. As the minister explained, the new variant that is out is even more infectious. Thankfully, it seems that it's not as dangerous, but it is infectious, and the Ministry of Health has to continue the aggressive testing of people free of cost when we suspect that they have COVID. 6, we are setting aside, we're voting for $1 million for land acquisition payments and $900,000 to commence the operations of the Belmopan and Dangriga Transfer Station for Solid Waste Management for the Ministry of Natural Resources. The UDP built their thing, you know. They built the transfer stations in Belmopan and Dangriga and never did open it. And they have a sub-PG, they had a Corozal, because, well, you know, they hustled upon the contract, upon the building, not upon the operating. So they built it and then shut it off, not do nothing with it. So here we are now, after long discussions with the DPM, making the case that we need to start to open these transfer stations. So we need to vote another $900,000 to be able to open and get these 2 transfer stations in operation. And of course, well, land matters, things always they come up. What the previous government was saying, and then they go to court, and now we are found legally bound to be able to have to pay these people. So we have to find another $1 million to pay for land that was acquired under the UDP. On 7, we are we're voting for $1 million for the Ministry of Immigration for the amnesty program. We have explained, we will talk some more about the amnesty program later on, but we will have to, there's a cost for the operation of this massive undertaking that the Ministry of Immigration is taking. And 8, $200,000 for additional fuel costs for the housing and population census. Again, this is again a massive undertaking where people are going to every single house in the entire country, and when the budget was done, fuel was not at the cost at where it was. So we have to, there's a shortfall of $200,000 for fuel, so we have to make the monies available for them to conduct an effective and efficient population census. So the total recurrent expenditures added to approximately $12.7 million. The cumulative sum of Capital 2 expenditures amount to $22.2 million, while externally sourced Capital 3 expenditures amount to approximately $33.8 million, for a grand total of an additional supplementary appropriations of $68,659,017 dollars. These expenditures reflect both the times and the work ethic of this PUP administration. We committed to serve the people, and we followed through that commitment effectively and with due expedition. Madam Speaker, I look forward to the support of this Honorable House for the due enactment of this bill. Thank you.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you know, the Prime Minister said that the Right Honorable Dean Barrow is the leader of the UDP. The country should be so fortunate because that is the best Prime Minister ever. But the question I have to ask, and the country has to ask, is who is the Prime Minister of this country now? Is it Courtney and Coe that keeps sending you in this house, making you, as you like to say, embarrass yourself?
Madam Speaker,
I'm listening to a point of order.
what does
Indeed.
Courtney Coe have to do with this, Madam
Yes,
Speaker? This is done by the. This is
I know
prepared
the
by
point
the technical
it's a
people.
point of order well taken, Prime
Thanks, Madam
Minister.
Speaker.
Mr. Leader of Opposition, we can't bring back arguments from previous debates. We are looking at the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation. I restrict you to, I turn your attention to Standing Order 71. It's very specific. On this particular bill, it must be confined to the elements listed in that bill.
Madam Speaker, as you always say, allow me to complete my paragraph and then you could determine whether or not I'm restricting myself to that.
No, I don't
But I'm
always- I
guided.
don't always
I'm
say
guided.
that,
I'm getting
but-
into the substance of
Please,
this bill.
this
Yes,
is the
thank
bill.
you.
Thank you.
So, as I was saying, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister comes in here and embarrasses himself. Whoever writes your speeches, whoever prepared the budget for you, what it demonstrates to the country, to the citizens of Belize, is that your administration is visionless and incompetent. Right? While you portray yourself to be this economist, stay in your lane. Right? It is clear you don't know what you're doing. Your government doesn't know what it's doing. If you did, you would not be coming back into the house with supplementary after supplementary after supplementary. Since your first budget, you did it. You could have been excused because it was your first time at the budget, a lot of reconciliations to do. But what is your excuse 90 days after you pass a $1.4 billion budget to come back now for any more money? Madam Speaker, okay, the referendum, that's $5 million. That was not anticipated. But you knew about amnesty when you devised that budget, or Madam Speaker, Minister Coe is his finance minister. So, yes, so I don't know who really has the power, but whether you or Minister Coe devised that budget, you knew about the family court matters when you came into the house with that $1.4 billion budget. You knew about the maintenance that needed to be done in the finance building 90 days ago when you came with that $1 billion budget. You knew about the anticipation of wanting to give stipends to the medical brigade. We are grateful for their contributions, but you knew this when you passed that $1.4 billion budget. So this is, again, Madam Speaker, a gross demonstration of incompetence. You don't know how to manage the finances of this country. It is not just talk. Why could you not anticipate all of these things that you knew? Then you say that you are dealing with inflation. Inflation has been happening for quite some time now, but you're so disconnected in your $500,000 Land Cruiser and living the rich life that, you know, a gas station owner is living right now, you wouldn't appreciate that, Madam Speaker. But
We have a point of order. Yes. I think.
Hello?
Yes, it's.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker,
What's the
on a
point
point
of
of order, the Honorable Leader of the Opposition is one, imputing improper motives, and secondly, he is not sticking to the matter that is being debated, Madam Speaker. What does that have to do? What does that have to do with the matter that is before us?
Thank you, member. It really is not an improper motive. Please continue.
thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister has been boasting for the last several House meetings how he has recovered this economy. And he takes pride that Prime Minister Barrow cried for Belize, but in 18 months he has been able to turn it around. That's what you were saying before that $1.4 billion budget. So you knew all the problems that faced Belize, and that was supposed to be reflected in your budget, sir. So what is it that you and Minister Coe and the people in finance are doing? Madam Speaker, with the rise in the fuel taxes, why do you need to come back to this House? The taxes are going up. I'll get to that on my adjournment. But they're going up. The prices are going up. And so the government of Belize is collecting more. Maybe not on diesel, as you said, but certainly on premium. How is that not enough to pay for this fuel supplementary that you're coming back for? Huh? Right? So, Madam Speaker, what we see here is complete mismanagement, Madam Speaker. What do you take the Belizean people for? Why 90 days ago, when you came into this honorable House with a $1.4 billion budget, you didn't anticipate all of these other things, save the grants that you're bragging and boasting about? And if your economy, if the Briceño-led government has recovered the economy, you don't need a supplementary. You're collecting according to you. So which one is it? Is it that you're not performing as you brag and boast in this House? That is what I believe it is. There is no other explanation, Madam Speaker. So I cannot support this type of irresponsible fiscal management of our taxpayers' dollars, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
I recognize the member. Orange Walk, please.
Madam Speaker, sometimes I don't know. I think the leader of the opposition clearly don't understand numbers or the procedure of the House. Because what we're doing here, Madam Speaker, is exactly what needs to be done. The Prime Minister clearly read the meaning of a budget earlier when he made his presentation, but it's obvious that our leader of the opposition still doesn't understand the term. That's right. And I stand here, Madam Speaker, to support this supplementary allocation. And if the leader of the opposition was being true to the Belizean people, he would understand the dynamics of a budget. You prepare estimates, that's what we did and presented. Things change, and there is needs. So you're saying, and I will go back to what you said. I will go back to what you said, that if we knew the situation of the Magistrate Court or the Supreme Court, let me give you some history and some facts. Earlier in my message to the Belizean people, I highlighted some of the deteriorated health centers that we found across this country. If we were to come to this honorable house with a budget just to fix the mess you all did, the UDP did for the 13 years, we will need much more money than this. But at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, I would like to point out in terms of the Ministry of Health and Wellness, a very open, transparent process took place for the procurement of very much needed pharmaceutical and medical supplies. And that's where the line item for the $9 million is required. And that's because we really had to take stock of what we surely need. Where is it that we can cut down? And so we're presenting something here that is financially responsible as a government, that we are being financially responsible as a government. We're not coming here just picking up numbers from the sky as you would think, or just wanting to come back to the Belizean people requesting more money. It's obvious you don't understand. Stick to writing of music and don't be speaking about numbers. But Madam Speaker, there's many things in this supplementary that highlights, and I don't have to go through all of that. COVID, as you know, as well, has had several variants that has affected our Belizean people. We recently we're still in the 5th wave. We now have the BA5 variant, so we have to prepare. And a responsible government will prepare for any contingencies that may occur. And so, Madam Speaker, the need for that additional $1.5 million so that we can continue to also get our people vaccinated, to get the necessary test kits that is needed for us to be able to continue the surveillance required in the Ministry of Health. But, Madam Speaker, it's obvious that the members over that side will just want to get up in here and grandstand. And they talked about bringing supplementary. Well, the former government, 13 years. I used to listen to every House meeting. They come to, at every House meeting, they brought supplementary after supplementary, and the famous Petrocarib money where they spent and then had to account back after retroactively. Nobody knew what they were being spent on. But a responsible government under the Briceño administration, Madam Speaker, is bringing to you details of what these monies are going to be spent on and why we need to request for these supplementary allocation. I support this motion here.
I recognize the member for Colette.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg your indulgence before I begin my presentation to ask you for us to take a moment of silence to remember our colleague, former leader of the United Democratic Party, but also a candidate and minister, I believe, under the People's United Party. Sorry? Dr. Ted Arana. So, Madam Speaker, if that is acceptable to you, I'd like to ask for at least 30 seconds of silence to remember him.
May we stand?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam. Madam Speaker, a point that we've observed, and I want to ask the Prime Minister to look at very closely in anticipation of any other supplementary appropriation bills that are to come. And I will give credit where credit is due. My friend from Orange Walk East said that over the time of the UDP in the 13 years that it was only on occasion that supplementary appropriation bills came to this House, and he's correct. But I will also point out very hastily that in fact, we had to bring supplementary appropriation for not only the UDP time, but for years under the PUP time, so it was no different. But there seems to be now a new trend, and I applaud that trend very guardedly, very much hoping that the process can be improved. To make the point, Madam Speaker, that I'm making, I want to use an example of one of the allocations, that of compensation for land. Last financial year, there was $12 million allocated, and there was a slew, maybe about 3 or 4 supplementaries that came afterwards where additional monies were allocated for land compensation. Am I correct, Member for Lakei? And all the explanations were given, all the accusations were given, but the problem was that every time one of those supplementary appropriations came, what we saw is the categories that are here. So you see what was approved when the budget was read by the Prime Minister, and then we see what is being allocated in that particular supplementary appropriation, but we don't see what a subsequent, or a previous appropriation supplementary put there. For instance, when they allocated $12 million, 3 months later they came and they asked for $1 million. So what that document showed was $12 million was approved estimates, and then supplementary estimate was $1 million, but it does not show you the subsequent allocations that are made. So while this is the first supplementary after your budget from March, Prime Minister, could I suggest that when it comes again, whenever you bring a supplementary again, you show not only the approved estimates, but also show us what previous supplementaries indicated so that we can know what the actual spending has been before you come and ask for the appropriation. Does that make sense? Yeah, but the Belizean people don't see it. They don't, and we don't see it when it comes here. And the reason why they put approved estimates is so that we can reflect on the spot. That's the other problem, you know, Madam Speaker. This came to us yesterday, as far as I know. Came to us yesterday. This meeting was called from last week, Friday, Thursday, something like that. Yeah, but the point that I'm making is you knew very well that you were going to come to this house to ask for $68 million more to be appropriated. You knew very well that you were coming to this house to ask us to support the loan from Taiwan. Why can't you provide those documents very early? Even if it is you send something to us that you have to revise later on so that we can have some idea of what is going on and so that we can have an accurate picture. But having made that appeal, the Prime Minister can listen to it or not. As I've said, it is marked improvement from where any political party in government has brought the information to the people, and so I will give them that. I am merely asking that we continue the efforts to be truly transparent and open so that we can all understand. You've come here to ask us to support this. This is $68 million. And so we want all the information, and it would help if you're going to give us last minute to have ready reckoning, so to speak, tables so that we can get the information right at our fingertips. But having said that, I agree with my colleague, the leader of the opposition, in saying that something is terribly wrong with the budgeting process. Something is terribly wrong. How come 3 months later, and I go back to the same example of the land acquisition, you know it's not $12 million. For whatever reason, you knew that. Because every single supplementary that you brought in the last financial year, I'm not arguing, Prime Minister, whether the land acquisition was because of whatever. That's not what I'm arguing. The point that I'm making is that you knew when you came to this Honorable House in March that you would need more than $12 million for land acquisition. But you didn't put that in You know why you didn't put it in? Because it's a way of, as your friend your former member from Freetown used to say, it's a way of cooking the books, making the figures look attractive, making it look like you have the economy under control. Let me make another example. For education, I was Minister of Education for 13 years. And I am telling you that in any given year, $4 million allocated for school transportation is not accurate. We spend $8 million a year in providing school transportation in this country. My friend from Stanquick West will know that the bulk of that money, $4 million alone, probably is spent down south in Toledo. My other friend, the member from Toledo West, will tell you because he was an education officer, you know, Madam Speaker. I fired him one time. Yeah. That's a joke. And I promised him I wouldn't have raised that again. But the point I'm making is we all know, if we're being real, that these figures aren't correct. So why would we allow only $4 million to be allocated for school transportation when we know that that's not going to be an accurate figure? Is it that they were going to cut out the new bus runs in the Corozal district that has seen the children from some of those very remote villages get to school at Corozal Community College or at Escuela Mexico? Was it that you're going to cut all of those runs that come from rural Stanquick and bring them to Delil and to Ecumenical? Is it that was what was going to happen? No. And don't tell me about COVID, so we were expecting a lower amount of buses running because this was a budget that was read in March of this year when we fully anticipated school to be in swing. The minister and they went on the record several times trying to encourage the entire nation and our schools to get back to school. So it is either lacking ability, and let me tell you for the record, Prime Minister, because you keep talking about capacity. Mental capacity, you could never be smarter than me, and I have papers to prove that. You know, I watch and see Madam Speaker criticize me and talk about a doctorate which I have not finished, which I'm finishing now, which is why I'm outside of the country more frequently than I want to be. But, Madam Speaker, even with my incomplete, as they call it, the former ministers of education will tell you, the member from Lake and the member from Freetown will tell you, there's something called ABD, all but dissertation. Well, I have a doctorate ABD, all but dissertation. And any way you turn and twist that, that's 5 years of studies at the postgraduate level. And I hold a master's degree. And I hold a bachelor's in economics.
Member, remind you, 71.
Sorry?
Article 71, we must stick to the confines.
But I am merely responding because the Prime Minister went on. He was beyond himself to try to say that he is smart and we are dumb on this side. Well, my papers say otherwise. I am sure he is well, they gave him an honorary doctorate the other day, but as far as I remember, he has a bachelor's from UTEC, Texas or somewhere. So not talk about education and qualification. And as my friend, the leader of the opposition said, everybody know that the Chris Cowie write all your thing there and the brains behind the government, not you at all. But I said, will teach me, Henry, that true. But I went beyond the associate degree level. That's my point in saying all of this.
We're not debating educational qualifications. We're debating
Madam Speaker,
the supplementary bill. Can we get back on track?
Let me get back to the point that I'm making, that the Prime Minister is flawed. I did not say that. The man's ability to put things together must be flawed, he and his team. If you know you had to bring... Madam Speaker, could you...
42B members,
thank you.
Please. I need to be able to listen to the member who is standing.
Something has to be wrong, Madam Speaker, when they put all of these figures just almost as, they're not placeholders. This is not the kind of thing that you do. You know, sometimes in the public service, they have a post that is not filled, so they put $10 there to make sure that the post stay open. You know that they're not that thing to do, you know. What they're doing, they put an actual number that everybody knows is not accurate. $12 million for land acquisition when they had to come here 3 times last year after the budget was read for supplementary appropriations for land acquisition. No matter why. To put the school bus thing again, but it's riddled with things like that. It's riddled with things like that. Then, Madam Speaker, some of the things that they're spending money on, this has got to be the other problem. Either you are lacking the capacity, and that, while I won't be any further unkind to the Prime Minister and say that he don't have the ability. People who surround him know. I think people like Chris Cowie, then that Chris Cowie is a sharp man. I know that he don't know. But then what happens, Madam Speaker, then? It suggests that if those who put the budget together know better, then there must be some other agenda going on when they bring the supplementary appropriations bill. There must be something else going on. Look at, I heard the Prime Minister talk about the Charles Hyde building, criticize the UDP. By the way, Madam Speaker, much of what they talk about and boast about, a listener as he spoke about the IFIs and all of that, all of those things that are in the pipeline, all of what is in Cap 3, the UDP put their things together. Please. Nothing new. I will get to that again in the adjournment when I talk about education. Going to come like, oh, we talk about DG and Ed Connector. Nonsense. Nothing new. Nothing new. But, Madam Speaker, getting back to the Charles Bartlett Hyde building, the member from Kayo South got up in this honorable house. He said he gone up to the Eleanor Hall building and he looked down and blah, blah, blah. And he criticized the Eleanor Hall building. Criticized. The Prime Minister too had a lot of things to say. You know, I tell you that he is now occupying space up in that building. Brand new premises because the Minister of Foreign Affairs put him out of the last Prime Minister's office, telling him no one time there. The last administration, Madam Speaker, was so prudent that the Prime Minister occupied the upstairs of the Edward Leng building and the Foreign Minister occupied the offices downstairs. But no, the Foreign Minister, who the leader of the opposition has already told you run the government, or one of the players who run the government, tell her, no konya, and send her to the Eleanor Hall building. The position of moving the registry and other government offices into the Charles Hyde building is a plan of the UDP. Because the building wasn't finished, Columbus.
Members,
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, I'll take that back.
thank you. But the bantering doesn't help. 42B.
The intention was always to have government premises owned by the government so that we could get out of the practice of renting, which they started and perfected. In fact, when they got into office, what was the first thing? They started paying rent to Haitham Diab for the fancy offices of the Prime Minister. We don't even want to have a meeting in the cabinet building here. Started renting premises all over the place to allow for your friends and cronies to get fat and rich. The intention was always to own what is for the government. In fact, I will tell you now, Madam Speaker, that there was a plan to build mirror buildings at that site. 2 buildings were to go there, in order to provide government-owned space so that we don't have to pay high costs of rent. That is the purpose of building the building there. So don't come like you are somehow getting a wonderful idea, a wonderful revelation of something great that you are doing. No, sir. That was always the plan of the UDP. Then, Madam Speaker, I wonder, what is it that you're allocating for the referendum? $5 million? It's almost like they're saying to the churches, uno me want a referendum and see breeze blow pelican, same place where they want to go. I need to see the details of what you're going to spend that $5 million on. Because to me, Madam Speaker, it reeks of corruption. We'll see some other things in play here, I am sure. And again, while I applaud the government for bringing this kind of information, a lot is still lacking, We still not get to a lot of the information, the details. And as you all know, the devil is quite often in the details. Housing and population census. So are you telling me the $5 million that you allotted for that is already spent? I hear the Prime Minister give an explanation about $200,000 more because they didn't anticipate the high cost of fuel. Well, you spent $5 million already? Is that what you're saying? I don't know how many Belizeans even know a census to go. You don't have to come back and ask for 200,000 count. Don't spend 500,000 and the census not even really up on the ground good yet. I don't know. But tell me. So, Madam Speaker, we have serious concerns about these supplementaries. And I hope that the Prime Minister will accept and appreciate that I've been very objective. I've tried to be very objective in making these points. Then, sorry, one more thing before I sit down, Madam Speaker. One more thing. My friend, the Minister of Health, spoke about the $9 million for pharmaceuticals and supplies, no? and said that the process is very transparent. Please, this man think we forgot that, in fact, in the last financial year when there was need to purchase pharmaceuticals and supplies, that the number of companies almost tripled overnight, including, I don't call nobody's name, Madam Speaker, and impute any improper motive, but some people on that side, family members and drivers and everybody turned pharmaceutical provider overnight. They think we forget. And he will have the gall to say now that this was open and transparent. I want to see where this $9 million went. It's a $9 million in addition to what was allocated. Something is wrong. And COVID not the boat again. We not got people intubated left, right, and center anymore. So now what is about? And then he's asking for an allocation of an additional $1.5 million for COVID. He talks about the BA5 variant. I can't serious, Madam Speaker. You are now going to, and this is why we have to be suspect. We have to suspect that they're doing something because $1.5 million for this new variant, and the salary you need for protect Belizean people from that. But in the same vein, you put out a release to say we will relax all the measures, even at the airport. You don't even have to show that you're vaccinated anymore to come to Belize. You don't have to show a test. You don't have to do anything. We relax everything. Then now you want the Belizean people to pay for those people who get sick. When we could avoid it by keeping in place. I'm not advocating for those draconian measures that we all engaged in and we were very much annoyed with, but there was serious need for that kind of thing. That is not what I'm advocating for, but the very basic safeguard measures that we can put in place in order to avoid having to spend the kind of money that they're allocating there. But to be fair again, Madam Speaker, there was one good thing that I heard the minister say. He said that they are now, something that I've raised in this house repeatedly, and I want to give him credit for. We have always been advocates for the vaccination campaign because we think it is important. I myself, in fact, contrary to what the Prime Minister said, that I was away for how long? I said, sir, 7 months. I was here and I could not attend one of the meetings because I myself was COVID positive. But luckily, because I was vaccinated, I only had a fever or something for like a day and a half. But as Madam knows, I could not produce a negative test in time for the House meeting, and so I did the responsible thing and stayed away. But vaccinations work. And the minister said that they will, maybe not. What the minister said was that they are now working on and have improved, and I know that this happened through our schools, so kudos as well to the Minister of Education for pushing the agenda to get our younger children vaccinated between 5 and 12, because that is important. It's something that I've asked for in this House, and I see that you're doing now. But overall, Madam Speaker, we can't support this appropriation, this supplementary, because of the still very secretive way that things are put, despite the improvements. And we would hope that we could continue to cooperate with the kinds of suggestions that my colleagues and I are making on this side, and ideas that they might even have on that other side, so that we could improve, because this is what is necessary for good, transparent government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for thank you.
Madam Speaker, good afternoon. I'd like to mention a notion that sometimes we say we have education, but we're not educated. Because we don't make the same mistake over and over again. And Madam Speaker, I rise to support this appropriation supplementary. As we see the rising costs of goods, not only in Belize, but across the world, even those who might sign a contract to build a building, at the three-quarter point of that contract, they realize that they have busted their budget because the cost of goods have risen. And so, as a government, the Prime Minister will be very prudent and very cautious to make sure that we can manage and run a country. And so, with that said, with my few words, I want to say that I support this supplementary bill. As a minister responsible for youth and sports, I want to make it mention to this nation that that ministry was not properly run, was not properly organized under the last administration. I'm doing my best to bring it back to stability. So, Madam Speaker, that said, I support this supplementary bill.
I recognize the member for Caribbean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I too rise to give my full support for this supplemental budget. And I listened to the member for Collett, who has made his cameo appearance, because it doesn't sound like he will be here full-time either. We have a traveling leader of the opposition, now a traveling member for Collett. Well, I'm not sure what part of the states the member for Queen Square, Ellie DeVille, maybe, I don't know. But she hasn't shown up. We soon know our opposition, Madam Speaker, because it seems like not that they have any interest to represent their constituents in this honorable House. But if I may, Madam Speaker, compliment and at the same time criticize the 12th leader of the opposition, is it? I think in 11th and 13th, you're the 12th leader of the opposition, for acknowledging today, Madam Speaker, that we are a far more accountable government than his administration. He used the words marked improvements. And so I want to thank him for being very candid and honest with his words today, that he is seeing improvement in the financial management of this country. Madam Speaker, he was insinuating that there was, after he complimented us, that there seemed to be some cooking of the books in relation to the $9 million at the Ministry of Health. But, Madam Speaker, how easily does he forget that he sat in a cabinet that squandered $1 billion without any approval? Not $9 million, $1 billion, and they had to go to the Supreme Court where it was declared that his Prime Minister, Dean Barrow, was guilty of spending $1 billion without any authorization from this National Assembly. So you want to talk about cooking the books? You sat in that cabinet. You sat on this side of the house. Where was your voice then? When the financial secretary went on national TV and said, oops, we kind of spent $100 million slippage, I think that is what you referred to it. $100 million unaccounted for. And so going back, Madam Speaker, thank you, Member for Collett, for acknowledging that we are coming to this House before we spend, that we are setting out the details of what we are spending on, and that we are being transparent and accountable to the Belizean people, something that is totally foreign and alien to them on that side of the Honorable House. Madam Speaker, I support this supplemental budget because it is not things that could have been foreseen. That's what a supplemental budget is. So when we come here to the Honorable House in April of this year, there was no foreseeing that we would have had a referendum. There was no foreseeing that we would have to pay the bills of the United Democratic Party for land acquisition. There was no foreseeing that we need to increase the recruitment of police officers. Currently, Madam Speaker, we stand at 2,038 police officers. 2,038. Back in 2015, it was 2,400 officers. And so it has become necessary for us to increase the number of police officers in our department. So this is absolutely essential, Madam Speaker, as the Prime Minister said, for citizen security. The Prime Minister also mentioned, Madam Speaker, about a loan of $60 million that the former administration got from Kabe. $60 million from 2015. What we're doing here today is to pay the interest because of them not being able to access or activate that loan. Now I know that the paperwork, when you're dealing with Kabe, is very onerous. You have to fill out a lot of paperwork, but maybe you all don't have the competence for that, and I can acknowledge that. But we have activated it. If you look in the Amandala of this week, we are getting 50 new surveillance cameras, thanks to Kabe. It's the same loan that you all were unable to activate. So, Madam Speaker, we are moving forward with citizen security, with surveillance cameras, with upgrading police stations, with 4 new police stations, Madam Speaker, in Santa Elena, in San Narciso, in Keycorker, and in Belmopan. We will have brand new police stations, Madam Speaker. So, while I can recognize that he is acknowledging that we are better than them, I am also reminding him this is not the time for amnesia. You all were cooking the books. You all were unaccountable to the Belizean people. And that is why, Madam Speaker, this is a responsible and prudent administration that comes to this National Assembly for approval before we spend. I support this budget. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to remind my colleagues of this Honorable House that in March of 2022, March 15th to be exact, the Prime Minister made his budget presentation. Chest out, teleprompter and all, Madam Speaker, to announce to this Honorable House that we would be spending $1.4 billion in this fiscal year. And in his words, Madam Speaker, It's the most robust and largest budget presented to the Honorable House. On behalf of the people of Belize, Madam Speaker, all on the prudence and careful planning of his administration. Let us recap. We are here to consider the supplementary appropriation bill first scheduled for this financial year. $12.7 million in recurrent expenditure, $22.2 million in capital expenditure, and $33.8 million, Madam Speaker, for projects that are funded primarily through the IFIs for a figure of 68 million. In addition to that, Madam Speaker, in addition to the $1.4 million that was allocated for this year, and another 68 million that is being considered by the House today, we have, Madam Speaker, borrowed $390 million in loans. We have refinanced the super bond, which is now the blue bond, for a figure of what, a little over $500 million. And we have just approved another loan motion from Taiwan for $150 million. All Belizeans know, Madam Speaker, that a budget is funded through three sources: taxation, loans, and grants. In terms of taxation, Madam Speaker, the people of this country are bleeding to death when we look at the cost of commodities and also the taxes on fuel. Let us not forget, Madam Speaker, that the Prime Minister, the then leader of the opposition, had all the answers to address escalating fuel prices when he was on this side of the bench. He was vociferous, Madam Speaker, in his arguments and his proposals to the Belizean people, how you could keep the fuel costs under $8. It seems that all those proposals and solutions somehow magically have disappeared, and the cost, the brunt of the cost in terms of taxation rests on the backs of the Belizean people. The budget is also funded through loans. And by my calculation, Madam Speaker, in 18 months, in addition to the $1.4 million we have collected on the backs of the Belizean people, we are borrowing $900 million to support public expenditure. It doesn't end there, Madam Speaker. I remember on March 15th of 2022, when the Prime Minister stood in this House, teleprompter and all, not to make a mistake, how careful they would be in terms of managing the fiscal space. Because according to him, the borrowing of the previous administration was unsustainable. What does he have to say now to the IMF, Madam Speaker? How much more are we intending to borrow by the end of this fiscal period? One has to wonder. It was the PM who sounded the warning that we needed to borrow less, and that with prudent fiscal management, Madam Speaker, we would be able to do more for the Belizean people. I don't know where the Prime Minister and his cabinet lives, but I live, Madam Speaker, in Belize City. And I don't care what new methodology you use to determine the debt to GDP ratio. I don't care how much you say to the Belizean people. Lip service, from my assessment, that we're safeguarding the safety net programs for those living on the margins. I don't care how much you purport that the economy is rebounding. According to him, Madam Speaker, just this week in a local interview, he finally gave to a member of the press that we had seen recently a 5% growth of the local economy. Well, Madam Speaker, if you live in Belize City, as I do, the people are not feeling that 5% growth. I would want our Prime Minister and his cabinet, Madam Speaker, to take a page out of the book of his CARICOM colleague, Dr. Mia Mottley, the Prime Minister of Barbados. She gave a State of the Nation address to the people of Barbados this week. And she, as we recognize on this side of the House, that the escalating cost of fuel and the increasing cost of commodities is not as a result of what a government did or did not do. There are world events, Madam Speaker, that has caused these things to happen. But what, and she is first in her class, what did she suggest, Madam Speaker? She went to the people of Barbados to offer meaningful solutions of how they could bridge the widening gap of those who have and those who don't have. There are many, Madam Speaker. I can certainly speak for the people of Albert that are living on the margins. And yet, I am yet to hear from this administration, even with a loan motion of $150 million from our friends in Taiwan, an additional $68 million added to a $1.4 billion budget, how we are going to safeguard the dignity and the livelihoods of the people who are living on the margins. I listened very keenly to the Prime Minister of Barbados. And I would say to you, Madam Speaker, it is clear that she understands the concept that a government must work for the people and not the people working for a government. All these projects in CAP 3, there is nothing new. All of these projects were envisioned, Madam Speaker, under the UDP administration. Prime Minister had done his assessment and moved post haste to ensure that he could complete the process. The yesterday investment policy and strategy plan that started. During my tenure, Madam Speaker, we did extensive consultation with the business community. This is not a brainchild of this administration. The funding was secured under UDP administration. So I say to the Prime Minister, and I say to his cabinet, we need to find the solutions that will help to improve the conditions of living for Belizeans in a time like this. It's unprecedented. We agree. But it is the job of the government, Madam Speaker, to ensure that we are going to come back to this honorable House to approve another $68 million in public expenditure, that it ought to be used to ensure that we can improve the conditions and help people to live with some level of dignity, Madam Speaker, at a time like this. I can tell you, I'm in my constituency every week, and the demand, the request has increased exponentially because of the economic crisis that we're in. And I'm sure the Prime Minister and his cabinet pays attention to world news. It's not going to get better anytime soon. And so we must come to this honorable House, Madam Speaker, with solutions for the people. Madam Speaker, I cannot support the supplementary appropriation budget as it is presented because it fails to take into consideration, Madam Speaker, the needs and take into account the cries of the Belizean people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize Member.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. I'd like permission to refer to my notes once in a while. But to start off, Madam Speaker, I'd like to bring to the attention of this House the fact that the Honorable Denise Barrow is still not coming to House meetings. I think it is a disrespect to this House. I think it is a disrespect to the country, and it is a disrespect to all elected area reps, Madam Speaker. And especially the people from Queen Square. Madam Speaker, something has to be done. She has to be brought to this House to explain why she does not come to this House. That is our responsibility as a government. That is the responsibility of this House. And I take it seriously, Madam Speaker. Every time I come to this House, I will repeat it over and over again. That is unacceptable, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are, in my humble opinion, three basic justifications for this supplementary allocation. One, unforeseen expenses. I have a clear example here that we have a budget allocation for the accommodations for the vital stats. I recall seeing yellow painted buildings all over the country being rented by the government of Belize. These yellow painted buildings were done from the same paint that we used to paint the center of the highways. And these buildings were owned and still are owned by a past member of this House. I remember clearly the past Prime Minister justifying that a previous member from Caribbean Shores was allowed to rent his buildings to the people of Belize, and everybody at the time, including the members over there, were quite fine with it. I remember opponents of my colleague here from Freetown having his buildings being rented out to the government of Belize while being a president of the Senate under their time, Madam Speaker. And so why am I saying this? The government of Belize, under the leadership of John Briceño, is doing everything in his power for us to start acquiring our own buildings so that we can start putting our offices and our administration people in areas that are comfortable and that function well so that they can give service to the people of Belize. That is one that we are doing for the Vital Stats and the Family Court. They don't remember these things, Madam Speaker, and when you tell them, they get offended. Second thing, Madam Speaker, disaster mitigation. With disaster mitigation, Madam Speaker, the goalpost moves. Every week, every month, something happens and we have to be able to deal with it. One of that situation, Madam Speaker, we had the George Price Highway from Roaring Creek to, I think it went all the way to Santa Elena. Millions of dollars were spent. When we got into government, there was a flood, and the people from the Cayo district would recall this quite clearly. We had a flood, and even though the road was new, the bridge was new, when Iota and Eta came, we could not cross from the western part of the country to go to Belmopan, because there was a section of the road that was low, and that section was the area leading up to the bridge. This that we are going to do, Madam Speaker, is to make sure that the millions that was spent will now be allowed traffic to pass when we have emergencies. So there is a budget that we are putting forward so that we can raise that level approach to the Roaring Creek Bridge and create a flow through Roaring Creek Village itself so that wherever we have an emergency, major flooding, it will not stop the traffic from the Cayo district to Belize City or to the center, which is Belmopan. Madam Speaker, members on the other side are right. There are many projects that we inherited, and we have a responsibility to finish. You see, we not got bad mind, Madam Speaker. If it is a project that is for the benefit of the people of Belize, the Prime Minister and Cabinet has given us a mandate. It is a project for the people of Belize. Even though the UDP started it, we have a responsibility to the people of Belize to complete it and complete it efficiently. What we have done, Madam Speaker, is renegotiated contracts. What we have done, Madam Speaker, is prioritize projects. And we have done this, Madam Speaker, with one end result, and that is to try to save the Belizean people as much money as we possibly can, but at the same time giving them the services that they deserve. The easiest thing for a very highly political government to do is say, well, and the UDP did it quite often, because you start the project, we now finish it. I look at Mahogany Heights, they destroyed it because it was started under the PUP government. I can mention many projects that the PUP government started, and they totally dismissed it. We, in Belize, the Creole terminology will mean you got bad mind. We are not like that, Madam Speaker. They complain that they don't have no money when they have a constituency development fund of approximately $20,000. We even had that when we were on that side, Madam Speaker. That money was allocated for all area representatives, including the one that doesn't come to this house, including the one that disrespects us every house meeting, gets an allocation. And then they complain. The member from Albert complains about high level of fuel and beat up the boss, gas station owner. But Madam Speaker, I don't know if she know what CNN, I don't know if she know read news, I don't know if she know that on the internet. Madam Speaker, There is a war right now in Ukraine that is affecting the price of fuel worldwide. Belize is just one. Madam, can I continue, Madam Speaker?
Yes, 42B. That's the
What's the
quorum
number? I
today.
never read the number. 42 what? 42B. I know
think
they
we
get
will all know that standing order.
42B.
42B.
Well, I see a lot of so-called doctor over there, some want to be doctor, some pretend that they're a doctor, and they can't read 42B. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Prices of fuel is rising, and it has nothing to do with Belize. Have you been to Los Angeles? Have you been to Los Angeles and you've seen the price of fuel in Los Angeles? Have you been to Latin America and seen the prices in Latin America? Have you seen what's happening in the world? Do you understand that Belize does not live in a cocoon on its own? We don't produce oil. And so, yes, it's a problem for all of us Belizeans, Madam Speaker, but it is a reality that we have no control of. The government has done everything possible to be able to contain it to a certain level. They know it, but they're just playing politics. I can understand that. And so, the results of the Village Council, Madam Speaker, gives you a clear indication that the people of Belize, yes, they are aware that we have problems. Yes, they are aware that the country can get better. But at the same time, they realize that under the People's United Party, there is hope. They believe in us. They know that we are working. They see it, they feel it, they want more of it. And that's all we are doing, Madam Speaker, is working day and night. I give this story all the time. I go to the ministry, I open my door, and the employees, the public servants ask me, Minister, why you gonna work? I say, why you ask the question? Because we are not used to ministers coming to work. We haven't seen the past minister coming to work. And I was appalled. I said, but why are you even asking that question? We have a responsibility to the people of Belize to come to work like everybody else. But that's the legacy that they left, Madam Speaker. Absolutely no work. We work, Madam Speaker, and the people of Belize understand that we are working. Every ministry has an opportunity to sit with the Ministry of Finance and they know that cabinet before a budget, everybody brings their wish list. And it's a large and long list. And everybody at that time believes that their wish list is the priority list. And we raise the voice, we go through a lot of things. But at the end of the day, the Prime Minister and the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Finance, they make the final decisions based on priority. Our ministry has projects that are ongoing. We were promised by the Ministry of Finance that, listen to me, some of those projects you might have to slow down a bit because at the time, the economy is not where we would like it to be. But that doesn't mean that a couple of months down the road, or 6 months down the road, or 8 months down the road, or 1 year down the road, if the economy is doing better, then those projects can come online. Our responsibility is to go back to them and say, yes, we understand, but if we delay certain projects more than X time, it will cost the government of Belize much more money. You have to understand, Madam Speaker, that these projects are financed by international financial institutions. They are governed by certain rules. Contractors have already signed contracts. They are commitments. And if the government does not do their part, then you will pay more money because the contractors will end up taking you to court and they are in their right. The lending institutions will penalize you if you don't follow through. Prime Minister is right. We had this infamous Emer Hernandez, and we spoke about him in every possible way that we could, Prime Minister, remember? When we were on that side. The man has had a history of receiving all contracts at the time. When I got in, I said, well, what will I do? But again, the Prime Minister reminded us that we have to be responsible. The contracts that the gentleman has are legal contracts. The responsibility that we have is to be mature and to make sure that we are fair. Presently, Madam Speaker, the gentleman is finishing a project that he started, a $100 million project, by the way, and we are ensuring that the people of Belize get value for money. So our engineers are on top. That's just goes to show you guys on the other side what a mature and a responsible government does. Madam Speaker, nobody likes this concept of having to do supplementary. But at times it is important. This time I believe it is very important. Most of the projects that we have under our ministry are projects that we have to complete. Some of them, as I have explained, are projects that are needed to be done. And others, Madam Speaker, are projects that will only enhance the quality of life of the Belizean people. You have to understand the role of the Ministry of Infrastructure Development is we are service providers. We provide service to all the other ministries when they need something to be built. Even though it reflects on our budget line, it is not our project that we benefit from. It is to benefit Freetown, it is to benefit Orange Walk Central, it is to benefit the areas on the opposition has, it's to benefit Albert and all the other areas. One of the projects right now that this supplementary is to finance is in the Albert division. It is to put in the pumping station to be able to drain out the canals of Belize City so that the Belize City does not flood in an emergency. One of the proposals we have right now, Madam Speaker, is a feasibility study to be able to replace the swing bridge, Madam Speaker, and the Belmopan bridge. These are structures that were abandoned by the past government, totally abandoned. Not a single paint went on them, not a single inspection was done. And when I sent the engineers from the ministry to do an inspection there, they themselves were appalled and annoyed at the level of those structures, Madam Speaker. They are... You could say that, boss. Only you could say that, boss. Only you could say that. Belmopan Bridge seems to be intact. The visible part of the bridge, what they call the superstructure, looks to be solid. But the substructure, Madam Speaker, the pillars, the foundation, they're rotted. The corrosion is at a level where our engineers are concerned. And so we are asking, and we got permission to do feasibility on it. We have gone internationally to seek financing to see how we can replace these structures. Swing Bridge, again, links up the Albert Division. Historical. A decision has to be made. To make Belinda do it again, or we do it properly? Do we replace it with a new bridge at a higher level, or do we replace or try to mend an existing historical structure? That's a decision Cabinet will have to make. Maybe we should put that one in the referendum too, Prime Minister. And maybe the area rep from Albert could give us her opinion. Like how you consult in the park, the same way.
Members. Member for Albert. Member for Albert. Member for Albert. Member for Kaya South. We are on the supplementary bill. Member for Albert, 42B. We're on supplementary bill.
I'm having a good time, Madam Speaker. You see, I'm behaving myself today. Madam Speaker, I want to think me again, 42B.
It's not the thing, it's a standing order, member. Standing order, 42B.
I will make the consultation for the swing bridge better on the Fort Zard side division. No, yeah, well, only you know that, era rep, only you know that.
Members, let's rein this in, please. Supplementary bill, that's what we're on. And
I am on the supplementary bill, Madam Speaker. I
I
am on the supplementary bill because the swing bridge is part of the feasibility study, Madam Speaker. Thank you. But I am being interrupted rudely by a member from the Albert Division, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Madam Speaker, that's all I have to say today. Have a nice day, and I support this supplementary.
I recognize the member for Freetown.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this supplementary appropriation bill. And I want to start by, again, placing on record, my absolute support for the process and the way in which, the manner in which the Prime Minister has presented this bill today. On the last occasion that in the previous fiscal year when we had a supplementary bill, I commended the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance. And I said, and it's worth repeating again, that in the 20 years that I have been honored to serve in this National Assembly, it is the first time that the Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, has really gone line by line, explaining to the Belizean people exactly what is in this supplementary appropriation bill and what it will cost. So there's nobody is trying to hide anything. Everything is transparent. The government is being absolutely accountable about all of these monies that are being tabled here today in this supplementary bill. And I absolutely am obliged, Madam Speaker, to support this bill because of what is contained in there for education. One, as the Prime Minister pointed out, there's allocation to deal with the issue of bus contractors. These school bus contractors sign contracts. These contracts are for a fixed rate, a fixed value. Obviously, with the increases in the cost of fuel, those contracts really became meaningless. The contractors have been losing money. They provide an absolutely essential service in terms of transporting our teachers and students to school, particularly in our rural communities. And so we, after consultation with them, the ministry met with them, we agreed to come up with a formula that would allow for us to adjust those contracts to ensure that they would be able to continue to provide this important service come the new school year. So that is contained in this supplementary appropriation bill. Absolutely important, essential. I don't think anybody wants that service to be stopped. Two other important projects which are a part of the Republic of China-Taiwan grant program are the National Healthy Start Feeding Program. We hear a lot of talk about the need for social programs. Well, one of the greatest social programs that we can have is providing healthy meals for our students at school. And that is a part of this, the first phase of that National Healthy Start Feeding Program, Madam Speaker, which was a part of our Plan Belize agenda. That is being rolled out come the new school year. As well, we have as I think the Minister of Public Utilities mentioned it, yesterday we launched the Connect Ed project, which will see an expansion and enhancement of internet services to some 200 schools across the country. Critically important, Madam Speaker. Technology is the future of education. As a country, as a government, we recognize that, and we are doing everything we are to ensure that our students across the country have access to adequate, reliable internet services. So connectivity is critically important, and that too is a part of this supplementary bill. In addition to that, there are smaller sums, Madam Speaker, for the Education Quality Improvement Project, which is an ongoing project, and again, a very, very important project that's aimed at improving the quality of education in our country. So those, Madam Speaker, are essential elements of this bill, which I fully support. And just in closing, Madam Speaker, to make the point, listen, that, you know, the members on the other side, you know, make a lot of noise about the economic conditions, and we are obviously aware of the economic conditions that exist across the world. Belize is being affected by those economic conditions. But, you know, it's very, very difficult to listen to these people with any sense of credibility being attached to what they're saying, to any sense of moral authority being attached to what they're saying. You know, they say facts are very, very stubborn things. And the facts are, Madam Speaker, that this government, it is under this government's watch, just in 18 months or so, that the debt to GDP ratio has gone. When we came into office, we had a 130% debt to GDP ratio. Today, I checked it today, because I wanted to have an accurate figure for today. Today, that debt to GDP ratio is 89%. It's gone from 130% to 89%. So that's a stubborn fact that you have to understand and accept. If you don't understand debt to GDP ratio, then that's another matter. But those are stubborn facts. And the other important fact, Madam Speaker, when they talk about economic growth and development, is, as my colleagues have said repeatedly here today, under their government, you know, you only have to look at one report card. Under their government, a government is elected to raise the people out of poverty. That is your priority, no matter what you're doing. You're working in health, you're working in education, you're creating jobs, the agricultural sector, the tourism sector, whatever you're doing. Ultimately, the objective is to lift people out of poverty, to have them in a better place than they were when you took office. And after this 12 years of the UDP, as my colleagues have pointed out, poverty in this country went from 40% to 52%. Those are the stubborn facts. So when you get up in here and you talk about economic growth and development, remember that. Start by confessing that it is under your watch, under the watch of the United Democratic Party government over the past 12 years, that the people of this country fell into deeper and darker poverty. That is the record. That is the legacy of the United Democratic Party. So don't come here giving us any lectures about social programs and about economic development and economic growth, because that obviously did not work. All the hustling and all the corruption that was attached to those programs and to those projects, that is what has kept the the people of this country in poverty. We are about the work, as the member for Cayo South said. This government is about work every single day. I can tell you I'm witness to it every single day. The Prime Minister of this country and every member of this cabinet and all of our support members, everybody is out there trying to do their best to lift the Belizean people up, to help them to improve their lives, to create greater opportunities for them. That is what we are about. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. That is the work we are doing for the people of this country. And they are going through difficult times, but guess what? They understand, they recognize that we are working on their behalf and that the hustling that took place over the last 12 years has stopped. And they are rewarding us. That's why you see the results in the village council elections. So, Madam Speaker, I am proud to support this supplementary appropriation bill because it is about continuing the work of this great People's United Party government. Thank you.
I recognize the...
Madam Speaker, after this...
We had the member for Cayo North.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Just very briefly, Madam Speaker, I also want to support this supplementary appropriation bill, and I want to commend our Prime Minister for the alacrity and transparency in which he brings these bills to the House. Madam Speaker, in particular, I want to support the $2 million that is being allocated to the Ministry of Public Utilities, Energy, Logistics, and E-Governance for the Vital Statistics Project. This is perhaps one of the most vital and critical services that the Belizean people have consistently demanded. Madam Speaker, this VSU, as we call it, is critical. It is critical for us to have an efficient civil registry system so that we can ensure that there is full coverage of all the live births, deaths, marriages, and adoptions in this country. I think we can't fail to underscore the importance that we have about 4% of our population who are unregistered. And what does that mean? This translates into the fact that they're denied or they lack a basic right to having a human identity, Madam Speaker, and that in itself lends to disadvantages because they're excluded from many of the services being provided by this government, and it leads itself to inequalities. And so it is important for us to get this project going. We have taken the steps, as the Honorable Prime Minister said, to get the funds from the IDB. But we recognize the urgency to get this going. And we can't wait 4 years to deliver this to the people of Belize. We need to do that now. And so the Honorable Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance will be on lending these monies so that we can get it going. And our expectation is that within 2 years, we can have this fully functioning and the people will be able to access this service from throughout this country, Madam Speaker. We are working for the Belizean people. We're delivering on the promises of Plan Belize, Madam Speaker. And I want to just say this. I listened to the member from Colette despair about the lack of ability and capacity. And when I sat here this morning and I listened to the interventions, particularly from the leader of the opposition, I can understand the level at which he operates, Madam Speaker, because in that place for 10 years, nobody thought about budgeting and financial management. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I have him withdraw that from the record, Madam Speaker.
What's the...
He's insulting me, Madam Speaker, talking about that place that I was in for 10 years, Madam Speaker. He said that on the record, or could you ask him to clarify, Madam Speaker?
No, I will not.
On a point of order, I'm asking that he withdraw that insult from the record, Madam Speaker.
What is your point of order?
Order is that members should not insult members and impute improper motives.
Yes.
So I'm asking that he withdraw that statement.
I hear your point of order. I'm ruling that is not an insult and that did not impute an improper motive. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Point of order. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I was about to say after we've ended up with quite two energetic presentations right now in the report. And there's a lot that I can correct for the misrepresentations from the other side, but I will not do that. It's been a long day. But before you leave, Madam Lady from, well, your daughter, that come first. I agree. Madam Speaker, I think the difference between the mindset of the UDP and our government is that for them, social upliftment is giving money. And whilst giving money can help you for a day or two, it cannot help you for long. That is what they did for the past 13 years. Use government money to give to their supporters so that they could continue to get votes. Our party has a different DNA. Our party believes that we need to empower people. That is why George Rice and Florence Marin started the land revolution, when we started to acquire land from huge landowners and give it to small land to our people so that they could own their small parcels of land. That is what happened in the north, that we acquired the lands from Tita Line and passed it on to thousands of Belizeans in the north so that then they can work and they can have a sense of independence and self-worth. But for 13 years, the UDP used the government, the budget, to give away monies to people. We are putting people back to work, Madam Speaker. That's what we're doing. We have created thousands of jobs. If you were to look at the record last year, Belize was heralded as a country that had the fastest growing rate in BPOs. That's not us that said that. When you look at what we have done in the Ministry of Tourism and Agriculture, the thousands of jobs that we have created, we are empowering people. We are making them proud people again, so they don't have to go and beg from a politician. But despite all of that, we understand that there is a need and that we need to continue to do the social programs until we can get our people back on their feet. Now, the honorable member from Albert, and some few people get excited when they see Mia Motley saying what she is doing. Mia Motley and I were very good friends, and I'm a great admirer of her. But when she says that she's going to work on her school meals department to provide lunch at schools at age from July the 25th to September the 2nd, only for 3 months we talk about it, because in 2 months. Here we come, the minister is coming up with a Healthy Start feeding program for the entire country. But excited that Mia Motley, they say she ain't going to do this for 3 months, or 2 months and a few days. When she's talking about the value-added tax will be reduced from 12.5% to 7.5% on the electricity charge on the bill on the first 250 kilowatts of the residential bill. We need to remind the Belizean people that this was the UDP that started the charge. Remember, they increased the GST on poor people? And now it has been reduced now that anybody under $100, they do not pay GST. We are already doing these things in Belize. On top of the basket of essential food items will be expanded and they do not attract value-added tax. Most of the food that we import pay little or no tax, Madam Speaker. That is why we've managed to hold on inflation to 5.5%. When they're talking about the consumers will benefit from price reduction of 45 essential items because of the tax, and they're doing it for 6 months, we have done that. This government has been moving ahead. Now, the member from Albert likes to talk about about what I said about fuel in the opposition. That I said, I'm not afraid to repeat it again, that we will do everything possible to keep diesel at $9 per gallon. And how did I say we were going to do that? We said by looking and playing with the taxes, that we can cut on the taxes. Madam Speaker, at that time, fuel, the gallon, the barrel was about $60. It has gone up to about over 110. It's starting to go down. But we are now charging on diesel 1 cent on the gallon. You know how much the UDP was charging back at that time when it was already over $10, Madam Speaker? They were charging $3.57 per gallon on tax on diesel. We are charging how much? Leader of the opposition? Leader of the opposition? We are charging, the man, they write on lyrics right there. The rap. We are charging 1 cent on that. When you look at regular, the UDP back then, when they were government, they were charging $3.94 a gallon on regular. Today, we are charging 90 cents. We have removed $3.04, trying to control the cost of fuel because we understand that people they feel. And you know, as a matter of interest, you know what is a gallon of regular in Barbados today? I just Googled it. $17.86.7 cents. $17. I know they play like you're not here, you know. Then after they say never understand. But that is the point, that we are doing a way much better job for the people of this country. And we have nothing to apologize for. But yet they get excited when somebody from abroad to do something when we are already doing that. We are giving fuel subsidies to bus operators. We're giving fuel subsidy to our cane farmers, to our tour operators, to our citrus growers, to our banana growers, to in agriculture. We're doing all of that because that is the way how you grow an economy. And by growing an economy, you put people back to work, and the government can collect more taxes to provide services for the people of this country. That is how you grow an economy, Madam Speaker. And yes, and you're right, when the Honorable Member from Kayo South said that they're saying, well, Minister, what are you doing in office? All of us are working long hours. In the Prime Minister's office, they look at me and say, well, how come you didn't see at 7:30 in the night to work? The previous Prime Minister get 10 o'clock and by 3 o'clock he pack up and he go home. Because they simply did not care. What, 1 year? One time, the Minister of Tourism, one time in 13 years. God, in the Ministry of Tourism. And likewise, you could see in all of the ministries, that's why nothing was happening. Just spending money like crazy. Even the police officers look at me and one time I said, but Prime Minister, you work long hours, you know. They're surprised. But we promise the people of this country that we have to rescue Belize, that we are going to fix it, that we are going to grow it, and we're going to create opportunities for everybody, because everybody will win in this country, Madam Speaker. Even the opposition, when we started off with the Community Development Fund, we could have behaved the way they did. look what they did with the educational subsidies that they gave us just before the election. They gave each minister, I think it was about $50,000. And then give you what? I think 5,000. But yet they give them 50,000. And when I remember looking at the Minister of Health and of Education from across and tell him, like, where you going? He just, like, if they're not for your fault, of course, it's somebody else's fault. But we have been trying our best to be equitable with everyone, because all of us are in this together. If this boat sinks, all of us sink. Not only the PUP or the UDP, all of us. So it's important for all of us to be able to work together. We need to understand that we are in a crisis. The entire world is in a crisis. And so we need the opposition to work with us so that we can do even more and that we can move this country forward more. When we come and bring a supplementary budget, we could probably have done like what the opposition, the UDP back then did, that they spend the money to hell with the law, and then come long afterwards and give you one line item without no explanation as to how the monies have already been spent. We are different. Do you think we'd like to come here a month later and bring a supplementary budget? No. But the law requires it. And we want to make sure that we could explain to the Belizean people why we are doing these expenditures. And I've gone line by line, and I've explained to the members on both sides, especially on the other side, line by line, why is it that we are asking for these monies. These monies is not for splurging, it is for work. It is investment in education, investment in health, investment in human development, investment in our people, because we understand that a lot of our people are going through a very difficult time. We feel it. Every day people come to our office or they come to our homes, and we don't chase them away. We listen to them, and we try to do our very best to help. Sometimes we can't give everything they want, but we try to do our best. But the best social programs that we can have, Madam Speaker, is to put people back to work. And that is what this government is doing. Madam Speaker, I end this debate by asking the support of both sides of the House. I thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2003 be read a first and a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2023.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance and Economic Development and Investment.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Public Sector Emoluments Allowance and Allowance Reductions Act number 14, 2021 to reinstate the 10% salary withheld on account of a salary reduction imposed on certain persons appointed to hold a public office and to provide for matters they are connected therein. Mr. Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. I'll be just very brief on this. It's a very straightforward bill. Last year when we met with the public officers, we said that we had to cut salaries and allowances, and the projection was that we were going to do it for 3 years. But because of the performance of the economy, because of the hard work that the People's United Party government has done in the past year, we are now returning that 10% and allowances to our public officers 2 years in advance, Mr. Speaker. 2 years in advance. And I hope that the member from Albert and Mesopotamia and Colette will also get up and support this bill. This has the recommendation of the Cabinet. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment to introduce the under-mentioned bill.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order number 49-1, I move that the bill be taken through all its stages forthwith.
Honorable Member, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Emoluments and Allowances Reduction Act, Act number 14 of 2021, to reinstate the 10% salary withheld on account of a salary reduction imposed on certain persons appointed to hold a public office and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order number 49-1, I move that the bill be taken through all its stages forthwith.
Honourable members, the question is that the next stages of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favour, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I am assuming you had lunch. I hope you may eat properly because
I'm good.
so quickly because I don't want you to get sick, Madam Speaker. I need to make sure. Anyway, Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Trademarks Act, Chapter 253 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, a revised edition 2020, to give effect to the protocol relating to the Madrid Agreement concerning the international registration of marks, the Madrid Protocol, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, this bill has recommendation of the Cabinet, but kindly allow me to give a slight explanation on what is it that we're doing. Basically, what we're doing is modernizing the system. What this bill is doing is it seeks to give full effect to the Madrid Protocol of the 27th of June 1989. This bill empowers the making of regulations to specifically govern international registration of marks under the Madrid Protocol, and generally for giving effect to anything required to be done in relations to international convention or treaty to which Belize is a party. The Madrid system, which was established in 1891 by the Madrid Agreement, is currently governed by the Madrid Protocol, which, as I said, was adopted in 1989. It came into force, however, on the 1st of December 1995 and became in operation on the 1st of April of 1996. As of the 15th of June of 2021, the Madrid system covers 124 countries, allowing trademark owners to access markets covering more than 80% of the world trade and 70% of the world population. Any state which is a party to the Paris Convention for the Protection of Industrial Property, or the Paris Convention, may become a party to the protocol at no cost to the state. As a member of the Paris Convention, trademark owners in Belize can use the provisions of the convention to apply for the protection of their trademarks in other countries who are signatories to the convention. This means that if a trademark owner in Belize wishes to protect their trademarks in the United States, in China, or the EU, in addition to registering their trademark in Belize, they also have to file separate applications in the United States, China, and the EU. And upon registration, they will have to continuously apply for renewal of their trademarks separately in these individual states. That is how it presently works. So if Marie Sharp and Peppers want to copyright their name, their business name, they have to have an attorney somewhere in the EU to do it for them, in China, in Japan, in the US, wherever it is that they want to protect that mark, or else the others can do it. I mean, it has happened in Belize. Remember once we had Hard Rock Cafe and all of those names that we were using by trademark. Now, Cabinet has taken the decision to accede to the Madrid system to provide trademark owners with an additional route to follow to obtain protection of marks in other contracting parties or countries. The Madrid system allows a single international application to be filed with the WIPO through the local intellectual properties office, for instance, here in Belize, nominating any member of other contracting parties where the protection is sought. It provides a centralized maintenance of an international registration. Under this system, if the trademark owner in Belize wishes to protect their trademark in the United States, China, and the EU, in addition to Belize, with only one international application will be required. One, as opposed to going all over the world trying to register their name, their trademark. In this international application, the applicant will indicate where the protection is sought, designating, in this case, as an example, the United States, China, and the EU. The application can designate as many of the members of the Madrid system as they want. If they want to do it to all of them, they could do it in all the countries, all under one. After registration, the proprietor or the owner of the trademark will only have to file one application for renewal, and at its mark will then be renewed in all these designated states. The government anticipates that also there will be an increase in revenue once the legislative framework, including this bill, and subsequent regulations are put in place to fully implement the domestic framework to accede to the Madrid Protocol. Again, Madam Speaker, this ties into Plan Belize and our commitment to create an atmosphere that's conducive to the ease of doing business in Belize. And this bill is a part of our commitment to accede to the Madrid Protocol. This will allow international applications to be made by owners of trademark in Belize to secure the protection of their trademark in contracting states of the Madrid Protocol. Likewise, international trade owners will also be able to apply to have their trademarks protected in Belize, and therefore we should see now an increase in revenue for these international applications. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Trademarks Act, Chapter 253 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to give effect to the protocol relating to the Madrid Agreement concerning the international registration of marks, the Madrid Protocol, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters, Chapter 10703 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to increase the statutory period for retention of records by reporting financial institutions, to improve civil sanctions on reporting financial institutions for failure to apply due diligence procedures on persons for providing false self-certifications, to provide a threshold for controlling persons, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. Madam Speaker, this is a very technical amendment that we're doing, but basically we're following the work that the previous government started in acceding to the demands of the EU and the United States. Right here, what we're doing now is to ensure that the IBC, since now both of them are in parity when it comes to taxes, these amendments will require now these IBCs also now to report that the banks here can then report to the other countries where they come from, so that then they can ensure that basically the big countries, they want to make sure that they can collect their taxes. I will be asking that we go through the 3 readings because they're going to be doing a peer review shortly. And if we don't do this, then we can be again blacklisted, and we want to stay away from that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters Act, Chapter 10703 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to increase the statutory period for retention of records by reporting financial institutions, to impose civil sanctions on reporting financial institutions for failure to apply due diligence procedures on persons for providing false self-certifications, to provide a threshold for controlling persons, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 49.1, I move that the bill be taken through all its stages.
Honorable members, the question is that the next stages of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Tourism and Diaspora Relations.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, Belize, and good afternoon, good people of Big Stop. Before I get into the work at hand, I would like to commend you, Madam Speaker, for keeping this discourse today at a high level and keeping order. After all, this is a House of Representatives and not the big house. Madam.
Actually, you'd have to stand up and give me the point of order. What is the inference? No. Do you have a point of order on it? Member for Honorable Minister, member for Big Stop. Forgive me, but I believe the reference is Big House, the jail, correct? Thank you, Member for Albert. I'm going to ask you to withdraw that.
This is not a big house.
Member.
I withdraw it, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. And let me just say, pardon me, I'm using Standing Order 91 to allow me the privilege to interrupt. Clearly, I have to be doing that. Please do not insinuate, members, that I necessarily get some of the language or references. I will ask that you always be clear. And if I don't know, simply state it and I will make sure I intervene. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Hotels and Tourist Accommodation Act, Chapter 285 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the Minister to make regulations to adjust the rate of accommodation tax to encourage tourism among certain classes of persons and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of Cabinet, and I would just like to give a brief explanation of why we're making this amendment now. Actually, this is a recommendation coming out of the Tourism Recovery Task Force last year, and at that time we were still in the midst of a brutal COVID wave, and the tourist flows into Belize were not as high as they are today. And a large portion of the people visiting our hotels and our tourist attractions came from the Belizean traveler. This is why we're making this amendment, Madam Speaker. Currently, Section 22(4) of the Hotels and Tourist Accommodation Act does allow for the Minister to vary the rate of hotel tax, but it does not allow for more than one category or categories. The implementation of this would only depend on the current situation of the state of the industry and would obviously be with the consultation of the tourism industry. The Belizean traveler represents about 5% of all travel in Belize, and during COVID, like I said, this target audience definitely kept us afloat during those very difficult times. So we see great value in continuing to target the Belizean traveler as we move forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Hotels and Tourist Accommodation Act, Chapter 285 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the Minister to make regulations to adjust the rate of accommodation tax to encourage tourism among certain classes of persons and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Tourism and Diaspora Relations.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to provide for the remission of arrears of accommodation tax under the Hotels and Tourist Accommodation Act and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, as you know, the dynamics in the tourism industry have changed significantly over the years, and now you have a lot of vacation rentals being used as accommodations for the tourism industry. Vacation rentals under the law are under 4 categories: or private homes, homestay, bread and breakfast, and condos. However, they represent about 20% of the revenues generated by the accommodation sector. Today, there are still a large portion of them that have not been able to come in to register under the system but are providing services to the industry. We want to give them an amnesty period for them to be able to come in and to regularize and to become licensed under the Belize Tourism Board. However, currently under the Hotels and Tourist Accommodation Act, it is very specific and strict regarding tax assessments. So there's a late fee surcharge of 10% plus 5% per month interest. So for example, and I'm giving you a real life example now, from room revenue in the amount of about $55,000, the 9% hotel tax that should have been paid would have been somewhere around $4,950. The 10% late fee would amount to $495, and the interest of 5% would amount to close to $4,000. So a lot of people are hesitant to come in because they believe that they're going to be audited and back taxed. We want to give this amnesty for 3 months only, and only for properties that have not had a license before, so new properties. Like I said, we estimate that this represents about 20% of the revenues throughout the country, and we anticipate that by doing this, we would be able to capture another 200 or 300 properties all across this country. We're also working with Airbnb to develop a program whereby they collect the taxes on behalf of the government of Belize, and we're working to streamline the minimum standards to ensure that it is easier for these vacation rentals to be able to license. So, Madam Speaker, this bill has the support of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
For an act to provide for the remission of arrears of accommodation tax under the Hotels and Tourist Accommodation Act, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Public Service, Constitutional and Political Reform and Religious Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I get into the bill I'm presenting for first reading today, Madam Speaker, if I can just acknowledge that today is the anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic ties with our sister country, Cuba, the 27th anniversary. And certainly Cuba has been a good friend to Belize, and we hope to deepen that friendship, deepen that solidarity as we continue to be good friends and good neighbors. So I'd just like to acknowledge that today is the anniversary of that diplomatic establishment. Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to provide for the establishment of a People's Constitution Commission to draft and guide the process of promulgating a new constitution for Belize or amendments to the Belize Constitution, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, in Plan Belize, the People's United Party made several commitments to the people of Belize with regard to decolonization. In Plan Belize, we had the quote, "The story of our people is one of resistance and resilience, forging a cultural and decolonization project in our sovereign and independent nation state of Belize." Madam Speaker, 41 years after our independence, it is high time that we as a nation own our independence, and we need to continue this decolonization project. So I'm very proud to stand here today to introduce this bill. It has had a long gestation period, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister spoke about this process back in his September 21st Independence Day address in 2021. In the budget presentation, we spoke about the process of developing and creating a unit and making sure that we have this commission in place. So I am happy that we are now at the stage where we can introduce this bill to the House. And it was felt, Madam Speaker, originally that we should have gone through the 3 readings today. But after further reflection, the Cabinet, myself, those involved with the process felt that this is of such national importance that it's important that we just do the first reading and allow the people of Belize to have an opportunity to digest and make comments on this particular piece of legislation. And what I can say, Madam Speaker, is that the last time we went through this process in 1999 with the Constitutional Reform Commission, we did not have legislative backing. So what this shows is the seriousness of this government to make sure that it has the full legislative backing of Parliament, of this Honorable House, to make sure that the process is carried out in the best interest and in the most consultative manner possible for the people of Belize. One of the key areas for decolonization is the Constitution of Belize. This is a very important and complex undertaking, and it requires a lot of study, discussion, and actions that will make the general citizenry aware and capable of informed participation. There must be a process for creating a new people's constitution, and this commission, Madam Speaker, will be in charge of that process. Madam Speaker, the bill consists of 5 parts with 25 sections dealing with the establishment of the commission, the composition and appointment of members, the functions and procedures of meetings. Section 7 in particular, I wanted to highlight that, speaks about the independence of the commission. I'm very happy that we have included in this legislation the independence of this People's Constitutional Commission. Part 3 deals with the administrative provisions of the PCC, including the establishment of the Secretariat of the PCC, which will be the Good Governance Unit. Joining us today, Madam Speaker, are members of the Good Governance Unit, headed by Director Cesar Ross, a former lecturer at the University of Belize, and someone well-versed in reform and governance. They have sat here dutifully all day, Madam Speaker. And I would like this House, with your indulgence, to acknowledge the members of the Good Governance Unit. If they can just stand and be recognized, these are the members that will be the Secretariat for the People's Constitutional Commission. As you can see, Madam Speaker, they have a lot of young persons there, people that are interested in governance, people that are interested in reform, and certainly I look forward to their contribution as this process goes along. Madam Speaker, as I said, I'm very proud to be introducing this bill today. I think that it's important that the Belizean people understand the magnitude of what we are trying to accomplish. This People's Constitutional Commission, which will have broad representation, Madam Speaker, broad representation including members of the opposition and leader of the opposition. I understand that the letter was just received this week, so I apologize for the delay, but I hope that you can name your 2 members as soon as possible. Actually, it's 4 because it's 2 representatives and 2 alternates that can be on the commission as soon as possible, because we hope to launch this commission in the next couple of weeks. So, Madam Speaker, thank you for allowing me to speak a little on this bill, and certainly this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, that bill is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to provide for the establishment of a People's Constitution Commission to draft and guide the process of promulgating a new constitution for Belize or amendments to the Belize Constitution, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Utilities, Energy, Logistics, and E-Governance.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to establish the E-Governance and Digitalization Department and provide for its powers, duties, and functions to promote and regulate the provision of electronic government services to enhance service delivery, citizens' access, and the efficiency and effectiveness of government administrative procedures, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, I wish to make just a few remarks regarding the introduction of the Digital Government Bill. In 2020, this government took the bold move and committed to building a modern and digital government that works for all Belizeans. Since then, the Ministry of Public Utilities, Energy, Logistics, and E-Governance has worked towards achieving the commitments under the National Digital Agenda as guided by Plan Belize to ensure that our government continuously evolves and meets the expectations of our citizens. Today, the ministry is now setting the framework to achieve the next phase of digital delivery and transition for the well-being of our people. But none of this can be achieved without a strong collective response and approach to digital transformation. We face two main gaps. One, there is no holistic legal landscape that exists on digital government, and two, weak institutional arrangements and collaboration. Without clear legislative guidelines or provisions which regulate institutional arrangements, interinstitutional collaboration, information sharing, the simplification of requirements, and administrative procedures, we will continue to be slow at adapting and providing better service delivery. Our people will continue to stand for hours in lines, or much worse, need to make multiple trips to access one service. If, as a government, we are to improve and deliver on our commitment on the Plan Belize and the national digital agenda, we must take another bold step forward, becoming the first Caribbean country with a Digital Government Act. We do not only aim to achieve our commitments, but to do so while becoming a digital leader in the region. The Digital Government Bill provides a comprehensive framework for developing digital services across the government and the interoperability of the supporting system. This bill will provide the fundamental principles and tenets to promote and facilitate the digitalization of public services and the utilization of ICT as a core element of Belize's public administration. It sets the requirement for simplifying procedures, interagency information sharing and collaboration, and access to high-quality information. This bill also introduces the once-only principle, where no data will be requested twice, reducing the burden on citizens and businesses when accessing services. It sets the stage for the delivery of an e-services portal, a single window for all government services online, which is a project already in the design phase. Madam Speaker, our goal is to create public value for our citizens and businesses by providing the necessary tools and mechanisms for government to provide standardized, high-quality, and safe online services. To enable effective leadership in digital government, the bill provides for establishing the e-governance and digitalization department within the Ministry of E-Governance. This digital government bill will also build trust and confidence in our citizens and investors as we prioritize and incorporate digital as part of our DNA. This comprehensive bill was developed with the support of the United Nations Development Programme Belize Office and with the participation of various public and private sector stakeholders. Madam Speaker, together we are closing these gaps and addressing the pressing issues faced by our people. The Digital Government Bill presents us with an opportunity to take collective action for our people. We can wait no longer to achieve this digital transformation. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. Thank you.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Public Service, Labor, Industry, and Trade Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to establish the e-governance and digitalization department and provide for its powers, duties, and functions to promote and regulate the provision of electronic government, e-government services, to enhance service delivery, citizens' access, and the efficiency and effectiveness of government administrative procedures, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Motions relating to the business or sittings of the House.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Education, Culture, Science, and Technology.
Madam Speaker, I move that at its rising today, the House adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the House at its rising today adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been agreed that the motion and bills listed below pass this day. One, Government of the Republic of China Taiwan loan commitment under bilateral cooperation program, US $75 million loan motion 2022. Two, Public Sector Emoluments and Allowances Reduction Amendment Bill 2022 and Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters Amendment Bill 2022. As you are well aware, under Standing Order number 74, all proposed legislation, messages, petitions, motions, and other matters relating to the subject mentioned under the title of each standing committee shall be referred by the House to such committee for examination, consideration, and report to the House. The only logical way for this to be done, other than by suspension of standing orders, is for me to suspend the sitting to enable the Finance and Economic Development Committee to examine, consider, and report to the House on the motion and the bills. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The sitting is therefore suspended until the Finance and Economic Development Committee has concluded its business.
Presentation of reports from committees.
I recognize the Honorable Chairman of the Finance and Economic Development Committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table reports number HR 118/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Government of Republic of China, Taiwan, loan commitment under bilateral cooperation program, $75 million loan motion 2022. Number HR 119/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Public Sector Emoluments and Allowances Reduction Amendment Bill 2022. Number HR 120/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters Amendment Bill 2022. Thank you.
Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table.
Public business, government business, motion.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development.
Madam Speaker, I move that it's rising today, the House adjourned to a date to be fixed by the Speaker.
No, not there, Prime Minister. Yeah.
I guess we're all getting tired, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is the government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, loan commitment on the bilateral cooperation program, US $75 million loan motion 2022. With your permission not to repeat the recitals of the motion, I move now, therefore, be it resolved that this honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would be utilized for the purpose stated above, approves and confirms that the government of Belize may enter into a loan agreement with the Export-Import Bank of the Republic of China, Taiwan, on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan agreement on all other documents and agreements connected therewith.
Honorable members, the question is now therefore be it resolved that this honorable House, being satisfied with the loan proceeds, would be utilized for the purpose stated above, approves and confirms that the government of Belize may enter into a loan agreement with the Export-Import Bank of the Republic of China, Taiwan, on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan agreement and all other documents and agreements connected therewith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bills for second reading.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Public Sector Emoluments and Allowances Reduction Act, Act number 14 of 2021, to reinstate the 10% salary withheld on account of a salary reduction imposed on certain persons appointed to hold a public office, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. As I explained earlier, Madam Speaker, it is simply we are returning the 10%, in salary cuts that we had long discussions with our partners, the public officers, the teachers, the BDF, the police, but we have worked very hard on trying to see how best we can return this 10% to our public officers. It does not mean that we are out of the woods. We wish we could take, I think it's amongst about $5 million more per month. And that $5 million could go a long way in providing other social programs and so forth. But this is important, that we can return back these monies to them 2 years in advance. And this is only possible because this government has managed to turn around this economy much faster than anybody, in particularly the UDP, predicted of what we could have done. I ask the support of this honorable House, of both sides of the House, to support us returning this 10%. And please not tell me, oh, don't ever make a cut, because you had no money. But thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support the return of the 10% to our public officers who should have never, ever lost that 10% to begin with. The UDP would have never taken 10% from the public officers. Under the UDP, the public officers got more than ever. Got more than ever, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I just want to point out to the
2B members.
to the
I cannot
Belizean,
hear the member.
I just want to point out to the Belizean people, Madam Speaker. I don't know what type of harebrained experiment the PUP administration was undertaking, but they used the excuse of the IMF and how, well, the IMF is saying we have to retrench and reduce public debt. But, Madam Speaker and people of Belize, this administration has torn up, totally dashed in the garbage any recommendation from the IMF because they have racked up $390 million in public debt. So that says to me that they should have never taken away that 10% from our public officers, especially our frontline officers. So don't come in here and expect any type of applause or to be lauded. You should be loathed for having taken that away in the first place. We should be here giving raises and giving more to the public officers, not giving back what you took or should not have taken in the first place. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Toledo. Right?
Speaker, I rise to give my full support to the Public Sector Emoluments and Allowances Reduction Amendment Bill 2022. Madam Speaker, I won't be long, save and except to say that, Madam Speaker, I support this bill because it is very important, Madam Speaker, that we recognize the tremendous sacrifice and the hard work that our public officers have done and contributed to this country, Madam Speaker, particularly in the context of COVID-19, Madam Speaker. We know that our frontline public servants, our doctors, our nurses, our policemen, our BDF, and all the other healthcare personnel, Madam Speaker, sacrificed long hours to ensure that as a nation, together, we could have contained and fought COVID-19. And to them, Madam Speaker, we owe our gratitude. And this is one way in which government's commitment to reinstore back the 10% is certainly being done in good faith, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is important to note that when this government took office, Madam Speaker, and we had to make this very tough, difficult decision, the Prime Minister was the first to say to the nation that whilst at the time the recommendation was for 3 years, that as soon as the government would find itself in a better fiscal position, that we would restore back that 10%. And today, this is the proof that our government is committed to the people. I listened to the leader of the opposition, Madam Speaker, speak about the people want this and they want that, and that they would not fire public servants. Well, Mr. Leader of the opposition, your government, your party is on record for firing over 897 public servants 2 weeks before Christmas in 1996, Mr. Leader of the opposition. That is the history that your party and your government has, Mr. Leader of the opposition. You can't rebut that. That is a fact. If it was left up to the UDP, we would have already collapsed. We would have already collapsed, Madam Speaker. But no, we work together with our people, with the Belizean people, to make this very important decision to save our country. And that is why I want to say that with all the challenges that we met and all the problems that were left by the UDP, we are growing this country, we are growing this economy, and we are moving forward. Don't shake your head, Mr. Leader of the opposition. I listened to that side ask about social programs. For the first time, with all the challenges that we have, a rural education fund has been put in place to assist our students. We are now hearing the rollout of the free education in Southside, where our children have challenges to go to school because they cannot pay their fees. That is what we are doing, even within the context of the 10% cut. That is the reality. That is the reality. So, Madam Speaker, I wholeheartedly support this bill because we have to show gratitude. We have to be thankful to our public servants. And yes, the cost of living, which is beyond our control as a government, requires that our people get their 10%. I thank you and I fully support this bill.
I recognize the member for Colette.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too wish to join the Prime Minister in supporting this bill because it returns to the public servants of Belize the 10%. I join with my colleague, the Leader of the Opposition as well. And I'm pretty sure I can say that I join with my colleague from Alberta as well. But Madam Speaker, this would not have happened under the UDP. That is the honest to goodness truth. In fact, what you saw and what the Prime Minister then criticized, the then Leader of the Opposition, who is the Prime Minister now, criticized the UDP administration for was going out on a limb in order to keep those public servants with their full pay, even when little adjustments had to be made with allowances and other things. And for us that was important, Madam Speaker, because we said to them, listen, you do not cut the most productive people in the economy. These are the people who are earning. These are the people who are going to borrow. These are the people who are spending. If you cut their money, you're cutting their participation in the economy. Yeah. No, I will tell you what happened right now. Because you see, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister comes and his party in government comes like everything is wonderful. Well, let me tell you what happened. My friend, the member from Freetown, a while ago, spoke about the debt to GDP ratio. I think he said, correct me if I'm wrong, member, that it's at 89% of the debt is the ratio. And that it had come down from 120 something. Well, the truth of the matter is, Madam Speaker, that when the blue bond was introduced, when the debt was restructured, the debt to GDP ratio was all the way down to 60-something%. So that when the member from Freetown now says it's at 89, it tells you a story that in fact, the borrowing of this administration, if we're not careful, will reach us right back to where we were with the debt. with the super bond. What?
For the 2B members.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you. That is where it was after the restructuring of the bond. That is where it was.
Members, I will not, please, I won't talk. No, member, I will not tolerate this. When you want
and
to
he is
contribute,
perfectly
you
able
can
to get up
contribute.
after me and rebut, Madam Speaker, if he wants to.
That's exactly what I just said. Can you continue?
Thank you. So, Madam Speaker, what has happened is that the Prime Minister and his government utilized a process that was already in the pipeline. I listened to him earlier say that within 6 months, his government, with all the brain capacity that he now have and maybe Crisco we have, was able to swing what the UDP was not able to do. And that in fact, it was his administration in 6 months that brought the Blue Bond to fruition. I remind him, Madam Speaker, he says that quite often. In fact, during the whole process of the debate about that Blue Bond, he came here and he vowed that it was his administration. They get up one by one over there, and they vowed that the UDP had nothing to do with it. That in fact it was a dead fish in the water. When he gone and signed the thing over there, wherever he gone, he said alongside the lady, and the lady in the interview, right beside.
Excuse me 1 second. I just want to make sure. We are on the public sector emoluments and allowances reduction amendment bill. Can we tie that in, please? We are on that bill.
Madam Speaker, the point that I am making is, I'm trying to get to why is it they can give back the 10%. So when he stands here to beat his chest, it is because they have regained the fiscal space because of the Blue Bond that was brought about by the red. That is the case. What I was saying, Madam Speaker, which was why the UDP would never have cut the 10%, because we know that brighter days were coming, because that entire Blue Bond, I maintain, was negotiated. I'm sorry sometimes that Crisco is not a part of this house because I would call him to task, but I'll still do it. To tell the truth, to say that people like Steve Duncan and Carla Barnett, who were the movers and shakers in the UDP who was getting it done, the good Secretary General of CARICOM that you supported, so you know that she's a lady of integrity, called Crisco and the key players, because you remember that a lot was going on and your party had dubbed Crisco the economic czar, or one of the two economic czars that had to deal with the issues. You remember? And Carla Barnett and Steve Duncan and the other players on the government side lined up Crisco. And the people who are on your side, you know why they did that? Because as a responsible government, the UDP thought that this is not something that we should be playing politics with. All of that gone through the door when this administration came in. They started playing politics. They wanted to take ownership of something that was good. You know, Madam Speaker, I sat here all day and I listened to all of their things that they mentioned. And the only one of them that was honest was the member from Kaya South, who eventually had to concede that it is true. Most of these projects that are coming to fruition now were started by the UDP.
Member, we're still on the...
Yes, I am, Madam Speaker. I am saying that the UDP had its act together. There was turmoil because of COVID. But that things would have eventually come about in a better way, which is what they're doing. So they come now like, this is the problem that I'm having, they come now like they are the savior, you know. They punish the public servants of this country by taking away the 10% in a time when they needed it more than ever, and then come now and beat their chest. Well, at least they're going back 2 years before. That's nonsense. You should never have taken it away. That is correct. And so, Madam Speaker, while we stand here today and we support this, it can go no other way. But we will not stand here and listen to this administration who clearly all they do is piggyback on projects that the UDP started and then claim they're so smart and brilliant. We will not allow them to get away with that. So we support the public servants getting back their 10%, and we thank, sir, the good people of the UDP and the Nature Conservancy and everybody else who are responsible, and even you, Prime Minister, for at least closing the deal and never throw away the baby with the bathwater like what your colleague said they specialize in, so that finally we could move forward out of the turmoil, some of the economic turmoil that COVID. And that's the other thing. That's the other thing. You listen to them, you would think that they did not have anything to do with the super bond. Oh my goodness. You would think that it is the UDP that created the super bond. You would think that it was Bear Stearns that said that the UDP disappeared $200 million. But that's for another time, Madam Speaker. But you are not to take any credit.
Keep it on the bill.
Happy that the public servants are getting back their 10%, Madam Speaker. It is long overdue. Again, it should never have happened. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Lekai.
When I was a young man, I had all the intentions and dreams in the world. I was going to be an attorney, and I would have married a girl like Rihanna. In fact, back then the hot girl was Whitney Houston. As you well know, I never became an attorney, and I never married any girl like Whitney Houston or Rihanna. I'm an old man now, sir. But that was my intentions. What you had, sir, were intentions. You did nothing. You did absolutely nothing. What you did was leave us in a hot mess. Left the Belizean economy like a burning house. You were borrowing $1 million a day to pay salaries. You left us with GDP at 135% debt to GDP ratio. 135%. We could borrow no more. The IMF said to us, you need to fire 3,000 public officers and teachers. The IMF said to us, you need to raise GST to 19%. But we are the People's United Party government. We are not the UDP government. That is what you would have done. That is your history. That is what you did in 1990-something. And that is what you are going to do once you had won. I didn't hear your interview, so I won't attribute what my other colleagues said to you. What I want to say, Madam Speaker, is that you had intentions, but you didn't do it. The truth of the matter is that when you hear about the blue bond, you shouldn't try to take praise for something you never did. You should actually genuflect to those of us on this side for the wizardry. For the wizardry that resulted in blue bond. The people all over the world are inviting our Prime Minister to testify on what he did to deliver the blue bond. They're not asking for the former Prime Minister. They're not asking for the former leader. They're asking for the present Prime Minister. The present Prime Minister, right? Don't come and tell me about pre-2008, sir. You want 13 years of elections on that. You can't possibly want to bring the same up in 2022. Can't possibly. Right? So, make a left phone, gentlemen. Madam Speaker, that is so, sir. Madam Speaker, I am pleased that we are delivering on a promise. I am pleased that we are not keeping this 10% salary adjustment any longer than we needed to. A year ago, when we met with the teachers and public officers, we asked them to enter the burning house of the Belizean economy with us. And we asked them to sacrifice with us to take a 10% salary cut. We promised them that we would review the numbers every year, annually, so that if we reached our targets, we would restore the 10%. And the fact of the matter is we're not keeping this thing any longer than we need to. We are restoring the 10%. So we thank you for the support. Of course, They were under no illusions. The unions and the teachers and the public officers were under no illusions. They knew exactly who caused the trauma. They knew exactly who were responsible for this hot mess that we found ourselves in. And they did the patriotic thing. They sacrificed for everybody in this country. It was a sacrifice that we welcome. It is a sacrifice that we celebrate. Because it says something to us as a people, that when we are done, we are able to come together and make sacrifice for and on behalf of the people of Belize. It's a wonderful thing we did. And you know what? We have to say it publicly. This has been a tough year because we asked them to make this sacrifice in a most inopportune time. Inopportune time. Fuel prices all over the world started going through the roof. Inflation, the twin evil of rampant inflation came upon us. In the US, inflation is at the highest it's been in 40 years. 40 years. Everybody in here over 40, right? So, but Kevin probably is just only toddler. 40 years. In the UK, in Europe, inflation also is at the highest it's been in that many years. Then when you add the fact of the war in Ukraine, and you add all the shipping issues that has been hampering shipping for the last everywhere in the world, you end up with the highest prices for commodities we've ever seen in modern Belize, we've ever seen in the modern world. 40 years of incredible prices. But that doesn't matter to the average man or woman. And it shouldn't. Because the woman who cannot feed her children 3 square meals a day don't want to hear that this is happening all over the world. Don't want to hear about the reasons. They want it to be fixed. So all over the world, people are upset with governments. Even new governments who've inherited this problem, who have nothing to do with the problem, they have to suck it up. So you're starting to see all over the world that some governments are cracking. Fortunately for us, we had a little test the other day, and instead of cracking, we came out. How much, Minister Oscar? 148 to be precise. I said 143 this morning. 148 to how much? 23. 23. Well, that was almost perfect. That was, except for one. So, it says something. We're on the right path. But I think we have to thank publicly all our teachers, all our public officers who made this sacrifice, because 10% for a lot of them, losing that meant real pain. And they struggled and held our hands through the last year. And so we're really pleased on this side, Madam Speaker, to be able to fulfill our promise, to be able to deliver this 10%. So Madam Speaker, we have to support this. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise and I will be brief. Member for Toledo West. Not as brief as you, but I will be brief. Madam Speaker, I rise to place on record my support for the public sector emoluments allowance reduction amendment bill of 2022. And in doing so, Madam Speaker, I wish to also recognize the sacrifices made by all public officers, or law enforcement, or teachers, or administrators. I'd like to recognize on this occasion the Public Service Union, Madam Speaker, who celebrates anniversary today of being in existence for 100 years. And I ask my colleagues on the other side to join me in congratulating them. As I understand it, we have the distinction, Madam Speaker, they have the distinction of being the second longest serving public service union in this region, second only to Jamaica. Madam Speaker, I am happy that the Prime Minister and his cabinet saw it fit to reinstate the salaries and allowances of the public officers at this time. As the Prime Minister says, 2 years in advance. Madam Speaker, I just wish to highlight this point. In 18 months, this administration has borrowed in excess of $540 million on the backs of the people of Belize. And so it is the only thing that this administration could have done at this time. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Caribbean Shores.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support the restoration of the 10% on behalf of the 2,038 police officers and our countless administrative staff. But before I do so, I can't help, Madam Speaker, but feel like I am in some sort of like a twilight zone or something when I listen to the members of the other side, especially the member for Collet. When I was growing up, Madam Speaker, I used to have a place called Pub Amnesia. I used to always go there, but this seemed like this is a new Pub Amnesia in here. Because I don't know how you forget so quickly, member for Collet, but your Prime Minister said that whoever comes after him will have the poison chalice. He said that it's going to be difficult, and he might not have said retrenchment, but guess who did? On July 14th, 2020, the then leader of the United Democratic Party, the member for Collet, and I have to take off my glasses for this one, member, because the beauty about the record is that it is always there, black and white. You want to hear Love FM, sir, your interview. These decisions, and I quote, these decisions are not going to be easy decisions. Decisions that have to do with where it is the bulk of our finances go in terms of the government paying public servants. Right now, in fact, a huge chunk of what monies the government does have goes into paying the 100% salaries for public servants and teachers and pensioners. That's another area. But these are areas where you can't talk reform about. You then go on to say, member for Collet, that we need to create that, as it is termed, the enabling environment for people to work. I think that's an issue that has long plagued this country, that we focus too heavily on a public service workforce, that the work that it does can be done much more efficiently, especially given digital advances, and that we could include those laborers in the private sector if we are running at the same time. So, Madam Speaker, it was the plan of the then 11th leader of the opposition to retrench public officers and to create an enabling environment for them in the private sector. Because with all the digital advances that we're having, we don't need public officers. Those were his words, Madam Speaker. So to listen to him today, it really is as though he is the Manager of Pub Amnesia, you seem to forget a lot, member for Collett. So how then people may end up in the private sector if you know may retrench them? Transition, what that the word you use? Transition, guys, you know may transition into another life. Transition. Madam Speaker, as the Deputy Prime Minister mentioned, the payroll calendar is real. Those of us who depend on it know that the 15th and ending payday cycle for public officers and the police hit bank accounts at midnight yesterday. This is the first paycheck, Madam Speaker, in 28 paychecks that will see the return of a 10% restored and a promise kept to public officers. Madam Speaker, I walked through the office of the Professional Standards Branch just yesterday. There was a female officer who was huddled over a white envelope. The look in her eyes was pensive. She had used the staples to divide the letter-sized envelope into 5 pouches. Each compartment was labeled light and water, gas, the kids, groceries. She shared with me, Madam Speaker, her challenges during the time of the 10% cut, COVID and world rising prices. With hindsight relief, she recounted that during the 10% cut, she was left with only $87. This would have to last her and her 4 children for 2 weeks. Her fortunes took a further hit, Madam Speaker, when a cruel medical emergency swallowed her entire salary. Making ends meet was an unnerving challenge. Madam Speaker, when it comes to our police officers, at times our eyes stop at the uniform. We look past the person living in that uniform, their lives, their feelings, their hope, their pain, their humanity. The reinstatement of the 10% is a badge of success, not just for a government who made a tough love decision and was strong and bold enough to make sure we had the chance to rebound, but it is a testament to how resilient our people are. Madam Speaker, we must collectively acknowledge the sacrifice of our police officers. A constable is on pay scale 11, and an inspector is on pay scale 7. When you do the math, you will realize that for the average police officer with at least 10 years service, the COVID pay cut was about $288.21 less per month. But that $288, Madam Speaker, was a significant shortfall. I remember another officer sharing his experience. He was empathetic to the plight of other officers because he confessed he neither drank, smoked, nor partied. For him, it meant he could not take his family to Chetomal, and that his tradition of taking his wife and kids to eat pizza and ice cream after grocery shopping.
We have a point of order.
Sure, Madam
Member.
Whole presentation there, Madam Speaker, he should debate the issue. I didn't hear him ask you for permission to read either. He's reading off a whole script there.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, if I may refer to my notes, these are testimonials from actual police officers. Maybe he doesn't care about police officers, but I do.
Yes, you may. I think the point is to at least acknowledge the chair.
Yes,
before.
Madam Speaker, if I may refer to my notes. Madam Speaker, in relation to this officer, the cut he recalled was stiff because it came not in a vacuum. Most honest officers would try to work special duties to bridge the financial gap but COVID restrictions had taken away public events like concerts, nightclubs, and fairs. It had reduced business hours for restaurants, gas stations, and grocery stores. Unlike other public servants, Madam Speaker, police officers could not work remotely. They just don't have that option. There is no virtual office to log into for a constable. They still had to use public transportation. They still had to face all the expenses of a pre-COVID Belize. Commuting officers who spend up to $75 a week saw the cut dip them closer to the margins. 10% less meant borrowing and budgeting, grin and bearing. But, Madam Speaker, their trust and sacrifice has allowed the country breathing space to fight off the threat to our dollar. We were not penny wise and pound foolish, and for that the children of future Belize thanks us. They thank their mothers, they thank their fathers, they thank their loved ones who stood valiant and bold, proud and strong so that Belize could rebound at 41. Madam Speaker, as I wrap up, police officers and public servants, Belize thanks you for your sacrifice. We see your spirit. We had to do right by you and do right by your confidence that we would keep our promise. The restoration is one step, and all is not well in the world without COVID, wars, and rising costs of living. But we are marching, Madam Speaker, in the right direction. The 15th and ending payday, be proud. We are on our way. It will be okay. Thank you, and most importantly, you deserve this 10% return because you earned it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Corazon.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. Madam Speaker, when we first entered the office in November 2020, we were all full of great ideas, all excited of all the things we're going to do, what's going to happen. Then we got the first information of the financial situation. I must say, my heart really felt because like, wow, what are we going to do? It reminds me of an anecdotal story of a general fighting in Burma in World War II, where he had limited resources, limited material, and his soldiers were fighting, and so he went to the soldier trying to encourage them, and he said, at least be thankful. It's not raining. 30 minutes later, it started to rain. How do you continue? Well, that's how we felt, Madam Speaker, in our ministry, being the supervisors of the BDF and the Coast Guard. We came with all these bright ideas. We're going to do this, we're going to do that, because we have a pretty good feel as to what needs to be done. As well as the commanders of both organizations, they know what to do. But 30 minutes later, it started to rain. We had to now go and tell them, we're taking your 10% of your salary. I am truly grateful to all the soldiers and all the sailors in our organization, Madam Speaker. Why? They do not work 8 to 5. They don't go to work on Monday and return. They don't have a weekend on Friday. When they go on patrol, it is full time. They sleep in the jungle where they patrol. They have to face all the elements, so there is no clock where, all right, it's 5 o'clock, I go home now, I get a good meal at my home. No. When they're out on patrol, they're out there until it's done. Sometimes they don't go just for 1 week, sometimes they go up to 3 weeks, Madam Speaker, as well as our sailors who are patrolling our waters. So, luckily for us, the discipline, the training that these soldiers and sailors have, they held the fort, they held the line for us in these years, this 1 year that we had with the 10%. And I want to thank them from the bottom of my heart for in no way giving us second-rate work. I am sure they complained. We didn't get any, at least I didn't hear any. I am sure they complained. I'm sure they probably, spoke a lot of negativity. But they never wavered in their work, Madam Speaker. So, in their name, I want to say I support this bill, Madam Speaker, and at the same time, thank them for the very hard work that they do, because they are also criticized by a lot of people. The other day we got some foolish person saying that they're not patrolling and all that, which is absolute, I use a different word, but absolute foolishness. I'll leave it at that, but it is much stronger, no? All right? But it's just to show how some people don't appreciate the work that they do, Madam Speaker. So I really want to thank the soldiers, I want to thank the sailors for never wavering in the professionalism of their work. Today, as well, Madam Speaker, I have public officers in the ministry, and I remember one day I needed something with one of the officers, and I believe it came from the heart. It really came from the heart. When the person just come to me and said, Minister, I feel this 10%. What do I tell the person? I didn't know what to tell the person. I wish I could say, no worries, soon. At the time, we never know. At least I never know when it's going to clear up. Luckily now, I can say thank you very much for holding it, for making the sacrifice. Yes, 30 minutes afterwards, it is raining. But as we say in the military, if it ain't raining, it ain't training. Thank you, public officers.
I recognize the member for Orange Walk.
I rise to support the Public Sector Emolument and Allowance Reduction Amendment Bill. And of course, I will be brief because I know we are running late. But Madam Speaker, I think we all know COVID had a great impact on our society, and including our public servants and our frontline workers. So when the decision was made to have the 10% cut, it was a tough decision that we had to make as a government. And we had to ask our public servants to endure that sacrifice with us. And so I want to offer, of course, my thanks to all our public servants across the country and to those at the Ministry of Health and Wellness. To thank them for their confidence and trust they placed under this administration. And of course, I want to thank them for trusting in the negotiating team that had to face the unions and all of them as they negotiated this process. Today, we can proudly sit here and say that that 10% is no more. Thanks to our Prime Minister, to this government, for putting the best foot forward and to ensure that we could have restored this economy in such a short time. Thank you very much.
I recognize the member for Orange Walk.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the Public Sector Emoluments and Allowances Reduction Amendment Bill that reinstates the 10% of salary that was cut from the salaries of hardworking public officers a year ago. And I applaud this, and I am happy for all of them, for the whole country, because this in itself will spur greater economic activity. So I'm glad for Belize that this has happened, that we are able to do it, that this government has been able to accomplish it 2 years before its mark. I want to especially express my joy for the public officers at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade, and Immigration, who work very hard. They work very hard, and although they get a lot of criticism and heat, but we must realize, and I must bring to the fore, that they are hardworking people who work, especially in the Immigration Department, from Monday to Saturdays. They work even Saturdays, yes, even Saturdays. They work overtime so that they can deliver to the Belizean public as best as they can. This reinstatement of that 10%, Madam Speaker, is a demonstration that this PUP government is serious about business. We keep our word and we keep our promises to the people. We do not engage in hypocrisy and say one thing and do another thing. We do things for the benefit of our nation, for the benefit of our people. At times, when this decision, when the negotiation was happening and everything, there was turmoil, there were strikes, and never once did this government, this PUP government, turn the barrel or point the barrel of a gun at our people. Never, never once. This government made sure that we negotiated all along the way peacefully, and we came out, we recognizing the sacrifices of the public officers, and we showed that together we can overcome the most difficult of challenges for the greater good of our nation. This is also testimony that this government is serious about growing the economy for the benefit of all Belizeans. We are serious about working the economy, about getting people to work, about stimulating the economy, attracting investment. Thanks to our Prime Minister, who has been working arduously, reaching out all over the world to announce to the world that Belize is open for business, that we have good people, a good investment climate, and that our country is ready for investment. And also, it's a signal to even our domestic investors that Belize is open for business. So, Madam Speaker, together we stand hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder, showing to the world that our sacrifices have paid off. And I thank the public officers once more for making that sacrifice for the good of our nation, and I congratulate them all for the reinstatement of the 10%. I'm really happy for them. I'm really happy for Belize. Thank you.
I recognize the member for.
Madam Speaker, my short contribution, I support the public officers getting back their 10% raise, pay cut. What amazes me was when the negotiation was going on, I thought that the strikes would have been very effective. But speaking to the public officers, while they don't want to lose the 10%, they recognize that it would have been worse if it was not done. So they really applauded the government for a skillful decision, and now 1 year after, it has been restored. So I know majority and our public officers are very, very happy. So thank you all, and Ministry of Finance for a job well done.
I recognize Prime Minister.
You're right. Madam Speaker, I'll be short. I just want to thank everybody. I don't too late for the choir to have people over the next side. So the important thing is that everybody supports this 10%, the return of the 10%. We know it was not easy, and we on this side knew that it was the responsible thing to do. And I want to record my appreciation and gratitude to our public officers and the police, the teachers, the nurses, the doctors, for understanding the difficult situation that the previous government left us with, and that there was no other option that we either take a pay cut or we fire 3,000 government workers, and they decided that it was best to share the pain amongst all of us. That said, Madam Speaker, I move the bill. Thanks.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Public Sector Emoluments and Allowances Reduction Act number 14 of 2021 to reinstate the 10% salary withheld on account of a salary reduction imposed on certain persons appointed to hold a public office, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. All those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Public Sector Emoluments and Allowances Reduction Act, Act number 14 of 2021, to reinstate the 10% salary withheld on account of a salary reduction imposed on certain persons appointed to hold a public office, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move the second reading for a bill for an act to amend the Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters Act, Chapter 103, Section 003 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to increase the statutory period for retention of records by reporting financial institutions, to impose civil sanctions on reporting financial institutions for failure to apply due diligence procedures, and on persons for providing false self-certifications, to provide a threshold of controlling persons, and to provide for matters connected there with or incidental to.
I recognize the member for Albert.
Certainly, considering the pressures that we find ourselves in terms of the peer review, it is prudent for us to approve this bill today. But I ask the Prime Minister, given the technicality of these kinds of arrangements, it would be helpful if in the future we have an opportunity to get the bill ahead of today, given the absolute importance of us being compliant with the EU Code of Conduct and also the new guidelines that are issued by the United States of America. But outside of that, Madam Speaker, I support the bill.
I want to thank the honourable member from Albert for our gracious comments and support. And I do agree, I wish you could have gotten the bill ahead of time. But the Financial Services Commission, they did not finish the bill until probably on Monday or just over the weekend when Cabinet went through it. And our initial reaction was to be able to present it to the House, and then at the next subsequent meeting to proceed with the debate, so that given everyone a time to be able to study. Unfortunately, we were informed that we need to try to get this done very quickly, because the peer review is going to be coming on later in the year, but we need to have all of these in place so that all the work, and I will give you credit, the previous government, of the amount of work that was done. I think starting from around 2017 or somewhere around there, in making a lot of these changes. But the frustration is that these countries, in particular the EU and the United States, they continue to change the goalposts. They tell you this is what you want, which is what we did the last time around. And we had to come to the House, if you remember, I think at least about 3 times, correcting because they asked for more, and they asked for more, and they asked for more. Now they come back to us after we've done everything. And one of the accusations or concerns that they're hurling at us, Madam Speaker, is that they're saying that we're not putting enough hands to be able to work on this. And as it is already, the payroll continued to increase. I remember speaking with the former governor of the central bank, Mrs. Joy Grant, and when she was having the same issues, he says, no, we have a whole section dealing with that, and it's costing us millions of dollars. Now for these big economies to spend 10 million, 20, 30, $100 million in trying to do all of these things for them, for an economy that's in the hundreds of billions of dollars, it's a drop in the bucket. But for small economies like us, not only in Belize, but also in the Caribbean, and to a lesser extent in Central America, it is putting a huge toll on us, financially, and also in trying to get the people with the technical expertise to be able to do this. It's difficult. We're doing as best as we can, but I could assure you that hopefully next time around we can just present the bill so you can have time to be able to study it. That said, Madam Speaker, I move the second reading.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters Act, Chapter 103 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to increase the statutory period for retention of records by reporting financial institutions, to impose civil sanctions on reporting financial institutions for failure to apply due diligence procedures on persons for providing false self-certification, provide a threshold for controlling persons, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters Act, Chapter 103 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to increase the statutory period for retention of records by reporting financial institutions, to impose civil sanctions on reporting financial institutions for failure to apply due diligence procedures on persons for providing false self-certifications, to provide a threshold for controlling persons, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development.
Again, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move the second reading for a bill for an act to amend the Belizean Nationality Act, Chapter 161 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for an amnesty program for irregular migrants and to provide for matters connected therewith and or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, when I introduced this bill, I gave a lengthy explanation, but I just want to touch the last part, the important part, Madam Speaker, is that under the Amnesty 2022, irregular migrants who satisfy any of the 8 qualifying criteria, which I want to repeat so that everybody knows what are the criteria for you to be able to qualify, that would be entitled to get permanent residence in Belize, are the following, Madam Speaker. One is asylum seekers registered with the Department of Refugees before the 31st of March 2020. 2, a person who has been continuously in Belize from before 2017. 3, a person having at least 1 child born in Belize on or before 31st December 2021. 4, a person married to a Belizean for at least a period of 1 year. 5, a person in a common law union with a Belizean. 6, a person who has completed primary, secondary, or tertiary school in Belize. 7, a person who has been in continuous employment in Belize for at least 5 years. And 8, a child referred to the Director of Nationality and Passports by the Ministry of Human Development as a minor or a minor victim of human trafficking. It is important to stress that successful applicants would have to wait at least 5 years before they can apply to become citizens. Permanent residents are not eligible to vote in the general and municipal elections. In effect, I'm assuring the Belizean people and the opposition that basically what we need to do is, it's a humanitarian gesture that needs to be done, is to ensure that all of these people that are living in Belize illegally, that we can regularize their status in Belize, and that then they can move towards eventually 5 years from now, after the next election, apply to become a Belizean national should they wish to. This can allow them to become more productive citizens. It protects them from exploitation, because there are many instances when these men are put to work and they're told they're going to be paid so much, and then they pay them far less. They can't do anything about it, and they don't have a social security card. Many women, in many instances, are exploited sexually, and again, because they don't have any rights, they don't have any protection, they cannot go to the courts. Madam Speaker, it is important for us to be able to get this done, to remove the politics out of it, and to do what is right. Madam Speaker, I move the second reading.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Belizean Nationality Act, Chapter 161 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, provide for an amnesty program for irregular migrants, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes.
Bill for an act to amend the Belizean Nationality Act, Chapter 161 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for an amnesty program for irregular migrants, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science, and Technology.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to repeal the Libel and Defamation Act, and to make new provisions relating to the tort of defamation, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honorable members, the question is the bill for an act to repeal the Libel and Defamation Act, and to make new provisions relating to the tort of defamation, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to repeal the Libel and Defamation Act, and to make new provisions relating to the tort of defamation, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science, and Technology.
Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Married Persons Protection Act, Chapter 175 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to remove the fault grounds for application for judicial separation, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the member for George.
Briefly, Madam Speaker, I just wanted to put on the record that the support for this bill, there was some talk about this bill weakening the institute of marriage. I think it's important to recognize that what this bill is doing is to try to protect vulnerable parties when at the end of marriage, that we can make sure that the vulnerable parties, normally the children, the women in most instances, they are at a disadvantage. So this bill tries to protect them. We all know when, well, those that have practiced in the family court would know that is very acrimonious when you have these types of situations going in there, and you know, they almost become like enemy combatants, having to accuse the other side of certain situations. So by removing default provisions, Madam Speaker, I think it's important to recognize that we're trying to protect or to prevent that type of situation and protect the vulnerable parties where that is concerned. And notwithstanding the voice that the church has in the Senate, Madam Speaker, I think in the lower chamber it's important that we state that for the record. Thanks.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Married Persons Protection Act, Chapter 175 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to remove the fault grounds for application for judicial separation and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favour, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Married Persons Protection Act, Chapter 175 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to remove the fault grounds for application for judicial separation and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Sustainable Development, Climate Change and Disaster Risk Management.
Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to give effect to the provisions of the CITES on international trade in endangered species of wild fauna and flora, to promote the management, conservation, and protection of threatened and endangered species, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, I also did a detailed presentation when we introduced the bill, but I just wanted to give a quick addition so that if there is a debate, then they can follow up. Just to mention that the International Trade in Endangered Species Wild Fauna and Flora Bill 2022, which was first introduced to Belize's House of Representatives at its 12th sitting for 2020 on September 25, 2020, for its first reading. I recall we were then in opposition. I was in the second row, I think the second person from the left, when we stood up in opposition to support this bill. Because the general elections were held 6 weeks later, there was no time to proceed with a second and third reading. We saw it as a very important bill and something that had to happen because we were already parties to the convention. Subsequently, the bill was reintroduced at the House of Representatives sitting of February 4, 2022. The bill went to Parliamentary Committee twice for review, where it had active participation from the private sector, including the NGOs, lumber companies, fisheries and public representation, academia, and the scientific community. Thank you.
Honourable members, the question is, bill for an act to give effect the provisions of the CITES on international trade in endangered species of wild fauna and flora, to promote the management, conservation, and protection of threatened and endangered species, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favour, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to give effect to the provisions of the CITES on international trade in endangered species of wild fauna and flora, to promote the management, conservation, and protection of threatened and endangered species, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Committee of the Whole House on Bills.
Honourable members, the House will now resolve into a committee of the whole House to consider the bills that were read a second time. I would like to ask any visitor in the gallery to leave during this portion of the sitting.
for third reading. Bills for third reading.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move the third reading for a bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2023.
Bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2022. Be read a third time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2023.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Public Sector Emoluments and Allowances Reductions Amendment Bill 2022 and passed it without amendments. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Public Sector Emoluments and Allowances Reduction Act number 2021, to reinstate 10% salary withheld on account of a salary reduction imposed on certain persons appointed to hold a public office, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. All those in favor, kindly. Connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Public Sector Emoluments and Allowances Reduction Act, Act number 14 of 2021, to reinstate the 10% salary withheld on account of a salary reduction imposed on certain persons appointed to hold a public office, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters Amendment Bill 2022 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of the bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters Act, Chapter 10303 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to increase the statutory period for retention of records by reporting financial institutions, impose civil sanctions on reporting financial institutions, failure to apply due diligence procedures, and on persons providing false self-certification, to provide a threshold for controlling persons, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters Act, Chapter 10303 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to increase the statutory period for retention of records by reporting financial institutions, to impose civil sanctions on reporting financial institutions for failure to apply due diligence procedures, and on persons for providing false self-certifications, to provide a threshold for controlling persons, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Belize Nationality Amendment Bill 2022 and pass it with amendments. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Belizean Nationality Act, Chapter 1 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, provide for an amnesty program for regular migrants and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Belizean Nationality Act, Chapter 161 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for an amnesty program for irregular migrants and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science, and Technology.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Defamation Bill 2022 and passed it with amendments. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to repeal the Libel and Defamation Act and to make new provisions related to the sort of defamation and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to repeal the Libel and Defamation Act and to make new provisions relating to the tort of defamation and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science, and Technology.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Married Persons Protection Amendment Bill 2022 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Married Persons Protection Act, Chapter 175 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised 2020, remove default grounds for application for judicial separation and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Married Persons Protection Act, Chapter 175 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to remove the default grounds of application for judicial separation and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Sustainable Development, Climate Change, and Disaster Management.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Trade in Endangered Species Amendment Bill 2022 and passed it with amendments. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to affect the provisions of the CITES on international trade in endangered species of wild fauna and flora to promote the management, conservation, and protection of threatened and endangered species, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to give effect to the provisions of the CITES on international trade in endangered species of wild fauna and flora to promote the management, conservation, and protection of threatened and endangered species and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development, and Investment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I know that everybody, especially those on the other side, want to wrap up the House meeting. But as I move that the House do now adjourn, just allow me, Madam Speaker, 1 minute to acknowledge the life of Dr. Theodore Aranda. He was a great statesman who worked on both sides of the aisle But even after he retired from politics, he continued working to protect and to strengthen the rights of the Garifuna people. And for that, he goes down in history as a great man. On behalf of the People's United Party, this government, and the people of Belize, we recognize the tremendous work that he did whilst he was alive. Madam Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn. Make we go home. Thanks.
I recognize the Chair of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's what we're here to do. This is defense of democracy, advocating on behalf of the Belizean people. Take this work serious. I used to sit in the galleries up there till 12, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock when we were debating budget. So this is very easy to stay here until 6, maybe 7. Madam Speaker, I'm just trying to lighten up. All right, Madam Speaker, I'm sorry. I would like to talk about the continued rise in gas prices and offer a solution to the Prime Minister for him to consider. But before I do that, I would like to join with the Honorable Prime Minister, the Honorable Member from Collet as well, and all members on this side and the government side in acknowledging Dr. Theodore Aranda, the former party leader of the United Democratic Party, leader of the opposition, the first in post-independence. He succeeded Dean Lindo as leader of the UDP and was succeeded by Dr. Manuel Esquivel, and he went on to be a minister for the People's United Party, winning his seat for the PUP in Dangriga, as the member from Collet stated, and he was also a Garifuna activist. Yes, well, self-proclaimed like this, like I do my LOO 14 or 15, remember how I used to do it? I got a Garifuna blood in me, so maybe the man I'm a relative. But yes, Madam Speaker, he was a extremely prolific individual, and as I said, he spent his later years advocating on behalf of the Garifuna people, and so we acknowledge him and deepest sympathies to his family. We celebrate his legacy. Madam Speaker, as far as the gas prices, you know, the Prime Minister talks about the cut in excise tax for diesel, but that's not the only tax, Prime Minister. So I would ask you to look at cutting GST tax and environmental tax, if you're serious about bringing relief to the Belizean people. But the genesis of this problem that I would like the Prime Minister to consider and then take action to solve is that Belize buys on the spot market, Madam Speaker, because we are such a small country. We have a small market, and thus we are subject to the traders and their prices, which they negotiate in advance. People like Trafigura, on behalf of the importers such as Puma, who in turn sell to the distributors, then the retailers, and all along that chain, we have all these markups. And the government sets its prices based on those invoices that are submitted with all of these markups going up. The government needs to set its prices based on the price index in the world market, Madam Speaker, not on the importers' invoices. And this has already been successful with the LPG, which the UDP set the prices in such a fashion, Madam Speaker, because right now the Belizean taxpayers are taking the risk. When the market fluctuates, as I explained that chain, there's a chain of markups that could be erased if the Prime Minister would take my advice and not allow these markups to happen and set a standard price based on the index in the world market, Madam Speaker. So I would ask you, under the current circumstances where inflation is deteriorating our life day by day, no social safety nets in place to ease the pain, ease the burden, I would ask that you consider my recommendation, Prime Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will consider his recommendations. But I just need to explain to him about the buying on the stock market or the spot market when it comes to commodities. Trafigura buys on the spot market, and then they deliver to us. The same way with the LPG. The difference is that the company here, they buy directly for themselves, and so and then they buy when they need, they can buy ahead of time. And likewise, because they will not have the storage space. What they help with the LPG is because they buy in a much bigger bulk as opposed to when the other smaller companies would buy on their own before. In our case, Puma is the sole importer at the moment because they control the tanks, and Trafigura is their parent company. And Trafigura, being a bigger company, can buy in bigger bulk, and by extension, that can also help Belize in reducing its price somewhat. Now, maybe what we may need to do is not to look closer at what Trafigura is doing, to see if they are passing that savings on to us. So it's something that certainly we can take a look at. Actually, we've discussed it before, but now we need to follow through. So I accept that. On the also what we're doing as it is right now, we're negotiating with the with Puma to remove a few cents on the dollar. on the gallon on their throughput cost. We're also negotiating with the wholesalers to see if we could take off a few cents from them, and we're also negotiating with the retail stations. So I want to make it clear, my brother and I, we deal with the retail station. When we sell at retail, and our margins is controlled by the government. It's set from before, so it's not as, because the price go up, you make more. So I just want to clarify that, because you said something slightly different. But the point is that we're trying to cut every step of the way in trying to hold down the price as best as we possibly can. We have reduced the diesel to 1 cent, and also the regular, we've reduced the tax from regular down by $3 already from before doing with the previous government. But we still have to find that balance. I wish we could have just get rid of all the taxes, but we just give $5 million right now a month to public officers in giving back their salaries. So thanks for your recommendations, and we will take a look at it and see what best we can do to be able to reduce the price as much as we possibly can. Thank you very much.
I recognize the member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do promise to be brief. PM, at the onset of your administration, sir, you and your cabinet took a serious look and reassessment of the safety net programs and mechanisms that were in place to help the Belizean people cope with COVID. We still are grappling with the impacts of COVID, and we're now, in addition to the impact that COVID had on our local economy, dealing with the reality of world inflation and the rising cost of commodities. It is my understanding, Prime Minister, based on an interview provided by the member from Caribbean Shores and reinforced by you, sir, that the issue of the food pantry program, or grocery bag, that program had been reinstated. The member, Madam Speaker, from Caribbean Shore, referred to the fact that in his constituency, he has been the beneficiary of the people of Caribbean Shores have been the beneficiary of 150 grocery bags a month. It's absolutely important, Madam Speaker. There is a severe challenge that many families are facing simply to survive, and the hopelessness it is creating in our society. We see that manifesting, Madam Speaker, in not only the escalating cost of commodities, but the escalating incidences of crime. Madam Speaker, I am asking the Prime Minister and his cabinet to consider a more equitable distribution of the grocery bag program. Because as far as I am aware, the 5 constituencies on the opposition side of the House, Madam Speaker, are not recipients of not even a third of what the member from Caribbean Shores referred to. And in his rebuttal to the press, he was hoping that that number can be increased given the severity of the situation on the ground for those families that are living on the margins. You know, a lot has been said, Madam Speaker, about who is responsible for those living on the margins. And we have done a great job, both political parties, at both political administrations, pointing fingers at each other. But the truth of the matter is, Madam Speaker, is that we are at a crisis state with something as basic as food. And while I heard the Prime Minister criticize his colleague in CARICOM, I think that the model that I have seen used by Barbados can easily be adopted here. The Prime Minister of Barbados brought not just solutions from the public sector, but also solutions from the private sector, Madam Speaker, to make sure that food is made more accessible to those living on the margins. It is a difficult time, and if the member from Cayo South had listened to me carefully when I made my intervention on the General Supplemental Appropriation Bill, I was clear that we cannot wholly hold this administration responsible for events that are taking place in the world that has had major impact on the way we live our lives. But I do think that this administration, Madam Speaker, has an obligation and a responsibility and a duty to come up with the solutions. I'm not saying that they need to do it by themselves, but the solutions may need to come. And so, Prime Minister, I'm asking via this honorable House for some consideration to be given to the members on this side, and not to us as the member from Caribbean Shores so corrected me. The people who live in Mesop, and the people who live in Corozal North, and the people who live in Collet, and the people who live in Queen Square, and the people who live in Albert, Madam Speaker, the gap is widening, and the people bear the burden of not being able to put food on their tables. I thank you for the consideration, Prime Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just need to make a quick correction from the honourable member from Albert. I was not criticizing Mia Motley. What I was saying is that, you know, she puts up a few lines of what she's doing, and people get all excited about here in Belize, when we are doing more than what she has been doing in Barbados, and that is a fact. You could take a look at what all we have been doing. And maybe we need to do more of repeating over and over all the work that we're doing to try to help people who are in need. Now, I'm not in any way suggesting that it is enough. I feel your pain. I feel your pain that, that there is this great need across this country. Poverty was already there, but no COVID and inflation, of course, have made it even worse. Unfortunately, the minister that's in charge of this program, she's not here. She had an operation. I think she did her knees. She was having problems with her knees, and we pray to God that everything went well. This morning, I think she's trying to do knee replacements on both knees. So she would not be able to be here, but I will try to find out. I do feel that there are people in your constituencies that are benefiting from the program. But the point is though also, honorable member from Albert, in the 13 years of the UDP government, do you know how many people, wait man, do you know how many people you allowed me, do you know how many people you allowed me to recommend? Do you know how much? How much? 0. And the same thing happened to all of us here on the other side. Now that does not make it right. But I'm just pointing out that you did even worse to us because we are working with you. We are, for instance, the Constituency Development Fund, we're giving you the same amount based on the amount of your citizens or voters that you have to be able to work in your constituency. I have the member of Fort Judge complaining that you're getting more than him, than the chairman of the party. So we're making progress. We are moving in the right direction, and we can do more. But I can assure you, I will speak with the minister to find out what is it that she gives, and to see how best it can be worked, and to try to have a little bit more of equity in the system. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Collet.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to speak on the matters having to do with education this evening, Madam Speaker, and I promised my friend and my colleague, the member from Freetown, that I will be as objective as possible. Madam Speaker, when I became Minister of Education in 2008,
I'm sorry.
I never said that, you know, you tell me I'm missing for 7 months.
I'm sorry, what's the matter of national importance?
Sorry?
What's the matter of national importance?
Education, Madam Speaker. I'm talking about education and the release, more specifically, that the Cabinet made on matters having to do with education for this week.
Okay.
I was saying, though, that 13 years ago when I became Minister of Education, there were some policies in the pipeline already, and if people were not aware, I think it was the member for Freetown I'm sure it was the member for Freetown who was the then Minister of Education. And it is something that I've said before. This is not the first time I'm saying this. 2 things that I remember specifically, Madam Speaker, was the government's policy on early childhood education and the government's policy on teacher education. The government thought at the time that the best way to improve the quality of education was to get our teachers trained. And he also thought that the best way to improve the quality of education was to get our children enrolled in early childhood education as quickly as possible. Because remember, the mandatory school age still is 5 years old. So you go to preschool basically if your parents decide to send you. What the government was doing at the time, Madam Speaker, was there was a move to try to attach preschools to primary schools in order to ensure that preschool, early childhood was more affordable. Now, we found that in place. But the plan that was in place to get these things done, we would never have achieved them with the timeline and the framework that was there. We were depending, for instance, on teacher training institutions, regular institutions, junior colleges, the University of Belize and Galen, to provide teacher training because we had disbanded, you remember, the Teachers College. But there were no specific courses designed to train teachers, and there was no support for the teachers to get there. Why am I saying all of this, Madam Speaker? Because after viewing what the cabinet put out this week, and in fact what some on that side, including the Prime Minister and the Minister himself, have spoken about in terms of what they're doing for education, I have to plea for them not to, as we did when we got into government 13 years ago, not to throw away the baby with the bathwater. Because the things that are wrong with education, I was telling my colleague, honorable member from Albert, that last night on CREM, I was listening to a snippet, I caught it in midstream, of the Black Summit. And her father had written a paper to present, and he was not able to present it. And her brother, Sean, read it. But at the time when I was listening to it, I had no understanding of what the time frame was that it was being presented in. At the end, I realized it was in 2003. And what was presented, Madam Speaker, was that we should focus on teacher training because the number of students, the number of teachers who were trained was dismal. Don't throw away the baby with the bathwater. These things that came out in the cabinet this week are not new, Madam Speaker, and that's what I was joking with my colleague, the minister, now.
Member, may I just ask for my own clarity?
What those things are, yes.
Well, no, I'm trying to get that specifically. We always go through this.
The specifics, Madam Speaker.
What is the specific matter of national importance? Your colleagues were specific. I'm trying to understand.
Maybe I can share with you what the issues were from the release so that you know that what I'm talking about. One of them, for instance, was improving or increasing the mandatory school age from 14 years to 16 years. Let me look at that one for a minute. This is something that we have put in the pipeline. This is what I'm trying to say as well. Let us not play politics with this and try to own this like it is the PUP who is coming up with this. And I can show you evidence that this is long-standing in the pipeline. I'll show you. No, it's not intention. Let me show you factually then, since you want to talk about intention. Let me show you factually. You will know, you will remember that this UDP, it was the UDP administration who put in place the $300 subsidy for first and second farmers. You know why that was done, Madam Speaker? In an effort to make sure that there was the environment for students who completed primary school to get on to high school around the same age, 15 and 16. That was why that was done. And it brings me to the point, Madam Speaker, that this government has abandoned, and unless somebody correct me, I don't know that the $300 subsidy program continues. I listened to the member from Toledo West talk about some education, I think it was the south side of Belize City, not the south of the country. Rural education. Well, there was no care what you're introducing now. Nothing did more for the rural communities of this country than the $300 subsidy for first and second farm. So if we have all of this money, we borrowed $150 million today over the course of the next few years that will come out. Everything is doing so well, the economy is blooming according to the Prime Minister. Why is it that we can't get back to support these very important initiatives? Because the truth is, Madam Speaker, you cannot on the books raise the mandatory school age to 16 without having the environment, you know. You can't raise mandatory school age to 16. First of all, those people at that age are not primary schoolers. So where are you going to put them? In the existing high schools? How are you going to pay for it? These are the kinds of questions that have long plagued us in very much the same manner as the early childhood question, 3 to 5 years old. The reason why governments have not made that mandatory is because once you say 3 to 5 is mandatory, you will have to start to pay for those children to go to school. Because if the parents can't pay, what you want to do? That is why these things have not been done, but they are very, very, very necessary. And I made the point earlier of what was done under the last administration of the People's United Party under my friend from Freetown, because it was a good idea, just never vast enough to encompass everything. Attach the preschools onto the primary schools so that when you pay primary school teachers, you just pay one additional 2 teachers and you have a preschool right there, or 3 or 4 teachers depending on the size of the preschool intake. That was a good idea. In the same manner, the $300 subsidy ought to continue so that you can then ensure that those people who are 15 and 16 stay in school. The other initiative that they spoke about in the press release about what Cabinet discussed was what they spoke about, the national, the Belize Education Upliftment Project. Is that what it's called on the south side? You know, the thing is, you want the kids at that age, they don't like for you to call them kids at that age, 14 to 16, the young people, you want them to stay occupied. The worst mistake that you can make is to think that you can just tell them you have to go to school. In fact, it is mandatory now for students to go to school up to 14, and some are not going. Many are not going. Nobody can force them, and unless you're willing to put the parents in jail for not sending their children to school, then it's a problem. It's been a problem. You have to do something, creating the framework in order to keep those persons 14 to 16 in the system. And the $300 subsidy did that this government has not continued. So my plea, not the quarrel, although maybe we a song antagonistic. That's not the case, I assure you, Minister, because I found you to be one of the best persons in the government that I could pick up the phone and I can call and we could talk, and we enjoyed that relationship even when I was minister and you were my predecessor. Let us work at making sure that those students have that environment. The Belize City issue, nothing new. I hear they talk about free education, free tuition. We did that already for Sadie Vernon, for Maud Williams, Gwen Liz. In fact, it was our intention to make all government schools countrywide free when COVID came and hit. It was the case. It was already announced. That is factual. You could go back and check the record. Please. In fact, in the South, if my friend, the member from Toledo West, would want to be honest, and where is my friend from Toledo East? I haven't seen him for so long. I hope he's well. But if they want to be honest, they will tell you that the children at Juliancho Technical and the children at Corazon Creek, we basically wiped out fees long ago because the $300 subsidy covered the very menial fees that they paid, the money $250, $300. So this grandstanding and the putting out there that, the PUP is revolutionizing education, that nonsense. These things are already in the pipeline. Let us work together to make sure it happens. The reason why the schools on the south side of Belize City are undersubscribed is that because our children don't have an interest to go to those schools. We tell the whole one year, under my watch, the ministry said, you don't even have to pay for the application. The government will pay for an application for you. to go to Belize, to go to Sadie Vernon, to go to Maud Williams, and all of those schools are undersubscribed because they have more attractive things, and that is what is causing the problems of crime and violence on the south side. I listened to the member from Caribbean Shores Beat. It's just about how many new police officers and how many no uniform, and that's good. Respect and salute to the police, but the truth is, the way we fix crime is by using tools like education. A constituent of mine, very good supporter of mine, got shot. Dooney White, you know? And I don't want to be able to at least tell Dooney, he never make it, but the children, they want to have one future, his boy children especially. And we saw that there was a need to have alternative type education. Give them alternative. That is why under my watch, right there on the south side, remember for Lekai, my friend, that bus terminal that was Venus Bus Terminal was dilapidated. We took it and we renovated it and we turned it into a school. The first thing my friend, the no Minister of Health, did when he was Minister of Youth, came in and shut down the Frank Lizama Center. So it's true, it was not the most efficient running. As far as I understand, the Gateway Youth Center, the kind of programs that used to be run there as well, catering to the at-risk youth, that same very age range, 14 to 16, have been closed down. Amalgamate, but how much people they go? So I am not criticizing the fact that these schools are undersubscribed or these opportunities are not there. We need to work together to make sure that those, especially in these areas that are prone to crime. I will salute the ministry in terms of the national curriculum framework. The opposition was consulted, Madam Speaker. The Honorable Member for Dangriga led the charge in terms of that consultation because indeed, we do need a proper framework that will qualify our students based on competencies, what they can do. And I am happy to hear the curriculum is moving in that direction, and I salute. But after the consultation, we don't hear anything more. Now I hear the thing official, is it? Or it's just Cabinet's approval is given. I don't know, Minister, maybe you can answer. And the last of the projects that was identified in Cabinet was the one having to do with BTL. My goodness. You'd believe that the schools never have no internet before the way how they talk about how much? How much schools? 190 something or 200 schools now getting internet from BTL. That is absolutely ridiculous. That has been forever.
Remember, I'm trying to, I followed you with the 14 to 16.
These are all education projects that
but what's the matter of national importance?
All of these are national importance, Madam Speaker.
Yes,
all of these matters. I am talking about education in general, but I am talking about that document, and again, I'm not quarreling. I am, in fact, doing the opposite. I want to extend a hand of support and friendship to the minister because say what you want, but I've been here 13 years and at that ship, and in fact, his number of years that preceded mine and his years now make us a good tag team, as well as my friend, the member from Lekai, and maybe even the former Prime Minister, you know, those who have worked in education, because the problems remain the same. When I hear Tegari describe the problems and found out that it was 2003, it was very much the same thing. But quickly, Madam Speaker,
yes,
let me finish with the Ed Connect. Is that what you're calling it?
I just want to get to what the matter of, I've followed you all along, but remember, just bear with me, your colleagues were very specific on what the matter of national
Yes, Madam
concern
Speaker,
is. I've heard you on the 14 to 16 clearly, but now I'm trying to make sure that
I spoke on the education matters that the Cabinet addressed this week.
What's the matter of importance there, though? Your colleague from Member for Albert stated specifically what the matter of concern was, the matter of national importance.
My concern, Madam, this is all that I have described, and maybe it's because you're not familiar with what, Madam Speaker, are the elements of the Cabinet document, but the government announced that this is their plan for education. So I am talking on that plan. There are several elements to that plan for education that they have said they will start aiming at. And all I'm saying is these things, much of it has been done already, and it is best we work together. The last part that the cabinet paper described in terms of the education plan, which is the point that I'm talking about, is the Ed Connect. And I'm saying, Madam Speaker, that under the UDP, there was a wonderful plan that was already rolled out in pilot form to various high schools. I heard somebody say that the provision of internet to the schools will not be what it was before, that you know only want to provide to the principal and the office. That is not true. You know why schools could not, or students could not connect to the internet? Because they not got no device. Because the internet not there. When you have internet, you don't just have it in one spot. You know that internet covers the whole, and with the technology we have now. In fact, if you check with DG, if you check with BTL, you will find out that the bandwidth which they provide for these schools, not even a quarter of that bandwidth is utilized by the school. So it's not a lack of bandwidth that is the problem. But these are the things we ought to be working towards. And we should not be pounding our chest and saying, oh, the PUP is doing this, because there is nothing that I saw in that plan that has not been done before and have not been pursued before. We need to get it right. What I can see, I'm testing your patience, Madam Speaker, so I will stop there. And I know that the Prime Minister wants to go home. You have to go to Orange Walk, no? And so I will, volleyball, okay, yes, big up our team, or women under 20, under 22 volleyball team. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I recognize the member for Freetown, Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's very late, so I'll try to be very, very brief. I thank the honourable member from Collett for his intervention. He's right. We have a shared responsibility. We have a collective responsibility in this National Assembly on the issue of education, and I'm always grateful to my colleagues on this side of the House, the Prime Minister, starting with the Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, all the ministers and parliamentarians who have always been fully committed to the work of education. You know, I guess I could have saved the member the last, 20 minutes or 30 minutes if he wanted just to get up and say, yes, everything in education is ongoing work. Everything. We build on everybody's work. That is the reality of the work we do, member. You don't have to feel any sensitive way about that and accuse people of beating their chest. Nobody is beating their chest about any of that. We made some very good decisions in cabinet, and we have an obligation to share those with the Belizean people. That is it. Let me just clear up a few issues very quickly, though. You talked about the age of compulsory education. That has been around since the member for Lakei was the Minister of Education. That issue has been discussed. UNICEF has been pushing that since then. That's not an issue that came to light under you or under me. That has been around from, I think, 1998, when the discussion started about increasing the compulsory age. In fact, UNICEF wanted us to do it up to 17. So that, again, it's a lot of work. It's, as you rightly said, it's not easy because there are many other factors that you have to take into account, other implications. I can tell you, and as we discussed this in cabinet, we said one of the things, Prime Minister, with your permission, I'll read a clause from the cabinet paper. Cabinet is also asked to consider that there will be greater need to support education financing for an increased number of 14 to 16-year-old students, including the provision of additional spaces at secondary schools the pedagogical training and support of more teachers, and the need to strengthen and expand student support programs. So we understand, member, we understand these issues. So that, yeah, we can't get the whole response. So we understand that. So yes, we are building on the work of those who came before. Obviously, that is the work of education, the work of government generally. Now, the subsidy, let me make it very clear. The subsidy during the COVID pandemic under your government, you will recall, the subsidy was reduced to $200. We have maintained it at that level, member. So the subsidy is still there. The schools still get it, the same schools, we haven't changed any of that, they still get it. But because of the economic challenges that we have faced, we have maintained it at $200. Maybe with Ministry of Finance in the years to come may say, okay, we're in a better position, we can increase it back to $300. But what we found there was a subsidy at $200, and we have maintained that last year and this year again. So the subsidy is there, but it is reduced. It is at the reduced rate that we found it based on at the $200. The other issue you talked about, the Education Upliftment Project, Together We Rise. Again, these are ongoing challenges, and governments try different things, different interventions. But as you know, the reality is that over the past, I would say 5 or 6 years, there has been, ever since we introduced the new financing formula, there has been a decline in enrollment in these institutions. Gwen Liz in 2007 and 8, and so Gwen Liz, as you know, had an enrollment close to 600. Now it's around less than half of that. It's almost 300. And so Maud Williams, Sadie Vernon, Excelsior, these institutions all face serious challenges. So what we're trying to do there with the Upliftment Project is to take a comprehensive approach to education. Yes, tuition, yes, fees, that's important, but also put in place feeding programs. We have set up in the ministry now what we call a student welfare unit as a part of the new education strategy plan. And that unit works with families and communities to try to identify needs. So we provide support in terms of basic supplies, uniforms, tennis, that sort of thing. Transportation, we recognize, is a problem. Some of these kids don't go to a particular school because they're afraid to walk through a particular neighborhood. So all of that is being put in place, as well as infrastructure development. We can't do everything we would want to do, but we have to make the environment a lot improved. We have to enhance the learning environment. That's critically important. There's no reason that a child who goes to Gwen Liz or Maud Williams or Sadie Vernon should be in a lesser environment than a child who goes to St. John's College. It's challenging, but we have to do the work to make sure that our kids want to go to these institutions. As you said, there's a reluctance, kids and their families. We have a responsibility not to give up on those institutions, but to invest in them. And that is what this project is all about. Finally, the curriculum framework, again, there's been a lot of talk about that for years and years and years. And we've bit the bullet. We understand that it's absolutely important to get this done now. We have to move away from this time-based curriculum. We just go through the stages and because you've done 8 years of primary school, you graduate, and it has to be a competency-based curriculum. Our students, we don't have the luxury of training our students all over the place, being all over the place. It has to be focused, it has to be targeted, it has to be strategic, it has to be tied to national development goals, it has to be tied to economic development of the country. So this is, I'm by no means suggesting that I came along and all of a sudden we have one new curriculum. There's a lot of work that's been done over many years many years. I did some myself. You did some work as well. We're building on that. But the reality is that we have made the tough decision that now is the time to get it done, and we're doing it. And finally, you talked about the connected program, Minister. That is a reality. Most of the schools had, because we meticulously and painstakingly negotiated this thing. Most of the schools had 50 MBs. 50 MBs. This program, we're getting all our schools, the 200 schools, 500 MBs. 500 MBs. And the point that you made is a very important point. In many of these institutions, it's not just because of devices. The students, there were not enough, the wireless, forget what they call it, but sorry? Yeah, I guess it's the routers. But they were not centrally located. So in many cases, students could only access them if you're outside by the principal's office or by the teacher's lounge, or if you had a dedicated computer lab, which some schools have, many don't. So we're working on all of that to make sure that every classroom has access to the internet, and also on the campus generally, that students have access to the internet. So it's an important project, an important investment by the government of Belize in the expansion of these services. Technology, as you all appreciate, is a central part of education today. That the COVID pandemic made that absolutely clear. We have to embrace it. We have to move forward. And this government is doing so in an aggressive way with serious investments in this area. So the bottom line is we all have to work together. I absolutely agree with you on that. And I certainly look forward to your support on the issues that we share in respect of education. So thank you.
During the host meeting, let's big up the girls volleyball team. They'll be playing tonight against Honduras. We're hope we could make it at 7:30. No, they won last night, but today they play again. Thank you. Your adjournment.
Honorable members, before I put the question, kindly allow me, as it has not lost on me that we are now about to enter the recess period. And so I think it's incumbent upon me just to update you, as it has been a while, and it will be a further while because of that recess period. And I know that the office of the clerk and the staff here, who are not members of the public service, and I have recognized, along with the presiding officer from the Senate, their exemplary work, given the fact that they're probably, I'd like to think they're probably the least amount of staff for such a huge amount of work and provide service to 31 parliamentarians. But we did recognize them, and I thank all of you who made an effort to attend the event with the support of the UN on International Day of Parliamentarism. But quickly, I would like to encourage members, because it's been the course of today, of 42B. 42B members. Now, today was not difficult, had it little bump, but I have to thank you, because at least when I raised it, it was respected. There will be banter. I recognize that, but I do appreciate the effort, but encourage you to consider at all times what Standing Order 42B does. It helps your chair. So if you will allow me to ask while we're on recess, it's a very short standing order. You would pay attention to that. The other thing is on point of order. Every member has a right to stand on a point of order. All I ask, and I believe I asked this in my early days of this parliament, is just to state specifically what the point of order is. I've even excused not state the number, but just what that point of order is. Again, it helps your chair in making a determination. The other thing, members, because we're about to enter recess, and you know our recess goes for about 6 weeks or so, unless an emergency requires for us to have a meeting within that time. We would be back here just about the time of our 41st anniversary of independence. Last year, your parliament worked on recognizing that anniversary with a few videos from members who were present back 1981. Today, I am saddened because with the passing of Dr. Theodore Aranda, he is the second of such member that we were able to do videos who have passed since last year. But last year, we also did the commissioning with the help of the Minister of Education and NIT, commissioning those paintings or those artworks that you see outside. I would like to acknowledge that we have worked feverishly with the help of the staff to get all official photos of all speakers and all presidents, so that hopefully by September, that now will replace those artworks and we will distribute those artworks elsewhere. I raise that, members, because it has been brought to our attention that not many persons know who have held this chair. And it's important for democracy, and it comes at a time where we recognize our independence. But I also, it would be remiss of me not to acknowledge the former speaker, Laura Tucker Longsworth, who had the idea to do it, but just was not able. So I certainly thank her, as she was one of the first persons who met with me to at least allow me to understand what was in pipeline or wanted to be done. So I'm happy to report that for the 41st anniversary, we will do justice by all those who have held this chair. The other point, members, and it's really the final point, because we're going to go on recess, you may be contacted, and I say may because it's very short notice. We only received it, I believe, yesterday, but there are either 1 or 2 members of the UK Parliament who should be visiting us at no cost to the Parliament. And one of the requests has been to just have them check in with the work that we were doing on the Parliament, some of the parliamentary reform. That involves several of you in this House. The Code of Conduct, the Standing Orders revision, or the proposed, these are all proposed, and we just completed a thorough review of the administration and organization of Parliament. We have a lot of work ahead, and we try to juggle it in between House meetings. So I recognize the time that we've been given is very short, but we will do our best to reach out to those of you who could possibly meet with us to check in with the 1 or 2 members from UK Parliament. And I have that as my last update because, members, this is important for us. The Parliament tends to only be focused on House meetings, but there's so much behind the scenes. And it's to inure to your benefit and to that of the public. I keep saying to anybody that's asked, your chair, I'm not here for the light. That does not faze me. Sometimes I am liked and sometimes I'm not. Sometimes it's the government side that likes what I do, sometimes it's the opposition, and vice versa. Sometimes I get it quick enough, sometimes I don't get it quick enough, and sometimes I miss it. That is the lovely dynamics of this chair. So all that we're doing with Code of Conduct, Standing Orders revision, and this review that everybody had agreed to for us to undertake will help in making sure that for future Parliament, the person who holds this chair is better guided than those who have held it in the past. That will come with your support. Because we're going on recess, it would be remiss of me not to have given you that up. With that, honorable members, the question is that the House will now adjourn. All those in favor, kindly say aye. And those against, kindly say no. I believe the ayes have it.